Good morning, chat. Good morning, chat. First, yo, what's up, Gazi? Hi, how's everybody doing? Got some new subs. What was a streaming? Very cool. I avoided all the leaks. Speaking of which, let's leak some stuff real quick. No. That being said, there was a new teaser yesterday, I think. I haven't watched it yet. Doriani's contingency teaser. So if you don't want to watch that, look away. I'm gonna watch it real quick on stream. On stream. Start back over. It's very short though. It's only 30 seconds. Oh, let's just turn music off first. Be probably a good idea. There we go.
Here, you will survive, no matter the outcome. Step forth into your mountain home and seal the door. If all else fails, the Var must live on.
I don't know what this means. I mean, I'm assuming this is just spoiler alert stuff. If Gazi, if you don't know things, mute real quick. Is this 5, 4, 3, 2, 1? Is this just talking about like the new act? Toda, I don't see it though. Have they ever, for POE2, added a patch that did like 2 mechanics? Because obviously they teased the green darkness thing, which is definitely not Toda. So what are the chances they add like Abyss or something else and also Toda? I assume it's just the next act. Actually, while we're talking and hanging out about it, so we can get a timer going. Actually, I'm not gonna get a timer going. Fuck you guys. You guys can figure it out. Okay, chat. The live stream's in like 2.5 hours, so it's like 3 o'clock our time. So we have 2.5 hours to kind of like do stuff in POE1 League. We will be watching it live together on stream. If you want to watch it with me, you don't have to. If you don't want to, it's okay too as well. And then depending on how long the stream is, that is, we might play more POE1 afterwards, or we might just start prepping for Last Epoch tomorrow, because Last Epoch's new league starts tomorrow. I think at like 11 o'clock. If I remember correctly. And I have no preparation done for this. I have no idea how most of the stuff works. So I'm gonna try to like watch a couple of things off stream, not like with y'all, but like we'll try to look into how the skill tree looks and figure out how it's supposed to level to get to flay. Kind of stuff. But that's what. So yeah. So we have 2.5 hours left in the private league, and then after that, I'm probably I'm giving his character up. Gazi was the one who originally asked if they wanted it. So as long as Gazi still wants it, Gazi the character is yours as is. I'm also gonna be tossing all my currency and stuff into the guild stash. That way people can use it. I may come back to eventually the private league, but if I do, I'm coming back to do like kind of a solo self-found, group-found kind of league test start for my Wintertide brand character, just to better help the guide out. So we'll be playing this character either way, no matter what. This is my last 2.5 hours on this specific character in the private league. But hopefully, I can get some beast for everyone before the time is up. That'd be cool. But even after I go to Last Epoch and then eventually into POE2, if someone's in the private league and needs something and I have it in my stash still, like there's no chance I can fit all those rares into the guild stash, right? You can still use Discord, message me, or just say something in the chat, obviously. Like, hey, can you get a chance? Can I have this item? And I'll hop off to give it to you. And even when I'm on other games, like I still support POE1 stuff, so always feel free to ask questions about if you're stuck or need help with something. I think the only time that I probably wouldn't do that is if I ever get big enough to become like sponsored by a certain game. I'm not gonna like take a break from the sponsored playtime kind of a vibe, you know? But we're far away from that, chat. Oh, music back on. How's everyone's day going though? How's everyone's week been? Hope y'all are doing well. Rogue Exile farm setup. Look for some unique jewels. What unique jewels are you looking for? Also, I don't have my standing desk. I don't know if you guys can see it. Actually, I have it built. It's right behind me. See, that's it standing. But I didn't move everything, so we're still at our standing desk. I'll figure that out another day. Got really tired and sleepy. Hey, that's Bristleback? Or is that Matron? Yeah, Bristleback. So I got one of them at least. One of the good ones. Yeah, I got Brambleback. 2 of them. Yeah, I know at one point someone said they wanted to try to see if we could get or fill up the unique tab in the guild stash, so oh, it's gonna be a fun little goal for yourself if you end up playing a lot more of this. For instance, if you go with Last Epoch and you end up being like, I actually don't want to play this, and you just go back to POE1. I know you said you're not really feeling POE2. Yeah, bud. I'll catch you later if I'm still on. Hope the rest of your work day goes well. Arrogance of the Vol. Marsha, Marsha, Marsha. All we hear about is the Vol. Tier 2 projectile speed is not bad. That's tier 2 life, that's not bad. That's worse. Generation enemies, smile. Winter Deacon, you're so fun. Oh, did I get him captured? There we go. There we go, chat.
Long day. Got my eye on you.
With some cheesecake right now? Not a big fan of cheesecake. My wife loves it though. She would eat cheesecake as much as she could if there weren't like, you know, health concerns from just eating like an enormous amount of cheesecake. Not easy to find in Denmark? Oh, really? There's at our local farmers market. There's a lady who, I mean, so you can go to any like store and really pick it up here. But there's a lady who makes really good cheesecake. From what my wife and Tyler's wife says. I heard cheesecake KFC. My wife said, yeah. See, like it's very common here in the States. A lot of restaurants will sell it. Not necessarily always be good, but like you're saying, it's like relatively available. You can pick it up at like, you know, local grocery stores and shit. Tyler's wife stalks like a cheesecake lady at the farmer's market. Did you make it yourself? I'm not much of a baker. I like cooking, but I don't like baking. I know cheesecake's like, people consider it like not real baking, but like it still is baking, right? You and cheesecake are like BFFs now. See? Reheard cheesecake and decided to show up in the stream. I don't have Ghost Dance either. I just realized that. Maybe if I level, I'll take Ghost Dance then. First. That's true. Marshall's first, everybody. Have to make a first command. Oh wait, someone says first. Be like, your name's not Marshall. How goes it today? I think it's okay. I woke up with, like, a huge headache. It's a little bit better now, but I just feel a little off. But like my normal stuff is fine. Like oh, my hip stuff's okay. I just feel a little off. I don't know. I just died. Sad. Mel's cheesecake. She has good cheesecake. Classic. Mel doesn't sponsor the stream. Not shouting Mel out. Smile. Fall down and go boom. Yeah, true. Alright. Probably taking the bunch of negative mods wasn't like the best call. Because I'm not going to level today. I wouldn't want to come to the States either. Yeah, Bree, ask Mel if she does international shipping to across the pond. Denmark, I believe. Does she guarantee the cheesecake's freshness through international shipping? Overnight shipping to Denmark. There's no way that cheesecake makes it. It's because Bree's gonna eat it before it gets there. True. Bree's a cheesecake fiend. Thank you for following Dang Riva. Dang it, Riva. I want a refund then. Let me know if you have any questions. Welcome to Club. Another vibrator. Guy Marshall's here, I have to say it. Welcome to the vibrators. Hope you enjoy your stay in the toy box. Or at the toy box. I don't remember what it is anymore. Dip the ingredients in the recipe instead. But then you have to give up your family's secret recipe. What about my blend of herbs and spices? Look at all these Wicked Destruction cards. People said this... Those who said that getting this boot was going to be hard. It's cheese plus cake. Yeah, just slap some cheddar onto some cake. How hard can it be? You still think Denmark have better quality food products? Probably true. I will say, chances are, though, someone at the farmer's market might be using better quality ingredients than you would see typically in the United States and, like, you know, chain places. Not saying she does. She might also just go, you know, to Walmart and buy stuff, but she might be using farm fresh ingredients. I don't know. But yeah, typically United States stuff is pretty garbage, so fair point. Gross.
Stay vigilant.
Let's get a see if someone needed that 6 link first. No one's playing like a pure ES, not Vol Regalia or whatever kind of thing. We don't have a wide range of products like US though. It's true that you said that cheesecake's like a rarity. We have millions of cheesecakes. Hundreds of thousands. More cheesecake than one body can handle. What is it, Aloy? What's it down, Aloy? I'm about to get up in a second because I have to do my stretches, so I need to do a stretch in a second. San Francisco. I've never gone that far west of the United States. The farthest west I've been in the United States is like San Antonio, Texas, which is like right in the center of like United States, continental United States. $8 for a slice doesn't sound too bad for somewhere like San Francisco. I imagine stuff's super expensive there. Nice city. I would love to eventually one day like travel more in the United. Well, I mean everywhere, not just in the United States. But the United States is so large, like I could literally probably spend a large part of my lifetime just exploring different parts of the United States. Is how big it is.
Choose your fate.
But I'd love to go to like other countries and stuff. Money's just an issue. If only I were born wealthy, chat. Besides the crackheads, that's everywhere in the United States. Maybe other places too. I don't like that. I haven't really traveled other places to know, but there's a couple of crackheads at least everywhere. Some places are worse than others, obviously. And in some places, like around Louisiana where I live, more meth than it is crack, I think. I think a lot of people just lump crackheads as like a generic term for people who do like hard drugs like meth and crack and whatnot. All I'm trying to say, chat, is eat the rich. I'll do more traveling in the US. Have you gone to How many other countries have you gone to? I mean, I know over there, the countries are like smaller, so it's like, and it's like a lot easier to like go see other countries in your area. But if you've gone to like, I don't know, like Japan or Australia, like anything further away, or Africa somewhere. Oh shit, Nameless Seer? Prison over? That is one of the fastest prisons I've had. The funniest thing is I'm not gonna playing this, but hilarious. Oh, Mjolnir. Probably grab the Mjolnir. So I might actually want to use that in the private league. I mean, this is a good thing too, but I think I'm gonna go with Mjolnir.
Consider this a gift.
Doing online. Is Dun playing? Oh, Mjolnir. Any Mjolnir enjoyers? Oh, also got a Dream Feather. Evasion rating, not a replica one, but like any evasion stackers in the building? Probably Spain or Croatia it's crossed up in. Besides United States, of course. Yeah. That's still really cool. Yeah, I haven't left the United States. Yeah, I didn't really do a lot of traveling for the majority of my life because of money. Most of the traveling I've done since me and Abby got together. And even then, it's only things like we went to see Chicago, which was really cool. We went to like San Antonio, Texas, which was really cool. We went to Savannah, Georgia. That was really nice. Let's start putting all this stuff in here because, once again, I have to move it all later anyway. Does Canada count besides US? Technically, it's a different country, you know? Technically, it is. Alright, well, Jungle Valley time now, huh? Rest of the day? Or at least... next, like, 2 hours? These look... Oh, that one's not even a thing? A lot of words. I'll see the word reflect. Just not gonna read it. You have family there? That's pretty cool. Which part of Canada? Like East Coast or West Coast? 'Cause that's like the two major things, right? The middle is kind of like a nothing space. I haven't been to Canada either. I'm just an ignorant American. Shock resistance is not really cool. West Coast, I guess? Got it. West Coast is Vancouver area? Or like something surrounding there? See, chat, I'm so cultured. I know a couple things. Don't ask me to point where Denmark is on a map, though. Or, like, most countries. I have no idea. Would I would blame you. I would blame you. I wouldn't blame you. To be fair, I also get really confused with some of the states, and I live in the United States. Mostly in like the Northeast, like those tiny ones. Like I will never be able to tell the difference between like Vermont, New Hampshire, those like those vibes. If you put me in a blank map, I'll probably get it wrong. I'm not a what do you call a person that studies like maps and stuff? Photographer? Yeah. Makes a cartographer. I think we have agreed it's cartographer. Nice. Not a cartographer. Or a person that studies geology. A geologist? Geography. Oh god, did I sound like an idiot? Geology is the one. Got it. I think the other one is rocks. Yeah, it's about studying the earth. Not necessarily like specific like map stuff. Photographer sounds correct. We're going with photographer chat. Ooh, those wrist scarabs, chat. We're rich.
My time is precious. Don't waste it. By all means, throw your life away.
Two Black Morgans today and they duped. That's pretty lit. And the other part, and then trade? Like, you went back to trade, right, Nick? You're in the private league, our private league, right? Got it. So I'm hoping to get a Black Morgan today so I can split these cogworks before I hand them off to people. So more people can have cogwork rings, but it's not up to me to, if I get them, you know? Can't be axed with a bow build. It's fair. I'm also not a bow, Andy. What are you playing in a trade right now? Are you playing Trickster? You're playing Hibby? Got it. Hibby, hell yeah. Waterburst whip for 16 div. It's so expensive. I got mine for 4. That was like a month ago at this point. Trade market definitely gets a little more stale, especially at the top end at this point of the league. Please give me rage. Please give me rage. Or I will rage. That's rage on hit when the unique enemy is you, son of a. Give me regular rage. Making me angry kitten. I don't know if I can use these clothes myself for much longer, but whoever I give them to, it'd be nice to have them set up. Alright, let's go through all that. Okay, Morgan's make some good money. Alright, we'll be back chat. I'm running to the restroom real quick. Let me know if you guys have any questions. I'll get back. Excuse me, table / new desk that I haven't set up properly. Gonna have to find time to put my desk together, chat. But yeah, Nick, are you beast farming? Are you enjoying beast farming? You have to if you dupe Morgans, because the only way to really do it is to use the beast scarabs. Have you always been enjoying beast farming, or did you start doing it because I like beast farming, and you're like, that looks pretty cool? So Mickey, if you start cutting my profits, I'm gonna have to get you. Shake. Okay. There's mostly a prank, by the way. There's no bestiary mafia that comes after people who, you know, sells beasts or anything. Farming specifically harvest beasts? Do you do the thing with like the Kirak missions or whatever? Right, that's how people do like specific harvesting to harvest beasts. It's like a Kirak mission now. But you can't duplicate those, right? Like Kirak missions, and they don't like use the tree. Is it super worth it? Seems kind of tedious too. More reading than I want to do. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. A lot of reading. How do people just find the energy to do all this reading all the time? Fairly common, at least. That's nice. Lightning Spires hurts, chat. Barely kept on lightning res. I'm pretty sure that hurts. The other cool thing about beasts, jumpers like a lot of random shit. Like you can get like fractures in front of them often and whatnot, or like just a bunch of like uniques. Like here's a fracture right there. They drop like a lot of shit, which is nice, especially in the private league. That being said, they should just have the beasts interact like the bodies from Acropolis, where you have an option to like itemize them from the get-go for free. That'd be really cool. Give us the crazy juice. Oh, we've already finished these. Right. Accuracy rating grows.
Got my eye on you.
That's not the right thing. Okay. Okay, Billy. Water drink. Heyo, Windows. How's it going, bud? Less than 2 hours to stream time. Doing. We're okay. I have issues like sleeping at night, so I just feel like a little off. Keep waking up at like 1 to like 3 in the morning and stay up like a couple hours, and then go back to sleep for like a handful of hours. Chaos orbs, we're rich, chat. We're gonna be rich, chat. Whew. Anybody excited for the POE2 stream or tomorrow's last Teapot by launch? Pretty excited for both. I haven't played POE2 in forever, and even then I didn't play a crazy amount the first time. So it's pretty much like playing brand new for me.
Well,
And then last Epoch, I literally only played like 4 hours, so it is actually brand new for me on that one.
take your trophy and go.
Eldritch Chaos Orb. Rich. Hoping to find at least one Black Morgan. That way I can split at least one of the dudes. Actually, I think if I find one, well, I'm probably gonna split both of them. I should get 2 Black Morgans, obviously. Oh, I need the new moles as well, but rip. Definitely more useless synth mods, though. There's some really bad synth mods. I wonder if can you craft energy shield on there? Worth it. There'll be no way to craft like energy shield flat and percent though. Maybe you're just one of those guys who is mostly an evasion-based person, but you want to use Ghost Stance for like a little bit of regenerate.
Long day.
You know,
Got my eye on you.
kind of like a lot of melee characters use Divine Shield slightly. Probably not. I mean, so the issue with synth mods, I mean, it's 2 mod. I mean, obviously it's kind of cool, but like, typically you want like 3 or like whatever. The issue with synth mods on like gloves, boots, armor, and helm is that they're competing with Eldritch mods. It's like the Eldritch influence stuff. So if there's something that's equal to or greater than value from Eldritch, people will just use that instead of the synthesized base. That changes once you go into 3 synth items, and then obviously you have to roll really well. Or you do the beast crafting to roll it really well. Because you can only ever get 2 Eldritch modifiers, where as you can get, there's some pretty nutty synth modifiers you can get on some things. But on 2 mod synth items that have ability to get Eldritch modifiers, you're just competing with not only does it give the right value, but also the difficulty of the craft. So for instance, are you have to re-roll a bunch to get good mods, or are they already okay mods? No, you also lose the ability to do Eldritch currency crafting. A lot of red beats just pawing up on me right now. Just gonna stand here and hope for the best, chat. Oh, I'm gonna do these actually, just in case. You never know. If it's like I'll do it if there's 4. If there's only 3, then I'm not gonna draw back probably, unless like the first one's super juicy. There's 4. I'll do it. Okay. It was okay juice wise. Evasive? Don't do that. Ugh. Yeah, if you ever get a 3 synth mod on like a tier 1 base, like a necrotic armor, that kind of stuff, even if it's bad modifiers, you typically can sell it pretty well. Because that makes it to where someone who is doing mirror crafting can skip the whole having to harvest craft part, and they just go straight into Vulture Prison. Who are you powering up? Stop doing it. I'm just gonna stand here. Whatever happens, happens. Alright, chat. Also, how's the camera's a little bit low. A little better. Oh, did we finish? Oh no, it's just the ghost running away.
Let me guess.
Infamous Kinesis.
Realize who I am, don't
Why
you?
do you always have like just the worst garbage mods ever? You can spell song your thing, I guess. Kinetic blast, kinetic clustering, chain, greater speed, greater pierce, greater fork, added lightning. I'm not making a carry character, so just gonna do this. Hey, don't run from me. Get back here. I do damage better if you're up close. Thank you. You messages for my wife? Just saying general stuff. Oh. It's fine, chat. Everything that's happening is okay. It's fine. Just keep attacking and everything will be okay. See? Told you it was okay. Panicking. I want to try some point to craft my own mirror tier item. I always wanted to do that. I just lose ambitions and patience after a while. I think the biggest thing that's like the most daunting for me to do it is that you either have to do a lot of trading, which is very annoying, or you have to do like a lot of farming, like a lot of farming, which is also a little annoying. Unless you get super, super lucky, and then in that case, you know, you get it all on the first try, you know. Easy mirror craft. Also, was anyone watching Gamescom yesterday, or have it seen any of the trailers? Are anyone excited for any of the new games, or like updates to existing games? Like, I'm pretty excited for the Uncharted update. I love Uncharted. I think it's probably one of my favorite crafting survival games. It might be my favorite actually in general. But there were some like horror games that was revealed. Project Spectrum, I think, was one of them. Looks pretty spooky. I'm not really big into spooky games. I'm a big wuss, but one of my friends is really into it, so I made sure to share it with them so they saw it. And they are really excited for the new Resident Evil as well. Had like a new trailer for that. Kinda bummed they already made a new Black Ops game. I haven't played Call of Duty since like the original Modern Warfare. That's not true. I think I played Black Ops 1. Because it was like original Warfare, Modern Warfare, right? And then they made Black Ops afterwards. I think that's where I stopped. Any more content for the Lightyear Frontier? That's actually a good question. I have not seen an update for that in our channel in a while. I'm pretty sure we're still following it. The last post in the channel from January. Interesting. Let me go look up the how Light Year Frontiers looking on like maybe Steam or yeah, on Steam. And they had patch updates. They had a major update in June. Am I no longer just following the thing? Is that the issue? Did it like break? Yeah. I don't care about all this. Just want to go to your news channel and hit the follow button. Announcements. Okay, they've been posting announcements. I guess maybe they redid their channel and it broke the integration. Alright, let me refollow it for us, Bree. There we go. As far as stuff that's happened recently, it looks like they've added a good bit actually. The shifting gears update. Here, I'll share some stuff on stream real quick. Let me talk about it. This is a game that me, Bree, my wife, and one of our friends played together. It was really fun. Kind of a cutesy little cozy game where you're just like a little bot guy just trying to revitalize the world. Ooh, look how big the house is now. It's definitely a much bigger house than the one we have. A huge new map ready for you to explore. It was like a big tornado storm thing. Oh. I'm sharing the wrong screen. Oh, that's because it's sharing this. There we go, sorry. Let's go back up. Big house spree. Yeah, it's like way bigger than the one we got. We got like a 1-story house. This is like a 3-story house. But it says they got a whole new world and stuff. So right, huge new map ready for you to explore. Look at this big tornado thing. Or a hurricane kind of looking thing. They have a watering drone station to help water, it looks like. That's pretty cool. New hazards. Even more powerful irrigation hose. A shotgun style blast. So you can shotgun your water now instead of like doing a constant little hose spray. Standing in water fills up your mech now instead of just having to go to the well or whatever. A bigger plow for plowing some fields. Your mech is hungry for fuel to operate, farm, produce, and explore the best oils. Oh, you got fuel your machines now? That actually gives you a purpose for actually farming now. You deliver crops to remote colonies, so you go visit people? That's kind of cool. Most of it's like NPCs and stuff. That's pretty sweet. Delivery cannon? Yeah, it's like a bunch of new stuff. Hey, look, there's the little drones. Look how big their crop area is. Jesus, that crop area is huge. They are a little cute, yeah. You have a little force field. Farm center barrier. Your sanctuary to farm, relax, and gain beneficial benefit buffs. You can build a Costco. Classic. Your homestead's always safe from hazards. You want your homestead to be a relaxing place to be and want to make sure you have a calm space to return after your adventures. That's cute. So you can go out and still brave the world and play damage your mech or whatever. But if you're at home, it's just a nice relaxing time for people who don't want to do any of the harmful stuff. Yeah. Alright, well, the channel's followed now. So we should see more of their updates. I guess they just changed it earlier this year and kind of broke it. Yeah, it's like they've been posting quite a bit. At least like 2 or 3 times a month. Their old progress saved? Was it on my account? That will just depend. Also, I think the last question there pretty much said you have to start a new world to use new update stuff. Because it changed the map completely. I think you have to start over either way. But if it's on my account, it would depend if Steam saves it on the cloud or locally, because I haven't a computer since we last played. Can't raw. Oh, speaking of like Black Ops, go right back to what Mickey was said earlier. I keep seeing references to an article where EA wants to make Black Ops a lot more like Call of Duty, where they have 3 studios working on it to push out like yearly new games. And I was like, man, what a way to piss people off. What a way to just make some people angry. Oh, Tasha, you gonna take my new desk too? Or my old desk rather? Finally get you a big desk. Get you more monitors. I think new games only works for sports games. I even hate the issue though is that like top selling games, Call of Duty is usually one of the top selling games every year, just because casual audience and whatnot. But like my issue with especially like even sports games, you can just update the roster of the rosters of the characters, or even just sell like a $5 update or $10 update to update the rosters, kind of a thing, you know? The game mechanics haven't really changed much every single year. Maybe every 5 years push a new game, or every like 3 years if you like the drastic change. It's just greed. It's just greed. Server shutting down 30 minutes. Well, shit. Shutting down for 30 minutes. Downtime is expected to be 15 minutes. Means I'll have 45-ish minutes before the stream. Yeah, 2K in a nutshell, yeah. I'm really upset with how EA is like just brutalized like a lot of developers. So when I was playing like Battlefield, I was like, I'll play it if it was like free. I'm not giving EA $70 for a game that like I'm kind of only enjoying because I'm playing with like friends or like chat. Like I'm not a big shooter in the first place, but the only game I've ever paid $70 for was Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. And even then, I didn't technically pay $70. I had like the Nintendo voucher thing, which you get like 2 vouchers for $100, and you can get like 2 full price games. And honestly, I didn't even really play Tears of the Kingdom that much. I played it a lot, but I never finished it. I got bored. I just didn't enjoy it as much as I liked Breath of the Wild. I've been using the laptop since my computer broke, and we have it hooked up to my monitor so I can see stuff better. I like having 2 screens. What are y'all doing with the computer? Are y'all like saving up to buy you a new one, or like waiting for like Tyler to upgrade and you get his, or like what's the deal? That's why it's a little quick. Also, your computer broke? I thought it was just your laptop broke. Your computer itself broke? Was it the laptop battery broke on y'all's vacation? And then you came home and your computer broke? New one. And turn it off because it might not turn back on. Lovely. Okay, so you have a new computer, y'all are just waiting like parts to come back in or something? Or like a return to happen? Where am I going? What is happening here? It's the dead end? Fucking with me. Going to send my computer and they are going to fix it and send it back just to make time to bring it to the UPS office. What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? The UPS office, Bree. Get to that office, Bree, right now. Don't know where it is. I don't know if there's one closer to you guys, but isn't there one next to Albertsons in like Hammond? I'll look up. Don't dox me, guys. Yeah, Bree, it's in the shopping center. The Albertsons is the one that I usually go to. You know that shopping center where CC's Pizza used to be? You might not know that place actually, but got it. You can probably buy packaging stuff from them. If y'all haven't like found it elsewhere, or you can go to Walmart. Oh yeah, I do remember Tyler asked me if I still had my stuff. And I was like, LOL, we just threw it away like a couple weeks ago. After I held on to it. Forever. Realm shut down, not like this. Poor Windows. For now, Bree, you need. Hey, we got another gift. Bree, if that computer stops working, then what are you gonna do, huh? How are you gonna play Marvel Rivals? Or what other game you're playing right now? Peak with your family. Minecraft, maybe. I don't know what you guys are doing. You're gonna beat up Douglas to take his computer? Huh? That's what I would do. He's small, you're big. Be easy. Tell him he's grounded. Don't give him a reason why, and just be like, I'm taking your computer. And then just go play his computer. He is having problems too. Okay. I still have my old computer. I got rid of it, or I got a new one because of streaming. It was working perfectly fine otherwise. I'll ask Tyler if he would like, if y'all would like it, and then y'all can just have that at least until y'all like get stuff fixed or whatever, and then y'all can just keep it afterwards or for parts. I don't give a shit. It's literally sitting, gathering dust next to me right now. Worst case scenario, you can give it to Liam. Once y'all get everyone else's computers, just be like, Liam, look, new computer for you, bud.
Hold your tongue.
I'll message Tyler right now. He is talking about all y'all's computer problems. You want my old computer?
Well,
Alright. I messaged him privately. If you don't want it, that's also okay, but figure out an offer.
there you go.
Lags and freezes. Has Tyler done any work on it? Like scan for viruses, that kind of stuff?
Got my eye on you.
Some PC parts laying around. I need that cheesecake. Wild. It's so fucking funny. He did something to it, not sure what. Okay. The cheesecake is addicting. Yeah, no, once again, I'm not a big cheesecake person, but my wife and Brie both love her cheesecake a lot. And she has like a crazy variety of cheesecakes. I don't know if Brie wants to send me some pictures of it on Discord. I'll share it. I'll show the pictures on screen. Just to taunt and tease you about cheesecake. Can't remember. Is Douglas's computer like Tyler's old computer, right? Can't remember how old that is though. Could just be outdated. I remember the days where you would fix a lot of problems with like defragging your computer. Life's crazy like that, chat. It was like 2-3 years ago. Okay, it's probably not super old then. I'm gonna start moving some of my stuff into the stash in case I run out of time later. In case the server restart time takes longer than expected. I wish I could bulk move into guild stash, but they only made it happen to personal stashes. So I can bulk move out of my stash, but I can't bulk move into the guild stash, unfortunately. Pog, what do we get? Bottle of Faith. Not that bad. You have to take off an item though, at least one item. So, what do you think your worst item is? At least it's not voided, you know? Might just sell it. What does it sell for? Yeah, what's the map sell for though? Map isn't gonna sell for the same price as the item. The issue with the maps on like somewhat cheaper uniques like that, is that it has to have a market for people wanting to actually buy it. Most people probably who are looking for Bottle of Faith probably aren't looking for Evaldo's map. They're probably just gonna go buy a Bottle of Faith, right? Whereas the bigger ones, like, you know, Mage Blood, people will be looking for those because that's how the people who run Valdos make money. I thought you make a lot of money running the smaller maps. Oh, Brie wants me to show some stuff for you guys. Or for Mick. Mick. Here you go. We sent a lot of pictures. Here's one of them. Cheesecake. Wow. Got a turtle one, a traditional one. Here's a rainbow funfetti and a strawberry one. She sent like 8 pictures, by the way, so be prepared. Me in the stream? Hell yeah. A pineapple upside down cheesecake, a lemon cheesecake. Why does this one have me in the stream? Everyone else is like cropped. That one wasn't though. I didn't edit that one. It's okay. Double chocolate cheesecake, key lime. Well, I've had this next one coming up. It is really good. I had the Butterfinger one. It was delicious. I'm not usually a big cheesecake person, but this was really good. I also love peanut butter, so. Then this looks good too, but I love butter pecan stuff. I haven't tried this one though. Banana coffee, I assume. Banoffee. Bourbon peach cinnamon roll. Chantilly. That's probably, I think Chantilly is one of my wife's favorite ones. This one and cookies and cream, which that one's coming up next. Coffee cheesecake. And then this one right here is my wife's favorite. The cookies and cream is my wife's favorite. That she's tried. She hasn't tried all these yet, but yeah. And these prices are like for the whole cake, depending on the size of the cake. So like you can get like a 4-inch. I think it goes up to like 8 or something like inch cake. But at the farmer's market, she sells individual slices and stuff for much cheaper. I got pinged somewhere. Off topic general. Hog chip looks banging. We got 15 minutes left. All right, yeah, we're not gonna run on the map. I'm just gonna keep moving fragments and stuff. Trying to finish the beast scarabs that I already have in the map device before this is all over with, though. Yeah, those are some of the cheesecakes that lady offers. She does random flavors every once in a while to test out new flavors, which is really cool. She also sells like cheesecake bites, so it's like little bitty squares, and you can get like little samples of it. It's really nice. Bree's over here pre-ordering her cheesecakes. Already planning for Christmas. Bree's got the details for all the sweet upcoming new flavors that no one's aware of. Oh, another picture from Bree. Oh, this is the bites. Here's a picture of the bites. See, like the little bite-sized squares. Cheesecake. Why'd you just say cheesecake? Oh, she meant to do like a little note. Got it. That makes more sense. Let's see if we have any T16.5s that we just mistakenly threw in here. Put them in a dump stash or somewhere. Nice, okay. Got these 4 as well. Gems. You guys can eat it. Put all these out. Delve. Yeah, we'll take these out. Delirium. Oh, I got a little bit of those, but I'll take them out. Gift cards. This will be a little bit annoying. Actually, let's just upgrade stuff to at least screaming. A phone didn't emote it. Yeah, you don't have that the add-on on your phone, unfortunately, and the app doesn't work. The app itself doesn't work. It's only a Chrome app kind of thing. So unless you're watching Twitch in Chrome on your phone with the app installed, it wouldn't work. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Messages from my wife. Does she want it? Maybe find it's time to move all my desk stuff around and actually use my standing desk. Maybe the plan is to, if this stream ends or like the live stream ends early for POE2, maybe I end my stream early as well and try to use that time, because tomorrow, hopefully, I can play a long amount of Last Epoch. Is the goal, because it's like a league start ish, you know. Is Lily in the league? That's Dun. That's not Lily. Alright. I'm gonna put one of these in here. I'm gonna give the other one to Nazi. What is that? What is what? What did that say? Last Epoch. Oh, it's another video game. Put a blood jewel for somebody. It's another game, kind of like Path of Exile, but like different. What? Who has a random? Okay. Also, that's not where I want to put that. I want to put that in here. But it starts tomorrow. It's pretty cool. Pretty excited for it. Hopefully it ends up going well. Alright, I think anything else after this point. Well, these actually I'll put in there. Anything after that point, you're just gonna have the message about it. Trathis gems, Trathis gems, Trathis gems, Trathis gems. Awakened? Oh, do I have any other awakened gems? Trans. A couple of those. Okay, something I grabbed just wasn't. That wasn't. All right, we got 4 minutes. We're just gonna hang out. We're just gonna exit, hang out. What do we want to look at? We can look at the Path of Exile build subreddit. The fuck? Started the Valdos map? Can't clear it. You started the Valdos map when you had like 4 minutes left? Can't clear, are you dying or are you just unable to kill stuff? You want me to come try? Is my character stronger than yours? I don't actually know. I have to take off an item. What's my weakest item? Boots? It's all my auras though, so no. Maybe Sniper's Mark? Can't beat my helmet. I mean, I guess I get to go for ring. Okay, that's gonna hurt a little bit though. I can try to kill him. I don't know if I can, but I'll do my best. Are they like right here waiting for me? We'll find out. Can't use movement skills? Okay, got it. Hello? Is there the feared anywhere around here? Ow, ow! Is that one of the feared? Come here. Get over here. Get over here, buddies. Separate. How much time do we have left? Pushing it close. 2 minutes. Okay, we don't have time to actually separate. Let's just fight. I need to not fight inside of the giant AoE thing that's happening right there, though. Oh, I'm tickling her. There's zero chance. I think I could finish it if I was given more time. But I think it's a no. If I had more time that wasn't a minute left, I think it would be good. I could have played like more defensively and like walked around. But yeah, that's a yikes for me, bud. Have fun, Nick. Womp womp. Lost. However many divs it was. I see if anyone needs help. Instack Slayer. I meant Trickster. Okay, that actually makes more sense. That's my video. That's my video. That's my video. That's so cool. I love seeing my own video. That's so cool. I just clicked off of it without hitting send. I'm gonna kill myself. Okay, it's still there. Hello, ready for LE? Yeah, I am actually pretty ready for it. Right now we're in downtime for a few weeks of patch, so we're kind of just hanging out, to be honest. Like I said, I am ready for LE. LE starts, I believe, tomorrow at 11, right? Is there a countdown on the website? 11 a.m. Central. So yeah, so it's actually I'll probably start a little bit earlier. I'll start like an hour earlier tomorrow than I usually do because you just start at noon. But I'll start early so I can play on launch. I know you didn't ask me to, Nick, but I'm gonna play probably a Lich. I like the Flaith skill; it looks cool. I like the ideas of liches in general fantasy stuff. Just undead mages usually dealing with blood magic kind of vibe. That's really cool. I've only seen this happen a couple times so far, where people have shared my content without me sharing it. It makes my heart happy to know that people are enjoying my content a little bit. But we have downtime for the next like 10 minutes, I think, estimated for POE1. We're gonna get back in. We're gonna try to finish grinding the beast scarabs that we have, and then we're gonna itemize the beasts and throw them into the guild stash. And then once the POE2 live stream starts in like 54 minutes, we're gonna watch that together. I like my mother-in-law. What does that mean, Dunic? Turning Smite into KB. I think I saw this one, and he was like, "Actually, I'm just gonna stick with my stuff now." Yeah, not gonna swap. It seems just upgrades for Smite now. Yeah, yeah. So I looked at this last night before I went to bed, or not before I went to bed. I looked at this last night because I woke up at like 1 a.m. and I was like, I'm just gonna look at Reddit for a bit. You like witches and stuff like that? I do like witches and stuff like that. That's fair. witches are very cool. In both reality and in fantasy. But if anyone has any questions or anything like that, any help with anything right now, like I said, we're down for the patch for POE1 right now. So we're kind of just vibing. But if you have questions, like you want, share your POP, or you just want to ask something about my build, or even your own build, or maybe you have a build from another creator, and they haven't answered your question, so you're just seeing if I can help, feel free to ask. Or we'll talk about Last Epoch. We can. Is there somewhere? I think someone said max roll. That I can like, is there like a POB for LE Planner? That's what I'm looking for. Thank you for following Kerfuffle Dax. What a kerfuffle. Appreciate the support, bud. Let me know if you have any questions or need any help with anything. Like I said, we're kind of in a downtime right now while PoE 1 patch is going out. So we're kind of just vibing. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Chat, I 100% have no idea how this game works. I played 4 hours of it. So you start as an Acolyte. Have to spend up like a certain amount of points. Oh, okay. I vaguely remember this is how it works. And you get access to these now. But obviously, if it has like a connection, like for instance, I can't just go skip to this right here because I have to do the starter thing first. But I can't go here now. Okay. Their skills are locked by your class, right? In Last Epoch, like Acolyte has these skills. No one else really has these skills. It's just an Acolyte thing. Rip Blood sounded cool from the thing. So maybe we'll play Rip Blood. Can I do this at the start? How do I know which level, what things I start with? Chat, please, I'm stupid in this game. I don't see level requirements. Do I start with all 8 of these? There's no way, right? Unlock with character level. Okay, which character level? So Aura of Decay and Flay are specific to the Lich. Reaper Form sounds cool. What the fuck is... Oh, I think Reaper Form is what I tried to do the first time I played. And I wasn't very good at it, chat. Oh, what the fuck is this? There's no chance I'm gonna have any idea what I'm doing with this game. When I go to play it, you don't even start with any skills? None of it? Okay, what do I get at... Okay, that doesn't work. 4? Get my first skill. I pick one of these. Okay, now I see stuff. 2? No, it's 4, because I see the thing right there. 4. So I can start with Rip Blood. Interesting. Very interesting chat. Chad, don't be mean to me. Oh. Are we missing a POE2 stream right now? Just got a noti. I think it's just live. And it's on the countdown thing. Yeah, it's 45 minutes left. It's probably just live and doing the countdown thing. You know how they do? Yeah. So we're not missing anything unless you want to watch a countdown timer go down for a bit. I took a nap, so I'm a little groggy. No problem, bud. Look at all the people that are she's just playing Metal Gear Solid 4. What a Chad. Warcraft. I forgot that I'm Exile plays Warcraft a lot. No. New sponsorships. Chat, this stream is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. That's so sweet. People are too sweet. That's too sweet. Why is Tyler not this nice to me, huh? Hmm. 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 Alright. Huey wants to be back up now, I assume. I said, what are you saying fuck me for? Update queued. Nice. We're gonna do this update, and we're gonna go run to the restroom, and we're gonna play a little bit more. Try to finish our scarabs in the next 45 minutes, which we should be able to do, I think. And then itemize our beast, give it to the guild, do an 07, and go watch the stream. Alright. Be back, chat. We'll go to the restroom first before we get into the grind. Coming back, chat. Ugh. What did I do? You know you did. I'll beat you up. I have messages from my wife. Got her. We have about 30 minutes. 30 minutes, chat. What's the new update? Honestly, it's probably nothing, right? It's probably... Did they even announce what it was? Oh. Huge Helena buff. What? You fucking with me? What's happening? Honestly, I don't even see patch notes. Where does one find the patch notes? Guess I'll go to the POE forum. The ID's your inventory now? Who the fuck is Helene? Oh, is this the bitch in the corner over here?
Greetings.
Oh, shit. Well, I guess I gotta move her out of the corner now.
Hello.
That's actually a cool buff. Did they actually release patch notes for what just happened? Or are we just like... I think this is it right here. Added support for upcoming announcement and new supporter packs. Helena now offers mass identification to your inventory items in your hideout for a reasonable price, of course. That's pretty much it. I guess just like more shit coming announcement wise. We're gonna... I mean, the thing's mostly about POE 2. I didn't unidentified. Do I have anything unidentified in here? How much does this cost me? I'll have to actually move her somewhere useful now.
Hello.
Oh, it costs scroll. You have to be holding the wisdom scrolls?
Keep your life to your own.
Oh wait, maybe it's because I don't have any wisdom scrolls in my thing. Can it just be in my stash? Alright, if it can be in my stash and it works, then I'm happy. But if I have to be holding them, I'm gonna be pissed.
Hello.
Okay, it can be in your stash.
Journey well.
Time to get some coffee and chill with my favorite streamer. Aw, that's too sweet. You guys are being too sweet to me. You guys are being too sweet to me. Alright. Wait. Yes, that's what the new patch just updated. It's right here. Literally, that's the only change that happened just a second ago. Helena can now mass identify inventories in your things for a reasonable price, of course. And it's the price of however many wisdom scrolls it costs. So pretty sweet. And it says added support for upcoming announcement. So I assume there's going to be an upcoming announcement that impacts POE 1. I know the stream is for POE 2, but there must be something with POE 1. But yeah, the mass identification thing alone is pretty sweet. We take that, chat. I'll have to move Helena to a more reasonable location in my hideout now then. Also, we're going to put it on Helena. I think they wanted to give her a purpose to exist besides just showing you the hideout. Yeah, she's going right next to my stash now. That's pretty sweet. No, you don't have to be holding them. It pulls from your stash. You have an item on me right now? I do. So, look, I'll put my wisdom scrolls into here. So they're just in the stash. You see?
Greetings.
You can identify it. I got no wisdom scrolls in my inventory. Boom, identified. You control click her as well. Oh, okay. Let me try that then. Let me get some more unidentified items. Okay. Sure, I have some unID items. There we go. Oh, maybe she just hates you, I guess. Control, like left click? Does it actually be close to her to do it?
Greetings.
Oh, it does. Control clicking does work. Very cool. All right, Helena. You're going on a trip. Helena. Helena, get over here. Helena, don't be like this. Helena. Don't look at the 1,000 items that I have everywhere. You're like best friends with Kirik now. You're like you guys are really cool together. I think you're facing the wrong way though. Actually, I have no idea. Helena, are you standing inside the thing? You are. Helena. You know what, Kirik actually? Can she sell stuff? Can I sell stuff to her?
Greetings.
I actually don't need Kirik here anymore. Kirik, you can move away a little further. You can go stand by this old man over here. Actually, you go stand by Lily. You guys are now buds. Nope, stop doing what you're doing. Lily, y'all are a little too close. Can y'all scoot it apart? Thank you. Helena's my new friend now.
Hello.
Thanks, Helena. Okay. Yeah, so you control clicker. You can also control plus left click on her to auto ID your inventory. Hey, what level are you? And how much int do you have? I'm pretty simplex and helical at the moment. This character is in a private league. This character is level 94 with 800 intelligence. It has abysmal gear. But my trade character is different. My trade character you can see on my builds command. Right here. Awesome, thank you, bro. No problem. On that Google document, flashbang warning. Right here at the bottom is my trade character, where I left him at. He's at 1500 int at level 100. And like you can see his gear here and stuff. So. My 1500 int on PS5. I've heard the console market is pretty rough. I have someone else that comes by once in a while and asks questions. And I'm like, oh, you can do this. And they're like, no, on the console market, I can't. And I was like, oh, all right. Well, best of luck, I guess. I'll give you the best advice I can. to help you out as needed. Console market sounds really, really hard, to be honest. Trade is rough, but playing is really all the same. Yeah.
Greetings.
If you're a trade player, I imagine it's a nightmare. If you're playing SSF, though, I mean, it's just the same game, right? But yeah, so this character, I made them in, we had a group found private league that I hosted. It's still going on for like a month because players voted to extend it. But yeah, this character's in our group found. It's like 4 or 5 of us playing kind of thing. So not a traditional trade league. We're kind of using what we got. A little scrappy. Yeah, if you have questions, bud, feel free to ask. Always happy to answer things.
Greetings.
The new Helena update's pretty sweet. I'm not sure if console gets updates the same time as PC does, but
Greetings.
if it doesn't, Helena now mass identifies items in the new update that they just released, like literally like 30 minutes ago for PC, which is pretty cool. Yeah, we get all the same time, I believe, but thank you for early knowledge. No problem, bud. If you don't have questions, feel free to ask. I'll be switching over to Last Epoch tomorrow to play Last Epoch, but always happy to answer POE questions. So never be afraid to come here and ask things. What's Twitch saying? I had 3 things ID and said I didn't have enough. Maybe you don't have enough wisdom scrolls in your stash, Windows. Maybe you're a broke bitch. I died, chat. I died talking shit. That's just karma. I think actually this will probably be the last map I run, and then I'm gonna go see what beast I have to give up, and run a couple beasts myself for like random goodies. Could leave with chat. Also, for those that like the same intelligence like my character is, like 1500 int. Typically, when you're at that point, getting to like 2000 is a bit of a crawl. So it's all just like minor upgrades. It's like, oh, getting perfect tier 1 intelligence on all your rolls kind of thing. Oh, spending like 200 divine, I don't know, console markets on like this gem. It's a slow crawl to get there. But you can get there. It just takes time and effort or money. Or money, actually, I guess. I was just pretty happy with where my character was already at. So I didn't really feel the need to, like, grind out perfection. Like, I already did all the content I really wanted to do. I could kill Ubers and stuff without too much of an issue. I could die to random mercenaries for fun. This is the wrong character, but yeah. What did I take? That'll do it. Also on a less res thing. That'll do it. All this extra elemental res is hurting me when I have less res. Drop you a sub, man. I'll be back. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. I appreciate the support. Thank you. See, chat? YouTube chatters are real. They support me just as much as you on the Twitch chat. They're doing their best. Like I said, it is insanely hard to get like partnered or whatever on YouTube compared to like getting affiliate on Twitch. Ooh, I need to post more videos as well. I think one of the things is you gotta have like a shit ton of like watched hours or whatever. Fringe. Hey, I got the notification for that's up now. It says 2 minutes ago. Why is it notifying me so much later? Appreciate the sub though, Getty in gaming. I know you might have left already, but appreciate it. I think I already said it, but still. We're thankful in this channel, chat. Alright, let's go kill some beasts.
Hello. Farewell.
Weird hearing her talk and not hearing Carrick talk. I just threw... It's whatever. It's whatever. What did I just throw there? It's whatever. Alright, beast time. Let's use the fancy exit, or entrance, rather. Bestiary entrance. Alright, let's see if we got anything cool. Hide unusable. Random currency sounds sweet. Might try that. Unique belt. Could get a mage blood. Gotta try it. Reroll synth. Oh, we got some vivid vultures. Oh, we also got a bramblejack. Oh, I thought we got 2 bramblejacks. Means we could level up. We're almost leveled up with that. I think that's fine. I can give that to someone who has like a low level awakened gem. We do have a Phenumal, so we can split once if we wanted to. We have some fair rules. We can do this stuff. I guess let's do this stuff first. Do a bingo sheet, but I don't know anything about POE2 really. Yeah, I don't want to do a bingo sheet because I have no idea what's going on with that game right now. If I had kept up with the content, I think it'd be cool, but honestly, I haven't really paid attention to it until like recently. Even recently, it's like barely. Let's go gambling! Yeah, Brie was talking about so many things earlier. She talked more about cheesecake after you left, Tyler. Like we taunted Mick with like pictures of Mel's cheesecakes. And she talked about computer problems and how she's kind of enjoying having 2 monitors because you hook her laptop up to her monitor, so she has 2 monitors kind of thing. And she like, we can't turn the laptop off though because we don't know if it'll turn back on. And I was like, oh my god. And I was like, well, worst case scenario, you could always just ground Douglas and be like, I'm taking away your computer, you're grounded. And then just play his computer. And she's like, Douglas is having troubles too. And I was like, okay. Like, I have a computer. I know it's not necessarily the best in the world, but if you guys want it, pop off. We talked about something else too. What was it? Yeah, we talked about how like she was like, "Oh yeah, we have to like send it to my computer. They're gonna fix it and send it back. And I was like, oh, well, did y'all send it off yet? And she's like, no, we just gotta go do that. And I was like, what are you doing right now? And she's like, nothing, Lamau. And I was like, look, I was like, go send it off. And she's like, but I gotta get a box, and I don't know where UPS office is. And I was like, UPS is by Albertsons in Hammond. Both kind of sick. Stop getting sick. You guys should just drink orange juice constantly, you know? Mostly his fault. What did he do to his computer? Did he like throw juice on it or something? Or like Coke? Or does he visit some questionable Roblox websites? Open another game and not close the previous one fully? That's just like Ghazi. Ghazi did that while we were playing Battlefield. Did I just like miss one of the dudes? What happened? Oh, they're here. Harlequin boys and girls. Yo, I actually just mentioned your name. And you showed up. Tyler literally just said, was talking about his kid, about how his kid's computer's like not doing well. And he said it's his own fault. And I was like, oh, what's he doing? And Tyler said, he will open another game and not fully close the previous one. And I was like, oh, like Ghazi did while we were playing Battlefield? Classic. Guys, are you home? Oh, you said you get off work around the same time as like the stream start, the live stream starts. Yeah, I posted that in the Discord, and we talked about it on stream already. It is a really cool update. I moved Helena right next to my stash now, and kicked Carrick to the curb. Because Helena also you can also sell items to her. You can also, like, she'll pull, so it costs wisdom scrolls. But it'll pull wisdom scrolls from your stash. I'll go show you. Actually, I want to show two things real quick. Let's put this here. So,
Hello.
see, I don't have any wisdom scrolls in my inventory. This just pulls from my stash. Okay, identified. What you can also do though is you can just control clicker.
Greetings.
Okay, identified one item. So if you don't want to go through the menu or whatever and click it, you control clicker. She identifies it. Pretty sweet update. Also said they
For no god!
the patch note said added support for an upcoming announcement, so I'm interested to see what that is. It might just be POE2 stuff, but it'd be cool if it was like some kind of POE1 thing as well. You bitch. Oop. It is gone. What? Who's gone? Ooh, also Gazi, I got a couple of the beasts that level up awakened gems. Finally! With the Clothing Whisper ring? But Gazi, do you want this character, or do you want me to offer it to other people? Oh, you have a kid. Kid's at daycare. And you're just hanging out some coffee waiting for POE2 news. Got it. But Numis. Although people with no one really seemed interested, I'll take it, but I'd rather make Smite Trickster than did K-Bach. Alright, I'm just gonna throw it in the guild stash then and tell people it's there. And you guys can all figure it out. You guys can all figure it out. Yeah, no problem. I'm gonna itemize some of the beasts. I already put like most of my currency and stuff, or pretty much all my currency, into the guild stash. Yeah, Mick, if you want the whole character, I'll just give you everything I have. If you want to play it privately and whatnot. Oh, you said Warden KB. Never mind, get out of here, gross. Warden doesn't use in-stacking wand, though. The rest of the gear is kind of medium at best. You always just level yourself a trickster, smile. Yeah. I think a minus 100 ring, a minus 60 ring, a minus 50 amulet. So. I didn't finish the Merc gear. Like, they don't have like a helmet or gloves or anything like that. So like you can obviously make them better yourself as you invest more. Honestly, I spent way more time trying to get an Awakener's Orb than I thought I would have to. And that just ate up like all my time for like building the character. Yeah, the Awakener grind was insane. I think I got like 10 or 11 kills before I got the Awakener's Orb. Which I don't think is like the average. Worst case scenario, if no one wants the character as is, Rev wanted me to make them an instack wand. So you could just have the wand and y'all pick apart the rest of the gear. I do though. Well, if you're going to Warden, Warden doesn't do instack. What's good to level with Trickster? I mean, you could do Power Second Mines, so you can do Exsanguinate Mines. But honestly, I leveled as Kinetic Bolt Trickster, and it worked out really well. It wasn't that hard. Honestly, once you get level 4 and you get, like, Volley, the game becomes smooth, buttery smooth easy. Once you get, like, 25 and you can put on Prism Weave, you're sailing. Okay. Well, Mick, get on. Switch over. Once I finish these beast things. Yeah, Warden's not instack. Warden just stacks tincture stuff and flat damage. Yeah, tinctures do suck. That's why I don't want to play the Warden one. I'm about to finish up these beasts right here, and then you can get all of the loot. You can, it's not as good. I mean, technically, yeah, technically you always can, right? Stack stuff, but it's not gonna be nearly as good as like a Deadeye or a Trickster. Even Elementalists can technically stack. Oh wait,
Hello.
Identify. Even Elementalists can technically stack stuff, but still, once again, not as good. Alright. I'll give the character as is with all the stuff. You can always sort it out yourself later. That's your problem, not mine. Such a cool new thing. Yeah, thanks, GGG. I appreciate it, buds. Oh, I need more points. Mick, did Mick join? You, Mick? What was I doing? Oh, right, I was taking off my passive tree stuff. I think that's the last. Oh, no, I lied. I have a Watcher's Eye here. Yeah, this character, like I said, if I come back to the league, I'm not going to be playing this character, so I'm going to be playing probably my Cold Dot Elementalist to start testing everything. Some of this gear is pretty okay. Some of this gear is absolute asshole. That's your problem. That's not mine. Make sure you have an empty inventory, Mick. I'm throwing everything at you. Besides this offhand stuff. This offhand stuff, I'm just going to chunk like this.
Can I help?
Give me your actual merc too, please. I can't give you the merc itself. I can give you like some of the gear. Looking for a place to sleep. I don't even have a good one. I just have a. I don't have a Fallen Reverend, unfortunately. Do not. Oh man, I'll put it in the guild stash. It's fine. You also get my cogwork. I haven't crafted on it, but I'm entrusting it to you. If y'all get a split beast and a black Morgan, you can split it 3 ways and you have 3 cogworks. There's technically for everyone else who's in the guild, I have a cogwork in here as well. So you have 2 cogworks that can split 3 times. Y'all get a black Morgan and Phenomenal Plague Arachnids. So y'all can have 6 cogworks between everyone in the thing if y'all end up getting it worked out. But that's on you guys to figure out. Not on me. Alright. Alright, Gaza, you wanted something from here? Oh yeah, let me get my beast scarabs from here. Gazi, what do you want from the mercenary? Mick, do you need a dude? Actually, I'll just throw it in the guild stash. Okay, there's a Doriani's in the guild stash, Mick, if you want it. Rings are going into Dumpy. Tab 2. So is the amulet, and so is my cool Mortal Flesh that has determination effect if you have a striker. So y'all use that as y'all need to. Also, this right here is a good scepter to alteration spam on for wrath effect. If you get a in here. Tab 2 also has just a bunch of stuff that I threw in here randomly from my stash. I thought might want like T16.5 maps, Corrupted Blood Jewel, some dense fossils, the cool hands. Yeah. I also put in Tippering Orbs and Tailoring Orbs that I had are in the main stash thing, so feel free to live La Vida Loca with those. Yeah, everything else is in here. Like, so all my money I has in here. All my farm stuff is in here as well. There's many uniques as I could think in there. Ultimatum, I got my Careless in here. Got all my essences in here. All my fragments in here. There's a shit ton of fragment stuff in here. Like, look at all these. I have 2 Gifts of the Goddess, 3 Tributes, 2 Dedications. All my Delve stuff's in here. So, plenty of stuff for y'all to like mess around with. If you ever need something from my guild, my stash, like I said, nothing. I have maps and that's it. But in my rare stashes, I'm not gonna dump all this stuff in there because there's no room for all that. Just either message me on stream, let me know you want something, or post it in the Discord, and I will give it to you whenever I get a chance. But everything that's not a rare item is pretty much in the guild stash now. All right, we have 2 minutes. Let's do a gamble real quick. We have some money. If we hit like a headhunter or a mage blade for the squad. I don't know why I went to currency exchange. Hello? Are you an idiot? I am. 1 minute. Okay, this is the last gamble. No. Alright. We're gonna now go switch over to watching the stream. And I need to fix all my shit. POE2. Big ad. You can enjoy the ad. Oh, it's showing YouTube. That's so funny. There we go. All right. Let's turn music off.
Show us the true way!
I mean, if it's too loud.
I understand.
No, I might still be on. I might hang out a little bit.
I open your phone. The true Makuramakoi will rise.
Sprinting? They made movement speed, guys. They did it. We got movement speed. They're sprinting now, guys. Abyss! It is Abyss! You're right. That was looking pretty dope. Just want to point that out.
Now, as you can see, there's a lot going on, and we have a lot to reveal today. We'll start by going over Act 4, the next chapter in the Path of Exile 2 storyline. But that's not all. There's also 3 new interlude acts to get you to endgame, which means we're removing Cruel Difficulty too.
Oh shit!
After that, we'll be going through the massive changes to characters. I'm super excited to show you how I've overhauled the entire support gem system, added new skills, and yes, there are buffs. Next, we'll go over the Rise of the Abyssal, this season's exclusive league mechanic, and talk about the new rewards, crafting systems, areas, and bosses that it adds.
New crafting system?
After that, it's on to changes we're making to the endgame. Then it's time to talk about items, crafting, and oh yeah, trade. That's going to be a big one. We'll then go over our new supporter packs and finish up with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile 2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat.
They're testing it out.
And after that,
at
4 PM Pacific, patch notes. They're not quite complete, but they should give you some nice details to chew on. We've got a lot to cover today, but first, another announcement. When the 3rd Edict launches on the 29th, we'll be having a free weekend for Path of Exile 2. That's right, Path of Exile 2 will be free for the first time without requiring an early access key. The free weekend will end on September the 1st, so you'll have plenty of time to give the game a try. Alright, let's get started with Act 4. The story continues from the end of Act 3. Doryani has agreed to help you find an ancient weapon that can be used against corruption,
Rip servers.
the instrument of the 3rd Edict. The weapon was broken in ages past, but he believes that the pieces may be found in the Karui archipelago, the home of the Karui tribes.
Oh god, Toto's real, guys.
You will need to journey to Kingsmarch, hire a ship, and set sail. When you open the map, you can choose to sail any way you like.
Chat, you can
Act
sail.
4 is completely non-linear, and you can visit the islands in any order you choose.
Chat, there's boats.
Will you visit the pristine beaches of Whakapanu Island? The Karui whisper of a curse that afflicts all who travel there. Perhaps it's related to the weapon you seek.
What is
Or
that
maybe
skill?
you will
That's
visit
cool
the
as shit.
volcanic shores of the Isle of Kin. The Kin have been more restless recently,
That's cool. A
mining for
spiral
sulfite
attack?
and driven by
Spiral
some
attack?
dark force. Perhaps you will choose to consult with one of the local Karui tribes. Their ancient wisdom could hold clues to finding the 3rd Edict. No matter where you choose to go, you will fight dangerous beasts, find fabulous treasures, and battle incredible bosses.
A challenger!
Oh shit. Is that Minoko?
Yama sees your soul!
There are 8 islands to discover, each teeming with its own flora and fauna. Act 4 contains over 100 new monster types,
Oh, I got it.
16 new areas, 12 new bosses, and plenty of other interesting encounters.
Hey yo.
There's a huge
That's
amount to
it, bro.
show, but we're not going to spoil too much here. We want to give you a chance to
Booba
discover
chat?
it all for yourself. What happens after Act 4? Well, until now you had to repeat the entire campaign again before you could face the endgame. But after adding Act 4, the game is far too long to make you do that. We needed something else to do in between the end of Act 4 and the endgame. So what else could we do? Add 3 new mini-acts, of course, and we're calling them the Interludes. The Interludes are a set of 3 temporary side stories that will be included in the game until Act 5 is released, that will take you to level 65 where the endgame can begin. The first interlude sends you on a journey back to Ogham. Renly has
Honestly,
been
it's
leading
very
the efforts to
interesting
rebuild
try to,
Ogham
like,
village after the defeat
re-smaller
of Count
acts.
Geonor. But there's a new danger afoot.
The
The nearby town of Holton is surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, and each night their corrupted townfolk emerge to raid the local farmlands.
Oh shit, is this
You'll discover new areas.
Barovia?
And new bosses.
Dude, that spiral
You'll
fire
need to
attack's
find your way
pretty
through the
sweet.
darkness,
Oh shit, that's the wildwood?
uncover the source of corruption,
Soon you will serve our
Dude, he's
master.
literally
and
fully
defeat
Curse of Strahd. He's playing an organ.
I shall dance with that corpse.
and that's just the first interlude. The second interlude will have you return to the Vasteri Desert, where Asala has been given a sacred duty. When the skies align, the gifting of water requires a chosen Sekima to meet with the Selkari, guardians of the sacred water, but they're nowhere to be found. You will need to track down the Selkari, find those responsible for disrupting the gifting, fight even more new bosses, discover the secrets of the ancient ritual, discover new locations, and ultimately help Asala carry out her sacred duty. Now for Interlude 3. As royal thaumaturge of the Vaal, Doryani had plans within plans to save his people from the cataclysm perpetuated by Atzeri's lust for power. One such plan involved sealing a group of willing Vaal deep in a great mountain vault near the home of the Asmeri, deep enough to survive the cataclysm. Even though thousands of years have passed, he believes that their descendants may still live, and may be key to defeating the beast. The journey up the mountain will be dangerous. New foes stand in your way. And the further up the mountain you venture, the colder it will become. Explore caves of ice and enter the vault itself. Who can say what you will find
Yeah,
within?
it's pretty sick.
The interludes are 6 to 7 areas each and generally include 4 boss fights as well. When you put that together with Act 4, that adds up to 35 new areas in the campaign and 24 new bosses.
Honestly, them adding sprinting.
It's worth making clear
As
that
long
the
as it's not
interludes
like an
are
abysmal,
temporary.
like, stamina
When
bar,
Act 5 and 6 are added, the
pretty
interludes will be
sweet.
going away. These are side stories after all, but don't worry, the bosses and areas that make up the interlude are all part of the endgame. We're not just going to throw them away. And with that, we don't need cruel difficulty anymore. We do know that it was a pretty big chore to have to play through the campaign multiple times on each character.
Hell yeah.
And this was a huge
Appreciate the
reason
support,
that the
bud.
campaign could feel like a bit of a slog when playing through again. But we do also have another new feature to address that particular concern as well. So let's talk about sprinting. In 030, when you
terrible
hold down the
skirt
dodge roll
bar.
button, your character will go into a sprint after they finish the roll. This is available on all character classes, and there's no
The
limitation
stamina bar?
on how long you can sprint for. The primary purpose of this feature is to make navigating
Fuck
areas
yes, no
faster
sprint-
when
no
out of
sprint bar.
combat. Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground. The best
That's funny
idea
as
is
shit,
to
by
use
the
a
way.
skill when you see monsters. That'll break you out of the sprint so you can engage with no danger. If you do need to run away from monsters, just hold spacebar. You won't be vulnerable during the roll, and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster in the game,
shit,
allowing
you
you to
run so
retreat from
fast.
combat. Sprint is a pretty significant change to POE2's gameplay. What I like most about it is that we can accelerate the pace of the game for those who want that, without having to compromise on POE2's more visceral combat systems. Okay, so that's the new extensions to the campaign, but there's a whole giant league to play through as well. I'll leave that to Mark to talk about later. And that's because what I want to talk about now is the new stuff for your characters. And probably one of the biggest new systems here is with the support gems. Now, support gems are one of the most interesting elements to creating a build. They're what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play. But POE2's support gem system has just never been quite right. One of the major issues is the limitation
Please
of
let me
only
use
having one
multiple
support
gems.
gem of each type on your character. We didn't want builds to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports in every skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build. If you can only use each support gem on one skill, it means that you're encouraged to go all in on that one ability. And we want to encourage you to combo your abilities, something needed to change. So with that in mind, we've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem per character.
We're so
You can
up
now
right now,
use as
chat.
many copies as you like. This should drastically increase the amount of possible builds and increase the amount of skill diversity. There are a lot of potential builds that suffered from the previous restriction. For example, a poison build previously couldn't add poison to more than one skill. They couldn't use stacking poison on more than one skill either. This severely limited your ability to combo with anything outside of the specifically
Yeah, are they
designed poison
fixing
archetype,
POE2?
but now you can. Many
Thoughts,
utility
anybody?
skills previously couldn't scale to endgame, because the supports that would make them scale were more useful to use in other skills. You would never speed up killing Palm with martial tempo, when you would much rather use it on your primary skill instead. There are more examples like this all over the place. In addition to that, though, we thought there wasn't enough feeling of progression in the supports as you went through the game. There were only 3 tiers of supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at Tier 1. Also, there were no strict upgrades, meaning that upgrading supports when you ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking. In order to solve these issues, we now also have multiple levels of many supports as you
shit,
go
we're
through the
down
game.
1, 2, and 3.
For example, double barrel support gives you an extra bolt, but at the cost of 30% less reload speed. At Tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%. But then at Tier 3, the support gem gets something new. It now reloads automatically when you heavy stun an
Like
enemy.
Awaken gems.
In some cases, the highest tiers might work a little differently, and you'll have to decide if you like the upgrade or not, depending on your build. For example, rapid casting. The first couple of levels gives 15, then 20% increased cast speed. But then at Tier 3, it changes to a new approach. For each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds, you get 10% increased cast speed, which could be a pretty big bonus if you use a lot of different spells. So that's pretty good for upgrades through the campaign, but we wanted to add a little more
That's
spice to
actually
the
pretty cool,
endgame for
chat.
supports too. And that's where our new system, Lineage Supports, comes in. You can think of these like unique items, but for supports. There are supports that are only available at endgame, but they're much more powerful. Like Ratha's Assault. It's an upgraded version of Double Barrel that reloads your skill as you dodge roll, as well as
Unique gym
increasing the number of
supports?
bolts it can hold. But it does mean that it's the only way you can reload the skill now. Now, unlike regular supports, you can't find these through the uncut support gem. Just like unique items, many of these can be found from specific bosses.
That's actually cool.
And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too. Some of them are fairly rare,
Unique gems is pretty wild. That's pretty sweet.
others fairly common. Some of them are build defining. Others are just straight up power upgrades. All in all, there's around 40 lineage supports being added throughout the endgame, so there's a lot of power to find out there. Now, the new support gems are certainly going to open up a lot of builds, but of course we have a huge range of improvements to individual character classes as well. As well as adding new skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so that they can scale well into the endgame. There's a huge amount to cover here, so we're not going to discuss everything. We're just going to quick fire through some of the coolest changes.
Right now.
We wanted to make cold a more useful element on the Ranger, so we've expanded the cold tools available.
That makes
As well
sense.
as increasing its
Cold,
range,
useful on
Escape
range
Shot now creates
one.
fragments of ice whenever it hits the ground. These fragments explode after a short time, making the skill better for killing groups of enemies. But not only that, we added an ice fragment support that creates more of them when killing frozen enemies,
Oh, it makes little ones.
and a new buff skill called Ice Tipped Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments.
Oh, like little ice grenades.
This already gives clear to rangers wanting to use ice, but to take further advantage of the ice fragments, Freezing Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment, giving you a nuke-like ability.
That looks pretty cool. That looks
We've
pretty
also
good.
modified Snipe
Like
to
visually?
consume frozen from enemies, dealing a huge amount more damage, giving you a nice ice single target option. And something you might notice about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses. This is actually a change you'll see throughout the entire game. Since it's a lot harder to freeze a boss, you should get a bigger reward for it. Another theme you'll see throughout the game is making movement feel better. Toxic Growth is a skill that was pretty cool, but a bit annoying to use with the jump that it had. Now Toxic Growth is a range skill, so you can spam it more easily. And we've also added a new poison skill while we were at it, called Toxic Domain. It creates a small area around you that makes all your attacks create toxic growth
Such a
pustules,
classic arrow, kinda?
but attached to monsters.
Oh.
Another skill that was annoying to use was Electrocuting Arrow. It's now just a regular arrow, making it easier to use. But it also means you can support it with projectile supports. And it now also has Area of Effect, making it a tool for more than just single target, and allowing it to scale into the endgame. We also added a new spirit reservation called Mirage Archer. This is a meta skill that allows you to create shadowy clones of yourself to use a skill
I don't
of
know how
your
it's gonna be to
choice.
play it, but this is looking pretty good.
Of course, one of the other big problems the Ranger had was survivability. Evasion was the weakest of the 3 defenses, and we wanted to change that. Currently, Evasion doesn't evade all types of hits in the game, so you're
Maybe I
still
won't go
vulnerable
witch
to things
after
like
all.
slams
I
or
don't know, a lot of
unblockable
stuff looks
attacks.
really fucking sweet.
To make Evasion characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called Deflect. Unlike Evasion, Deflect works on everything, and if you successfully deflect a hit, you take 40% less damage. Items can now give you a mod that gives you some amount of deflection based on your
Kinda like
evasion,
suppress, but for hits instead of spells.
and there's a bunch of it available on the passive tree too. Deflection is rolled in addition to evasion, so this is an upgrade for regular hits too. And unlike evasion, there's no maximum chance. You can reach 100% deflect against all hits if you spec into it enough.
Ooh, I wonder if they'll add deflection to
Of course, this is a buff
POE1.
that helps all Dex characters, so the Mercenary and the Monk,
If you'll actually
but especially
go
the
into dex
Huntress, are
stacking
seeing
for
big
once,
defense boosts
instead
from
of
this
only
as well.
strength and
Speaking of defensive mechanics, let's talk about block and parry. Now, one of the big concerns on the release of the Huntress was parry feeling unreliable. One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and thus not parryable either. So a huge balance change we're making is that now everything is blockable, except for specifically unblockable red flash skills that bosses use. This makes parry much more reliable. And not only that, but to make block and parry nicer to use, you now also move faster than before while using these abilities.
Buff me, please.
This is a massive buff to passive block as well. So to counter that, we did have to lower the max passive block a bit, but overall you should feel much safer. Fire skills on the warrior were not really cutting the mustard, so we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well.
Ooh, you do
Let's start with a
fire
buff.
slam.
Volcanic fish are now branches into multiple fishes, giving it much more clearing potential. We've also added a new skill called Forge Hammer. This skill
Guys, you gotta
throws
play
a
that
molten
one.
hammer that does a slam at a distance. You can recall the hammer back by using the skill again if you like, but the cooler thing to do is to use a Warcry near it. Using a Warcry makes the hammer explode, making a bunch of volcanic fishes around.
You have Thor's hammer, then you can warp prime.
Volcanic fishes re-trigger when you slam them, so it's a great skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss. We also buffed Perfect Strike to have a much larger area of effect, and changed Molten Blast to not always force you to move forward. Trust me, it feels a lot better to use now.
I'm back in.
The skill now has massively boosted chance to ignite monsters as well. And you're going to want to ignite monsters due to a new glory skill called Ancestral Cry. Ancestral Cry charges up with glory by igniting monsters, invoking King Kaum's favor. After you do, use it to channel Kaum's ancestral power. Every attack will be ancestrally boosted with fire. Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic fishes, and molten balls will erupt from your attacks.
That looks nuts.
Warrior shield skills were another area we wanted to improve. Now that we've got sprint, we actually don't need to have a cooldown on shield charge anymore. And now also does more damage the further away you are when you use it. Shield wall got significantly upgraded AoE. Also, you can shield charge right through it to trigger all the walls. We also added a new shield Warcry. Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills. And Magma Barrier now doesn't require timing in order to use. Just wait for your shield to charge up and block.
It's like an explosive shield.
Seismic Cry now stuns enemies that are primed for stun. And we changed the Sunder interaction with Armor Break. It now also gives a Sundered Armor debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical damage. Great for bosses. Ancestral Warrior Totem has undergone some pretty significant changes too. We wanted the skill to feel more like using an ultimate. That summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal. So we've changed this totem to require 3 endurance charges to summon, and massively buffed its damage. It also now scales your weapon damage too. Since there's no limit anymore, if you build around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems. In order to make that easier, we added some new sources of endurance charges. There's now a support to make Perfect Strike generate charges, and a support for generating endurance charges from heavy stuns as well. Speaking of totems, we wanted to upgrade the Warbringer. Among the other changes we've made to this class, Answered Call now gives an extra totem, and the spirits have just been generally buffed in many ways. Use it with your limitless ancestral warrior forest to make an army of Karui that would make Tukahama proud.
Both work actually really good on POE2, right?
We've also merged the Great Wolf Howl and Warcaller's Bellow support, so that you can get all the benefits with 1 point.
I mean, that's pretty sweet.
And Encased in Jade no longer removes the Jade when getting hit, making it a much better defense. Next up, let's talk about accuracy. Accuracy was always intended to be something that warriors didn't need to care about very much so long as they're in close combat. But unfortunately, that's not currently the case. This was particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shatter, which you certainly don't want to mess with. So we significantly buffed your chance to hit at close ranges when you don't have much accuracy. Warriors shouldn't require any accuracy investment in order to hit with close range attacks now.
Oh, that's pretty sweet.
We also wanted to improve armor. Now, one of the major weaknesses of armor is the inability to defend against elemental damage. In order to mitigate this, we're adding a lot more of the stat that allows your armor to defend against elemental damage. It's now available on items and in a lot more places on the passive tree. One of the most important improvements we've made in 030 is to declunk the action and flow of shooting crossbows. You can now reload crossbows without any movement penalty. But not only that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This change benefits everyone, not just crossbow skills. With both of these changes put together, the run and gun playstyle feels much better. It's hard to explain how important this change is for the feel of the class. The Mercenary is also a good chance to talk about how we're rebalancing to make comboing skills much better. Take Shock for example. It buffs damage and lasts 4 seconds right now, but that isn't really giving you enough time to take advantage of it. If you're going to add a lightning skill into a build that otherwise wouldn't use one, we need to make mechanics like this much better. So we've increased shock duration on monsters to last 8 seconds. And skills like Plasma Blast, which are intended to be good at shocking enemies, now increase the damage bonus by a lot more. You'll find changes like this all around the game. Chill now lasts 8 seconds, giving you more of a reason to weave in cold damage. Freezing skills are better at freezing. Burning skills need to cause burns that last longer. But making skills like Permafrost Bolts and Incendiary Shot double down on how they're supposed to be used, it makes using them in your build alongside other skills much more likely. We're also making sure to buff specific combos too. The freeze explosions from frag rounds now chain to nearby enemies.
Ooh.
And using high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity rounds damage with every subsequent hit, even tiny pellets. So that means following it with a shotgun blast is way more effective. Now there's a lot more buffs to crossbow skills, but for now I'm just going to talk about the new one we added, the Mortar Cannon. This one lets you socket any grenade skill, and using it will summon a cannon which loads and then fires the grenade you choose.
Like a ballista? That's pretty cool.
Another issue on the Mercenary were banners. They were just not very good, so we're doing a big upgrade to them. They now last longer, don't disappear when moving out of them, and we removed the Valor mechanic. They now just give a much more consistent and stronger buff, and you can use them when you get enough glory. On Witch, one of the main focuses was making various minion types more useful to use together. Melee minions in particular were just not that great compared to ranged ones. As a starting point, we just straight up removed the requirement for minions to have accuracy.
Oh yeah.
Attack minions now always hit, which makes them way better. Brutes got some good numeric buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion. We've also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense. And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. The ice armor also makes the minion count as frozen, so the Brute's war cry can detonate them too. Unearth was changed to work on corpses of your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights. And they also got a new jump ability, allowing them to get into combat faster. Ray's Spectre was also feeling pretty weak for the spirit cost they have. To be honest, we were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them. We've both decreased the spirit cost for a large range of monsters, and have significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful. There's also a lot of new spellcaster weapons with newer cult skills. But I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particularly cool. The Reaping Staff is actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap. When an enemy is low in life, you can dash forward and rake enemies with the scythe to cull them instantly, healing you.
I wanted this in the original launch. I thought it was going to
You can also inflict critical weakness on enemies too.
I never found it.
Now, there's a lot of balance changes in the Witch's Ascendancy classes, but I'll just talk about 2 of them for now. On the Blood Mage, you were previously required to spend your first points on Sangomancy, which really was supposed to be the downside for being able to access the powerful abilities on the rest of the class. In order to make picking the Blood Mage a better early option, we've made Sangomancy free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately. On the Infernalist, the Demon form wasn't something people were really using because you lost your weapon stats while transformed. Well, you no longer do, so it's a much better option now. On the Monk, the Wind skills needed a big upgrade for sure. Staggering Palm can now stack up its duration if you use the skill multiple times in a row, so you can keep the effect of all your skills throwing up wind much more easily.
I didn't play Monk, so I have no idea this is.
Wind Blast had the purpose of building up to dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort. Now it just dazes on hit, meaning a single Wind Blast will make all your skills stun enemies more easily. Following up with Vaulting Impact on a dazed enemy previously did a bunch of stun. Now it allows you to break your enemy's stance. When their stance is broken, following up with a fast attack will do way more damage. A cool build that certain people always enjoyed in POE1 was hand-to-hand combat, but until now we just didn't have a real way to make it viable.
Oh yeah, the martial artist, right?
Well, that changes now. The Monk, as a true martial artist, now has the ability to learn the Hollow Palm technique. a keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed.
That's cool.
All quarterstaff attacks now have a special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks from stacking energy shield and evasion
That's
on your
fucking
character.
cool.
A new keystone we also added to the monk section of the tree is Walker of the Wilds. This changes mana leech to work with elemental damage instead of physical, which is pretty useful for all those elemental attacks the monk has, but it works well for the ranger too. Now, one of the least used ascendancy classes in the game is the Acolyte of Chayula, so we knew we needed to make some changes here. One of the key things we had to do was make the chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful. So we've added a new skill allowing chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze, embracing the elemental prowess of the monk in a truly chaotic fashion. In addition, we can make all of his chaos damage leech. And we've buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills. He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which leaves void illusions behind you as you dodge roll. If they're killed, they do massive explosions of darkness, dealing damage to everything in sight. Now let's talk about Sorceress skills. One of the things we wanted to improve on the Sorc is the ability to use multiple elements together more effectively. Now, this might seem small, but one of the things pushing you towards using a single element is debuffs like Elemental Curses, which lower resistances of a single element. In order to fix that, we're making quite a lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they apply to. So for example, there's no longer 3 curses for fire, ice, and lightning. Instead, there's just a single curse that buffs all 3 at the same time. And things like Frostbomb, which gave you cold exposure, now give elemental exposure. You can use it to buff any of your other skills. We also wanted to make switching between different weapon sets smoother, so you can use different elemental staves more effectively. To do that, we've removed the weapon switch time, and now happens instantly. This applies game-wide too. Now, we didn't just want to stop there. We wanted to add some specific mechanics that work between different elements, and that's where elemental infusions come in. Certain skills can now drop elemental infusions. For example, when a frostbomb explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to transform how they work.
You're a Lune now? Elemental stains?
Spark will create a nova of cold-infused projectiles. Ice Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground. And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode. Orb of Storms now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it. And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have one, you could cast a lightning flame wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it.
Oh, that's pretty sweet.
Or power up Ember Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits.
Interesting.
Or maybe go lightning on lightning with arc. This skill is now a projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full Palpatine. Get fire infusions by blowing up monsters with Living Bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a giant fire meteor from the sky. Or use it with Firestorm, which transforms it from a small area into a much bigger one. Firestorm is unique in that it can be infused by multiple different elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to rain down ice at the same time as the fire.
Cool.
And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix.
Let's get elemental stains in the game.
Or use it with all 3 to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic.
That's cool as shit.
Cold Snap has been simply turned into Snap. Previously you could use it to shatter ice, but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments, and makes them leave behind infusions. And just like how you could previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once. We also have a Spirit Reservation skill, and a support gem to help generate them too.
That's pretty fucking sick. Actually.
On the passive tree,
cool.
we've added quite a few new keystones to the Sorceress section. Here are a couple of examples. The Black Flame Covenant keystone converts your fire spells to chaos and causes your ignites to deal chaos damage. Your fire spells and ignites will also turn purple.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
The Ritual Cadence keystone causes your invocation skills to trigger more times.
This tree looks so much
It makes
more
them trigger
full than it was
periodically
when I
over a
first
longer
played.
duration instead of one. Great for those auto bomber builds. Now, in addition to skill changes, we've added a lot more options for the passive tree for each class. Overall, there are more than 100 new notables on the tree, usually
100
around
new
20 per
notables.
class, along with smaller clusters as well. Check out the old version. And here's the new version. It's a lot more dense,
Yeah.
and there's more interesting nodes than before.
I think there's a couple more things.
Now, we probably can't go through too many of these in the live stream, so I'll just show you one from each class's area of the tree. We tried to be a lot more thematic with the new nodes. So for example, the Molten One's Gift. It lets the benefit of Armor Break apply to your fire damage. Or how about Last Stand, which gives you lots of stats as your situation becomes more and more desperate.
That's kind of cool.
A lot of these have themes aligning with Ascendancy
Cold
classes.
ambulance, but not
Like for
for
the
me.
Gemling Legionnaire, for example. You have crystallized immunities, which makes you immune to different status ailments, depending on which support gem color you have socketed the most.
Do you have 100% equal?
Another Ascendancy class aligned
in all?
notable is Sanguimatic Rituals. It allows arcane surges to generate life instead of mana, unlocking that support gem to be used with the Blood Mage Ascendancy. In the Sork area, you'll find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a specific element. You become a Lightning Archon when you spend enough mana, after which all your skills will be converted to lightning, and you will do extra lightning damage as well. We have ones for cold and fire too, with different triggers. Here's another cool one. Elemental Practitioner gives crit bonuses if you've triggered a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers. Or maybe you'd like the Great Boar. It gives you a reason to stack dexterity to make you tougher, giving a bonus to life and stun threshold.
That's actually cool, yeah. Dex Doctors.
Or the Cunning Fox. It straight up gives you 5% quality to all your gems. Now, another major change is attribute requirements. We felt like players probably had a few too many nodes and attributes and not enough in interesting passives. So we lowered attribute requirements by 25% across the board.
That's pretty big, yeah.
That means you'll have more points to spend on interesting notables rather than just needing to allocate more strength, dex, and int. Now, there are way more changes than just these. These are just some of the cooler ones we wanted to show off, but I'd say that's just about enough for now. We're not even half done yet. So I think it's time that we talk about the League, the rise of the Abyssal. And to do that, I'd like to hand things over to Mark.
As you just saw, even though there are major changes to the campaign for this update, we want to make sure that every time you come back for an expansion, each area feels different with something extra going on.
Yeah, this is
It is
good.
really
This is a lot
important to
more than I
make
expected,
sure
to be
your
honest.
experience when returning between expansions is fresh and filled with new content. And the way we did this was through leagues.
Abyssal Hordes.
Every expansion we make has a league, which not only has a fresh economy, but also has new content exclusively available in that league. So, let's delve into the details of what Path of Exile 2's first official league is bringing to the table. The Abyssal are a race that have mastery of forbidden magics and necromancy. They were thought to be extinct, but have merely been biding their time underground. You first encounter signs of the Abyssal
looks
in
so
Clearfell,
cool.
where you discover that during the night, weaker members
visuals
of
are
the
so
Undead
good.
Legion have been attacking the encampment. The townsfolk require your help to investigate where the monsters are coming from and put a stop to their attacks.
Out there, ancient creatures, lurking beneath the surface.
As you proceed through Rayclast, you'll find fissures in the earth connected to larger pits. The monsters normally inhabiting the area are being affected by it, harmed by it even, having their souls eaten to strengthen the abyssal underground. As you defeat the monsters, the fissure closes and abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food. Once all those fissures have been sealed, the pit activates, and more abyssal pour out. This is where the larger and more dangerous monsters reveal themselves, as hordes of abyssal spew out from the pit to take your soul. If you kill a magic pack, then magic abyssal arise. If you kill a rare, then a rare monster will emerge from the pit, having absorbed some or all of its modifiers for itself. This means the monsters emerging will generally be more difficult and more rewarding,
headhunter
as each
stats.
modifier gives better rewards.
The monsters are getting headhunters. That's not fair.
If you are able to kill them all,
They're soul
the
eaters.
pit will seal shut. As each pit is closed, it reveals a potential reward. Abyssal troves will
advise,
rise
please?
up out of the pits, allowing you to
advise,
get
please?
some epic loot. Areas often contain
Show me
many
the Stygian
pits,
advice.
with many fissures, and the amount goes up as you progress through the game, getting more intense. It doesn't stop there. When monster mods are absorbed, they have a chance to become infused with the Dark Necromancy, transforming them into abyssal modifiers. For example, you defeat this monster with the Mana Siphoner modifier. Their soul is eaten by the pit, and a rare monster emerges.
Oh,
The
look at
Mana
it, it has
Siphoner
2
modifier
rings.
has transformed into Soul Siphoner, and is now amplified in danger and reward. Abyssal pits also interact with other monsters and mechanics. If you defeat a rogue
Dude,
exile that's
that
near
skill
one,
right there is so
it'll be
fucking cool.
revived as a
I'm not
Lichborn
gonna play a
that
melee
has
guy, but that
multiple
skill's so
abyssal
fucking cool.
modifiers. Lichborn exiles even have their own unique jewel they can drop, if you are lucky enough to encounter and kill them. If an abyss spawns near a boss, killing it will summon a gigantic Giga Larvae creature. Monsters imprisoned in essences near abyssal pits are affected by the abyss too. They will come with an additional new essence item that can be used to craft your items.
That seems to be this.
So, that's your bread and butter of the Abyssal League. Kill surface-dwelling monsters, kill the emerging abyssal, close the fissures, overcome pit encounters, and reap the rewards. There's a lot more to this league, however. As you complete abysses, you can find ancient pieces of bone, preserved from the remains of fallen Lichborn. These are one of the many rewards for your mission to seal the pits.
Desecrates a rare weapon.
You can use this on a rare item to imbue it with abyssal magic, adding a special hidden modifier to your item. But how do you reveal it? In Act 2 of the campaign, you'll encounter a new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men. After clearing through this area, you'll find the Well of Souls, a giant cavity with a massive vortex of souls swirling
That's
beneath
fucking
you.
cool, guys. That's fucking cool, actually.
So how do you reveal the mods on your abyssal-infused items? Obviously, just throw them in, right?
Abyssal
Yes,
June?
that's exactly what you do. Before throwing it in, you are given the option of how you want to transform it, in the form of a choice of 3 different modifiers.
Are you gonna have to fucking fight for whatever you
Once
choose?
you've chosen your desired mod, throw it in, where it will absorb the power of the souls, and the ominous creature will then retrieve it for you. These modifiers can be
Oh shit,
ones from the
look on
core
left.
mod pool, all the way through to specialized modifiers that cannot normally appear on items. During the campaign, you can use it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods, but during the
That's actually
endgame,
super
there is a
sweet.
whole
That's really
set of
good.
new and powerful mods you can add to your items. Like this mod for crossbows that allows you to place an additional ballista totem. Or this one that adds spirit to your staff.
Ooh, spirit.
Or this one that allows you to generate more combo with your quarterstaff skills. And speaking of endgame, you can also use the system to craft waystones. With a preserved vertebrae fused into your waystones, you can get some new modifiers that push difficulty and rewards to new heights. Here are some examples of those mods. You always get a choice of 3, so you can avoid anything you don't think your character is capable of. With this modifier, the natural inhabitants of the area are all spawned near abysses, and there are up to 9 additional abyssal pits in the area, making
sounds like
it
a
just a
lot.
full-on abyss ruckus. Or this one, which causes the final abyssal pit in the area to always result in a boss encounter, be it either one underground or one that emerges out.
Dark Domain.
There are dozens of these waystone modifiers in total you can get from this crafting. That covers the new crafting mechanic. So what's left? Well, we talked about how when closing pits you can get abyssal troves, but sometimes when closing an
Staging
abyss,
advice.
you'll reveal an underground cavern that leads to the abyssal depths.
He jumped
After
in.
jumping into the depths, you'll find an abyssal city, swarming
Animation
with
check.
legions of the undead. When underground, every single rare abyssal enemy will have an abyssal modifier. And at the end of the dungeon, you'll even find a rare with a more powerful Lichborn modifier. Once you're able to defeat this powerful rare, you can also find some nice rewards. Aside from the entire area being valuable due to the abyssal modifiers on the monsters, it has its own specific drops too. One example is a set of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgel's Leash. This support empowers both you and your minions when you command them, granting unholy might to you both. Another depth-specific outcome is a set of omen-like items that amplify your abyssal crafting. Additionally, we're adding some new socketables that can drop from the abyssal depths. Take Ulaman's Gaze, which can be socketed into your armor.
Deflect is literally
These
just
are a bit
suppress.
special, in that you can only have one equipped at a time, but give some pretty powerful effects. Think of them as almost a unique socketable for your equipment. In the endgame, where you can still find depths, you also start to find a different type of underground chamber. In these areas, you'll find an ancient spire, a device being used by commanders of the abyssal factions to plunge Rayclast into a lightless void. Your goal is simple: kill this commander and destroy the spire. There are 4 bosses in the Abyss League,
Hey, it's
and
like
there are
this
some
drone.
pretty cool uniques available from them. An example is this belt, Darkness Enthroned. It has 2 sockets. But hold on, socketables don't work on belts. Well, this belt has a special mod that allows it to count as a different slot for the purpose of socketables. This one, for example, counts as a helmet. I kind of want one that counts as a body armor. I wonder how rare that one is. You can also find this unique jewel, Undying Hate. This jewel transforms part of your passive skill tree into an abyssal version
Timeless tools.
and has multiple depths. The deeper it goes, the more of your passive tree is affected, allowing you to fulfill your fantasy of becoming part Abyssal Lich. Now, the last thing that Abyssal commanders can drop is a Finger of the Lich. But what use do you have with a random undead finger? Well, the next time you return to the Well
shit.
of Souls,
Jujutsu
with the
Kaisen.
finger in your inventory, your character will almost feel compelled. To do what, though, you might ask? To jump in. The items you threw in came back more powerful, right? So, what's the worst that could happen? Well, you will just have to find that one out for yourself.
Oh, you bitch.
Along with the
You
introduction
benchmark
of Act 4 and the interlude, we will be adding 25 new in-game maps. These maps will contain
Maybe
all the
25
new
new
monsters and
maps.
bosses we're adding, improving variety and giving you opportunities to experience the new boss fights many times. Let's take a look at some examples. Rock Pools is a map where you explore a shallow rocky coastline, surrounded by coral and filled with sirens. At the end is a giant Goblin King boss, ready to eat sulfite and squish you like a bug.
Hey, I got my squish drop. Make sure y'all get your squish drops.
Holton is an Ezomite township which has seen better days. Explore and clear the township to find a gothic, Reaper-like boss, with the ability to manipulate storms and fry you with both lightning and wither you with chaos. Given some of the new bosses added are a bit more epic, such as the Act boss and final bosses of each interlude part, it would be a bit of a waste to just use them as regular map bosses. Instead, we'll be adding some new mechanics to the Atlas that use them. These start
Is that a
appearing
hurricane?
pretty fast into the endgame and will help bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle
Honestly,
bosses.
chat, I haven't played any of the mapping.
In the
of this
desert
game. I have
biome,
no
you
idea
can
how this stuff
encounter a
works.
wild sandstorm. 3 maps around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it and find the cause. This presents itself in the form of a boss, similar to the existing Citadel bosses. This boss is a Faradin Swordmaster, who has been blessed with the power of a Time Djinn, allowing him to take his swordsmanship to the next level by replicating himself, maneuvering rapidly, and
Yeah, I don't know what
severing
that
the
means.
fabric of time itself with his
I heard
powerful
people complain about
slashes.
it, though. That's cool.
In
Can I
the
do
water
that attack?
biome, you'll encounter a giant maelstrom, where one of the maps surrounding the water biome connects to it, but the connection is obscured. You must run the maps nearby, hoping to find a beacon, which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map. Another example is this Vaal vault in the mountain biome. But how do we get inside? Running the adjacent maps to it will yield a key, which you can then use to gain access to this vault. Or, you could just trade for one, I guess. Use the key to dispel the
fucking
powerful
loser.
force field surrounding it,
Alright, chat.
leading to the Val Elite and their rewards inside. These all contain Uber versions of the Act 4 boss, and the bosses at the end of each part of the interlude. And each have their own exclusive drop pool of new lineage supports, which, as Jonathan spoke about earlier, are powerful support gems that modify your skills in pretty crazy ways. As an example of a lineage support which can come from the Faradin Swordmaster mentioned earlier, we have Garo Khan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable. From the boss sealed in the Val Vault, we have Paquate's Pact, which supports your war cries, causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life. Additionally, some maps
cool.
can now spawn summoning circles, a room resembling an Ezomite henge. Activating this henge will spawn bosses. It's as simple as that. We'll also be making changes to how affixes on waystones work, as the current prefixes equals good, suffixes equals bad iteration isn't quite hitting the mark. We tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more.
Let's go, Path of Exile 1!
Like Path of Exile 1, each affix will now be both difficult and rewarding. Waystone mods now grant an increase to the number of waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it. This means as you roll your map, they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better. For example, the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside, whereas the Of Venom suffix modifier, which causes enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size. Some maps will end up having a lot of rarity, some a lot of pack size, and others will just have a mixture of everything. Due to now having more modifiers granting difficulty, we will of course be reducing the difficulty per modifier to account for this. So,
make this shit
that's your
difficult.
Atlas, maps, and waystones, but what about Breach, Ritual, Pinnacle content, and others of the sort? We're making some changes around this too. The first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content.
Hey!
There will be a specific objective for each type of
sounds
content
good.
which grants you those points. For example, in the case of Delirium, it's simple. You just need to find and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniphobia or Kosis. The rest of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle content, but we're making some changes to accessibility here too. Currently, access to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content. This creates a negative feeling where at lower difficulties, instead of wanting to run the content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it at maximum difficulty. To address this, each content will
my
now
goal is
drop
just to play
splinters,
maps at some
which will
point.
not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the Realm Gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the Realm Gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost. This means if you want to run easier difficulties, it costs less, which also
cool.
allows you to run this content much sooner into the endgame.
That's actually a pretty nice
Because
change.
these encounters now just require splinters, their corresponding Atlas tree no longer affects the difficulty of them, and has been changed to purely affect the content and maps on the Atlas. The Arbiter of Ash works a bit differently. Instead of requiring splinters, he still needs crisis fragments. We now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter. The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from citadels. The second, Uber Arbiter, requires Calamity fragments. These come from Citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss Atlas tree, ensuring those citadels are at their highest difficulty level. Since we're talking about Pinnacle content, we also felt that the leveling curve in the late game was a bit too steep. We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to get to the mid-90s. We've also added some new in-game unique items. Let's take a look at a couple. Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants
Thunderfist.
Crackling Palm, a skill which
different.
empowers your
Unarmed.
unarmed attacks, granting the ability to call down the storms themselves on enemies you hit. Put simply, literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful lightning. Pair this with the
pretty cool.
aforementioned hollow palm technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in combat. Another unique we're adding is Henekura's Sight. Equip this amulet to be granted the power of the Mother of Death herself. This is reflected by granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have Foresight, your dodge roll no longer avoids hits. But instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time. You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet.
That's pretty
Ultimately,
nuts, actually.
your in-game experience should be more streamlined. With new content to find, you'll be able to invest in your Atlas trees sooner, engage with pinnacle content faster, have less FOMO running said pinnacle content, reach higher levels easier, and do all of that while finding many new chase endgame items. Talking about finding items is one thing, but what about crafting them? We've taken a step back and looked at some of our crafting systems to make some notable improvements. Let's start with essences, which suffered from an issue where the regular essences were effectively useless and didn't give players the tools or excitement that a crafting system should provide. To alleviate these concerns, essences are being changed in a few ways. Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals and add specific modifiers with specific values, meaning you know exactly what you're going to get. We found that players were often bottlenecked by regal orbs when crafting in the campaign, so this helps to fill that gap, allowing you to better upgrade your items. For example, this Lesser Essence of Flames, which will be able to add a flat amount of fire damage to your magic martial weapons. Secondly, we're adding many more tiers. That Lesser Essence of Flames, for example, has a regular variant and a greater variant too, adding even more fire damage with each upgrade. The intention of this is so that when you find one early on, you don't worry about holding on to it till later to use on a higher level item. You should feel free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the campaign. Lastly, our highest tier of essences, now called Perfect Essences, will function like a Chaos Orb instead of a Regal. So it will replace one of the modifiers on your rare items with the specified mod. Such as this Perfect Essence of Flames. You'll notice this one doesn't just add flat fire damage like the ones before it. The Perfect Essences often give something a bit different, with some opportunities to be pretty damn powerful. There are many different essences, each with many tiers, covering many of the more core modifiers you'd want on items early on, through to chase specialized ones for in-game. Speaking of in-game, we really wanted to expand our crafting options for late in-game crafting projects. You might have noticed that at in-game, you get way too many transmutes. Wouldn't it be nice if some of those didn't drop, but instead you got something a little more powerful? At higher levels, you can now find Greater Orb of Transmutation and Perfect Orb of Transmutation. These can be used on normal items to upgrade them to magic, ensuring that the modifier generated is of a minimum level. This is similar to how you find higher tier items on the ground, but for crafting. These higher tiers will also exist for Orb of Augmentation, Regal Orb, Exalted Orb, and Chaos Orb, meaning you can get all of the orbs required to take your item from normal rarity to a fully completed rare with guaranteed high tier mods. On top of these new core crafting currencies, we wanted to make sure there are powerful crafting bases to use them on. Now in endgame, you can start to find exceptional items. These are items that drop at normal rarity and are perfect for your from-scratch crafting projects. They can come with extra quality, up to 30%, or an additional socket to use your crafting socketables in. And yes, they can be corrupted for yet another socket. You can also get exceptional unique items.
Hey, Whispering Ice is here.
To add even further to your crafting arsenal, we've added a whole suite of new omens to ritual content, and removed some of the more unimpactful ones that weren't being used. Some of the new omens include the Omen of the Ancients, which will cause your next Orb of Chance to not destroy the item, but generate a random unique of the same class. Or the Omen of Sanctification, which is my new favourite. This will cause your next Divine Orb used on a rare item to re-roll the values of its modifiers, allowing it to exceed the normal minimum and maximum values, raising the ceiling on the new most powerful rare items in the game. This omen will also cause your item to become sanctified. Sanctified items cannot be crafted, just like corrupted ones, so consider carefully when you use this. Another is the Omen of Chaotic Monsters, which will cause your next Chaos Orb to reroll all modifiers on a Waystone, allowing you to fix your maps if you get some modifiers that are not feasible for your build. Besides these examples, there is a huge variety of new omens for you to discover in your ritual encounters. With the release of Act 4, notably taking place in the Karori Archipelago, you'll be able to now find a new currency item, Henikora's Lock. Henikora, the Karori goddess of death, has the power of foresight and is able to see many futures, including the outcome of your next craft. So, imbuing her lock onto an item gives you that same power too. For example, you'll know whether or not to use an Exalted Orb on your item, as you will know exactly what the outcome is. So, with all these new crafting improvements, it's safe to say you're going to be making some epic items, and not necessarily just ones for yourself. So given that, it's time to talk about a massive one. Trade. It's finally here. The moment we've all been waiting for. Fully asynchronous trade. Over the years, the way players trade with each other in Path of Exile 1 has morphed from using the forums, through to the in-game chat, all the way through to using the website. These systems, in all their iterations, work for a while, but with each iteration new problems eventually reveal themselves. Be it requiring you to be in your hideout too much instead of out there killing monsters, or never getting responses from people who are either AFK or just can't be bothered. In order to finally solve this, and this has been a long time coming, we're adding a new system that allows you to buy items from other players without requiring the seller to be present. They can continue farming, killing monsters, AFK as they please, and can even be offline. With the introduction of King's March in Act 4, you will encounter
assuming if it goes well here,
assistant to Rog in the Meridian Free Traders Company.
We want to set on POE2 first because
over the last 2 decades or so, since Path of Exile 1's storyline, Faustus has handed down his knowledge and expertise to Ange, and she is now ready to take over his business. If you have a hideout unlocked already, you can immediately invite her there. If you don't have a hideout yet, you will need to acquire one.
You
can do this by completing a quest to defeat one of the bosses inhabiting an island in Act 4, allowing you then to take a slice of it for yourself, making it your new home and base of operations. Once invited to your hideout, she will now serve as operating your currency exchange, but also serve as the figurehead in your new trading empire. So, how does this new system work? In the existing trade system, you would list items for sale in premium stash tabs. And then when someone wanted one, you'd have to take it out for yourself and trade it to them. Now, instead of using those, you can give your items to Ange so she can sell them for you. Each item must have a price set. The prices are set using in-game currency items, such as Exalted Orbs or Chaos Orbs.
You did dick price fixers, we're gonna buy your shit.
Once a price is set, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it on the trade website. Once a desired item has been found, you can hit a button, which will instantly teleport your character in-game to their hideout. Then, you can immediately purchase the item, and while there, if you want, browse their other goods, in case there's a good deal someone else hasn't yet discovered.
Oh man, does that mean I have to race other people to their hideout?
On top of the currency the seller set for the price, it also costs gold to purchase an item, as Ange has bills to pay after all. As a seller, you'll immediately receive a notification when an item of yours is sold, and can also see an effect above Ange in your hideout when she has unclaimed currency. Just go talk to her, claim your currency, and continue playing at your leisure. As many people already acquired premium stash tabs for the
Divines while
purpose of the
sleeping
trade
is a
system,
Caesar.
we wanted to add a way for you to convert your existing tabs to merchants tabs, if you want. You can do that here, on the website, but only if you purchase those tabs before the release of the third edict. To clarify, the existing trade system will remain fully intact, so your premium stash tabs will not lose any of their functionality. We just figured people might want to
fuck that.
switch
I'm gonna
over
use
to
the
this new
in-game
system.
automatic,
We expect
thing.
a lot of feedback around this new system and are looking forward to trying it out with you. As we are not able to test internally with an entire, thriving economy, there will certainly be some
Love
kinks to
age.
work out. Based on how the system goes, we will be adding it to Path of Exile 1 when ready, so
See?
any of the tabs you purchase will also be usable there later. Next up, we're going to be talking about our
Stash
new
tabs you can
supporter
convert
packs.
into the merchant tabs
Today,
on the website.
we're launching
if you
2 new
purchase them
series of
before the
supporter
release of
packs.
this league.
The Justice and Trathan Executioner packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Justice series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive
Little Griffin, he's so
microtransactions.
cute.
Claim glory after defeating enemies, or inspire your allies by calling down the Banner of Justice portal. The Sphinx Mystic hideout decoration will identify items for you, displaying them as it does so.
Oh, that's
This
cute.
ancient creature has been presented with many items over the eons, so has some strong expressions to make on the quality of your wares. Become a true warrior, worthy of delivering the justice of the eternal gods with the Apostle of Justice armor set. This armor set also comes with a matching back attachment containing a set of scales to measure your
the
worth.
Scales of Justice.
With the Apostle of Justice finisher effect equipped, the Goddess of Justice herself will appear to decide on a verdict for slain unique enemies. Witness as she decides the fate of your slain foes. Will they ascend to be amongst the gods or be banished to the underworld? The Griffin fledgling pet will be your courageous companion as you journey throughout Rayclast. Take your place in the skies in the Plateau of the Gods hideout. This hideout comes with many different sections for setting up your home
That
or
hideout
base of
looks cool as
operations.
fuck.
In order to travel between them, you simply just need to walk off the edge. Like a
Hello?
true eternal god, you can float between the mountains on the clouds themselves. The Trathan Executioner pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Trathan Executioner finisher effect is a brutal display of Trathan might, crushing slain unique enemies as if they were bugs beneath your heel. As a Trathan Executioner, you're the perfect master for the ever-hungry carrion raptor pet. It has taken a particular liking to the taste of other pets, and at your command it will swoop down and eviscerate them, proceeding to satisfy its hunger by feeding on their corpse.
Did it just
The
kill someone
nobles of
else's
the
pet?
4 major Trathan houses had their mercenaries, but if their hired hands became notably irritating, they'd have to call in the Trathan Executioners. You can now embrace their methods and become brutality incarnate with the Cruel Trathan Executioner armor set. The matching Cruel Trathan Executioner cloak will shroud you
what
in
cloak?
scarlet as you crush the skulls of your enemies and leave a trail of blood behind you as you build up a kill streak. Or use the alternate variant to simply put a skeleton on your back. Be bathed in blood as you mutilate monsters with the Cruel Trathan Executioner character effect. The swirling blood increases in volume as your spree of slaughter continues. Both this effect and the cloak use the same kill streak for tracking how much blood is shown. After a long and tiring day of executions,
Goblins.
enjoy a relaxing game of dice
Goblin
with the
gamblers.
Goblin Gambler's hideout decoration. They'll definitely be playing fair, right? The Pulverizer map device brings a horrid efficiency to punishing the damned of Trathus. Each map you open will execute the next victims. This map device in its true ruthlessness tracks the total number of monsters killed, your kills per second, and your largest kill streak up to the point of the map being completed. This is then displayed on a leaderboard so you can take a measure of you and your friends' violence at the end of each map. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1.
I like the first one more though.
That's enough about cosmetics. Let's get into the Q&A. But firstly, I want to give a huge thank you for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, or 4 PM Pacific, we'll post Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict's patch notes. With the release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to seeing your experiences with Act 4 and its new bosses, fighting the Abyssal, trying new builds, and crafting new items. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Monday off work. That's fair. You know what? I might take Monday off as well. Chat, this is my job right now. Alright, while they're setting up or whatever, let's just talk a little bit about the stuff. That seemed pretty cool. That was actually a lot more stuff than what I was expecting to happen. How do we get dressed, chat? I guess Tyler's going somewhere. It was very cool. They're here already, but there's a lot here that I was really excited for. I'm actually really hyped for this more than I was before.
A suitably juicy Q&A session for you.
I don't like
Probably
the
like 2
sound
hours or
quality right
something,
now.
so grab a cuppa,
Like echoed.
grab a snack, and settle in. I'm joined once again by Jonathan and Mark to discuss a lot. The patch that had to fix all the things, right?
That was the
We need to
goal.
fix that
And we
audio.
didn't
It's not
quite
just
get
me,
to
right?
literally everything, but we certainly
Audio
we
issues,
certainly
okay.
managed to do a
Okay,
lot
cool,
of
it's not
things
just
that we were
me.
very keen to do.
Yeah, you guys were telling me that this was
You watched this whole thing?
nerve-wracking.
Ziggy D stuff?
Because there was, I guess it felt like there was a lot of
I don't know. I feel like a lot of times the Ziggy D stuff goes over things that it's just like I'd rather just see the patch notes instead of just hearing them talk about it. I think it's cool that they have like a Q&A thing, but I'm probably gonna watch the whole thing anyway.
Go to kind of do everything. As I said, didn't get to literally everything, but
As soon as they
we
fix
got to
the
quite a
audio
lot of it,
issue.
and I'm thinking that people will be a lot happier with this release than they were with the last one.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked to see how much is in this one, especially given that you've moved to this kind of like 4 and 2 cycle of, you just feels like you just released the Path of Exile 1 expansion, which also had a lot of pressure on it to
Yep.
be a big one as well.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, it's certainly hard. I mean, look, the really hard part is having to make an act at the same time. Like that's a really huge commitment. So I'm certainly going to be happy once we finish the campaign because we're going to be back to normalcy again. But yeah, it's a what it does do is it means that there's like a huge amount of content to draw from. There's obviously a huge amount for players who are not necessarily the in-game players as well because you've got all of the the new campaign stuff. So it's like a pretty big deal for all that stuff. But it also meant we could take a bunch of that stuff and move it into the end game too. So the end game kind of sees a big expansion as well. So yeah, it's been quite a good one.
Yeah, I remember early on we had the process. Actually, we just literally grabbed my whiteboard in my office and we just wrote down every single problem.
Yeah,
and I'd say it's not a strategy we've done to this degree, this methodically before.
Right.
We were like, okay, we have to solve everything on this whiteboard.
Yep. Literally made a tier list up there. Like, this is
we had a
T1, this is
tier
T2.
We
like,
actually fully of every problem, and there were things in there like performance and things that aren't necessarily the actual game content.
I mean, the
the
very one at the top of the list was campaign is a slog, right? Like that was the one that we were like, we got to solve that.
I didn't even finish the campaign.
So things like that were just like because we're really trying to be honest about like here are the real issues.
And the reason it ends up being a bit nerve-wracking is because we had a goal to fix all of it. And we didn't get to fix. We aren't fixing literally everything. We're fixing almost, a lot. And I'm sure a few new problems introduced here and there. However,
obviously, as we're watching Twitch chat, there was a huge amount of stuff about towers. We had a plan; it was on the list. It just unfortunately we couldn't get time to sort it. So that's one of the. It's probably the notable one, I would say.
Yeah, so we'll kind of discuss around your vision.
Yeah, it's to be 50 hours
soon
or
as
whatever.
well, so that you can
To
give
get to
people
Act
some
6.
reassurance about
Obviously,
where you
it's
want to
slow.
go with that.
I was like,
But we should
learning a lot
also
of stuff.
mention
It was all
just
brand
the
new. I was like,
elephant in the room, or the
listening
lack
to
of the
dialogue
elephant in the
stuff,
room
but,
with the
I can
druid.
imagine playing
No elephant
even
form,
like
but
30, 20 hours through a campaign again.
Yeah.
So it seemed that Druid has been uniquely challenging to get shipped. It's been something you've been working on for a while now, and just getting it right. What has been the challenge with Druid?
I wanted a
getting
shadow
that?
class.
Well, I mean, okay,
Sorry,
so we
Shao.
started believing that we were going to have Druid in this version. And that was the case for at least 2 months of the 4 months
so-
of development
so the
that we
Druid
were
spoilers
that we had
Hey.
here. And obviously, like a bunch of work had gone on before that as well. But at some point, we
in this
realized, like, you know, that we don't want to have the mistake that we effectively had with 020, where like we put a huge amount of effort into the class and then we didn't get time to fix like all of the concerns that people had outside of that, right? Because obviously the same resources go into making a new class as go into balancing the old ones and making all that stuff, right? So if we don't have the balance in like a good place, it kind of feels a bit bad to like be
Also, what's up,
throwing in a
Shao?
class that's kind of effectively disrupting that. So then what that meant was at some point we're like, okay, since we don't believe we can get both the class and all these other balance changes we want to make in at the same time, it's actually better to cut the class and then have the balance changes instead. So that's what we ended up doing, and obviously it was like a really hard thing to cut because obviously like, you're going to have another one without a class.
All right.
It was really terrible.
Pretty excited for playing Last Epoch tomorrow, and then now I'm really excited to play this
we're going to be in
the following week.
So therefore something had to go, and unfortunately that was it. But it means we've obviously got a huge head start for when we actually do it next time. And I mean, look, there was so much stuff that was cut, like even as large as it is, like there's like ascendancies and all sorts of stuff.
I imagine this is probably the last POE2
We'll get
patch
to it.
for the year, though.
But, more important to just make sure that people are happy with the stuff that's in, and make sure all those changes are great, and make sure obviously you've got answers for stuff, right?
I imagine for Druid, it's a big part of it's just the fact that the shapeshifting, getting it looking and feeling.
Yeah,
right,
yeah, no,
is
I mean it's a
really,
huge
really
deal.
challenging, right?
It's hard. Like there's so much animation stuff that has to go into making each form feel right. So yeah, like but we'll get there. Like I don't think we're that far away from it now. So it's just a question of prioritization.
Yeah, it seems like is probably the hardest class of all. Then
might be, yeah.
I think it will be.
Yeah.
You're getting a bit more ambitious as you go with each
That is
class
true.
too. Which
That
is
is true. Every class is.
Are we not getting another POE1 league? No, we should be.
Yes.
Maybe I'll mention it here. But we should be.
Vision for who's next
2 months from now
Druid, or is it kind
should
of
be
a race
the
between
next
them to see who
league.
ends up feeling
Well,
most
I've
finished?
always said that it would be criminal to go into full release without having swords. So that's
Yes,
that's
it's
kind
a
of a
little
pretty
bit
glaring.
It's a little bit criminal to get this far without.
Yeah,
having
to be
swords.
honest, it is. Yeah. So I'd say that
It is
would be
weird when you think about
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
so
So-
unusual.
It is real weird.
So that would be an obvious candidate. Is making sure that we've got
So
that.
that people can infer from that some sort of duelist or something, most likely being the sword one. And as you said, the ascendancies are just kind of the same boat as you weren't satisfied with where they were at to be able to get those.
But you
So
should
that's
be
the
getting
things
another
we noticed, but
POE1
that's
league mid-October,
that and-
Right.
maybe
and,
November if they push
doing
it back a
something
little bit,
with
because they
towns.
pushed some
Now
back
we
to
can
only by a
talk
couple
about
weeks.
kinda what you have done.
It was supposed to already be launched
Since I know people,
if they
towns
met their
and stuff have been a hot
timeline.
topic for people, so we'll talk about the end game. This wasn't ostensibly supposed to be an end game update, from what you were telling me, but it still seems like a pretty big end game update in the end.
Yeah, I mean, well, part of that is because we obviously get all the content that we produced for the campaign. We get to make all the endgame versions of that.
Yeah.
That obviously adds quite a lot. But we did want to make sure that we weren't just being like, okay, so we're adding a bunch of bosses. Like, we wanted to make sure that the more epic ones that we added to the campaign have some new mechanic for them on the Atlas as well. So that's where we had those various mechanics with, like the sandstorm and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Those kind of like Atlas events. And it really does contribute to the feeling of exploration to have more of that stuff. And then, of course, once you've got that, you start getting into, okay, well, what rewards is it going to drop? Then we started to think we need a new category of rewards that these things can have. And that's, we started to think about the lineage supports and that kind of stuff. So it just ended up kind of adding up to quite a bit in the end. But it isn't like kind of like the big end game change that we wanted to do. Like we had a design for that, but we just kind of haven't quite got to it. So, but it still ends up being quite a lot. And one of the big things that it also, I think, will help bridge is the kind of mid-end game part, like that's still a problem that we want to improve, but like it adds quite a lot there because you're seeing that stuff on the Atlas a bit earlier.
What's the problem there as you identify it?
I mean, you've got this issue where effectively, and we are doing some stuff to address this, but effectively you've got like the pinnacles at the end, and you've got like obviously when you start you've got a bunch of content, but it doesn't feel like there's those kind of mid-end game goals
What up,
that
Rev?
you can easily achieve. That's kind of the issue that we're
And
trying to
just a
solve.
lack of direction, right?
Right.
I think there's not enough like really guiding you. Like the narrative kind of falls apart there, right? Because it's just like open world, and you want a bit more of telling.
Rev,
you
if you haven't
what to
watched-
do, have those goals.
Like, if you just got here, you should definitely go back and watch like their live stream of all the spoiler stuff. Not spoiler stuff, but like all the reveal stuff.
Things kind of directing you as to like, this is
Pretty
exactly
good.
what I want to do. the boss I want to get to. So there's kind of just a big gap there. We want to add a whole bunch of stuff in the middle there. We have a huge plan, but again, it's like, yeah, we need to you got this working on a campaign, you've got working on the end game, and you got all these like, how do you juggle all of these things? It is brutally difficult, and you end up having to think. So I would expect.
I'm caught up. Thank you. How you feel about it? I'm feeling really good.
Centric in terms of
I was obviously gonna play it because content. Like I wasn't super excited about it because I was like, no, is it gonna be good? Am I gonna enjoy it? Because I know I burned out really quickly last time.
It doesn't look like much from
when I first played it.
But what it does mean
but
is that you've got
a lot of the changes they've made seem pretty exciting. We'll talk more about it afterwards and everything too. But
you've got the thing where
I don't want to talk over them too much. But I'm really excited for it. A lot more excited than I thought it would be. So looking forward to it.
It's cheaper to get to the lower level.
Like I said, we'll talk more after the live stream's over with.
And I think that'll improve things quite a lot, even just from that.
A little bit before I end up into the stream.
The league now in Endgame as well.
And of course there's a league there too.
You know, the Wisps were Wisps. Sure, wasn't really a league. It's kind of just like wasn't
not a full-fledged
not what we've done
mechanic.
before. And a lot of people in POE2 may not really even know what a league is. I mean, we kind of had it with Dawn of the Hunt, but yeah, I mean, having Abyss in every single area. There are abyssal icons you can find on the map. You can't add them because they are in every area. The Abyss. So, and you have different the waystone crafting and stuff like that. So there's a lot of end game just added by the league's existence as well.
Plus a lot more combination of the league mechanic with other mechanics as well, which is something that I'm always keen for with leagues, is like have a bit more interaction.
Yeah, so, you were telling me that you had specifically made it so that Abyss would have specific interactions with basically everything else.
For sure.
Like if a rogue exile's standing there, you get a special boss based on the rogue exile. So that's a rather interesting extra combination stuff there. It is interesting because this is a league mechanic. It's in every zone. It's guaranteed. That's part of a league mechanic. But does this also have like Atlas tree integration in the way that it would later on as it becomes like a core element?
No, not the way that's kind of handled is through some of the waystone crafting.
Yeah.
We depending when the league ends, we obviously do the whole again more for people who maybe don't know what a league is and how we handle this stuff in POE1. I'll over-explain it a little bit, but yeah, generally we review the state of it at the end. We see what changes we want to make. Sometimes we add it to the core game immediately, sometimes later, and then we add it to the tree and decide how we want to invest into all the different things. But we try and have the meta progression, so to speak, of a league within the leagues itself, and not connected to the core tree, because you could have a separate tree. It is a thing you could do. But in this case, it comes in the form of the.
Yeah, you could attach it like Necropolis, and everyone gets angry.
One doing that in a league, and you didn't exactly like the
different because it's not a separate tree, and that was during Necropolis, yes, and it felt like because it's in every area, you have to take it.
Yes, exactly.
So that didn't work. We're not going to repeat that mistake. It could be a separate tree, but we just did it through the waystone crafting stuff instead, and you can invest in the Abyss and juice the Abyss that way. And
I mean, we'll see how we fold it all in as we go into the
100%.
040 though. Like that'll be an interesting one.
All right. Well, one of the kind of like endgame issues that I've identified in the past was kind of how the Atlas trees worked and progressed and what they afforded, and it felt very top heavy. Like you had to beat the boss to get points to just scale.
Well, that's what I'm talking about with the lack of mid game stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's changed now though. Like the league mechanics don't scale difficulty of bosses at all. They're just about what the content is in maps.
Yeah, and you get the points way earlier. So in fact, you even
some of them. We made some changes to that actually as well since last night. And thus it wasn't in the live stream accurately. It was talking about how you have to complete specific objectives like killing the Delirium boss and whatnot to get your points. It's actually just now you follow the quest line, and there's a point in where you get the tablet, which is after you find the league and you kill the, just do a Delirium, you successfully go back and get a tablet. You're also going to get the first 2 points there. Now I wanted to change it so that you can get like, if we have 8 points, you get 4 points before the pinnacles and 4 points from the pinnacles. Right now it's 2 and 6. We're still looking at this just because we made a change last night. There's a good chance we might end up, adapting this a little bit more. So it's even the first 2 points come even sooner and even more obviously. Like you don't have to RNG into finding a boss in order to get those first 2 points now, which was mentioned there. No longer going to be the case.
But we just want to really make sure we're smoothing that progression through, getting that stuff earlier, all that sort of stuff.
So the other thing was you've got this like kind of world map. It seems to be exploration focused. The recent updates you did in Dawn of the Hunt actually I felt were a big step forwards in that regard.
I don't care for this question, but I do want to mention the Act 4 thing with like the boats and being able to sail to different like cities and stuff. That was really fucking cool. I like that a lot.
Cool motivator that pulls you through, and that helps with that mid-game issue you were talking about. Is that kind of the goal, is to make this like really exploration focused?
It's certainly something that I really love, and the more things you add to the Atlas, the more it feels like you're finding things. But yeah, like, so we definitely appreciate the concern with towers being that you've got this tension between having to turtle in one location versus explore.
Yeah.
And so that's something that we need to look into addressing. But I don't want to kind of like talk explicitly about exactly what we're going to do here, just because you know, there's like obviously a lot in flux there still. But yeah, it's something that we understand the problem, I would say. Like, I would understand that there's an issue, and so yeah, we will.
Yeah,
be
Gazi says,
addressing,
"Fuck
that
towers."
Yes, the brand name of towers seems somewhat marred currently. Like, it seems like almost no matter what you do with them, there's going to be some sort of maybe just delete towers because we have the bad association with it.
That is a concern, but I suspect that we'll still want to keep them at least for just vision. Like, even if we remove the mechanic and do other stuff, like, we'll just keep them there. So I still think it's fun to just find a tower just to get a circle of vision around it. So I don't think that's the part that people are unhappy about with them. So therefore, it'd be fine to keep that and move like other power sources and other things that you can do somewhere else.
And I even like the empowering the maps, because that is an element of control, which is another thing people.
Well, I mean, I still want something that does that. I just think that it needs to work differently than how it works.
Yeah,
so,
I guess the issue seems to come down to, from what I see, and maybe chat might have other things that they mention about their issues with towers, but the issue, as I see it, is about that feeling that you still need to be stacking tower mechanics on top of other stuff, and if you're not kind of bringing all those things together, then it feels like you're wasting time.
My fundamental issue with them is the way that you know that something sucks before you even run it, and that's always bad.
Yeah.
Like, effectively, it's like, okay, like if you're running maps that don't have a tower around them, you're like, okay, well, I know this is bad, or and so I feel bad because like I just have to get to the next tower, and then like when you've done one tower, but you know that two tower overlapping is a thing, then you're like, okay, well, I feel bad running a one tower overlap thing when I know that two tower stuff is a thing as well. So there's just this problem of like, you know that it sucks beforehand, and I think that's never a good thing. Like, it's actually the opposite of the action RPG philosophy of like, the reason you have random drops is because, like, you know, any monster could be the one that drops the next thing.
Exactly.
And if you don't have that, then it's like you feel bad for playing the content because you know it's not the best already. So you need that like random element more. So there needs to be.
He understands exactly. I feel better that he does.
Yeah,
that's the one good thing.
Like bringing up,
I know they dropped the ball of communication and stuff a lot recently, or like earlier in the year,
in terms of
but
potential, like
they do seem to understand.
I mean, look,
a lot of the frustration.
Interesting combinations of stuff to happen, but
even if the communication towards like everyone is not as great, they do seem to understand the idea of why people are frustrated, and they do seem to, at least recently, be trying to be better at the communication piece.
So we need to sort of like,
which I really
there
appreciate.
Needs to be some approach to solving the making it more controllable, like you know, more deterministic in some way, like, you know, just something along those lines, so that you can so that you don't have this feeling of like, because of, you know, because of a thing I can already see that sucks, that this experience is going to be worse than what I'm hoping for.
So, somewhat related to this, another thing I see brought up all the time is being able to kind of choose what map you're doing, and just being able to exert more elements of control. I saw a post in chat just there that was like, the idea of being able to kind of erect a tower where you want it, rather. Like, is this element of like being able to choose your maps a little bit more, or have a bit more influence on what's happening.
So I think having control over what content is there is good.
Favorite maps.
But I don't know that I want to lose the fact that you still have the Atlas fundamentally where you like the actual map areas you get are random, and part of the reason for that is that it gives us a lot of opportunities to do interesting things with you know, like different maps can have different things that they drop and other stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of that sort of stuff that's like quite nice. Like, you can actually have a unique map be way more powerful if like it's kind of, you don't know exactly when you'll encounter it. So that kind of stuff is quite nice, and we want to do a lot more as well on the Atlas, like just more stuff to find. Like, when we get to 040, I really want it to be that, like, you know, you really feel like there's just cool stuff in every map that you might be finding that's like you know, that's way more interesting. And as I said, that stuff, the problem is if you have full control over literally being able to run the same map every single time, like the same like base area, it means that you don't have the ability to say, okay, well, this map can randomly have this thing that's just like really awesome that, you know, always drops a unique or something like that, because then you're just going to run that map over and over and over. So I still like some ability to have to find the good stuff in the Atlas, but we just need more control over what mechanics you can spawn there and that kind of stuff, and like not not.
Yeah,
the,
leaping or
not
no
having the
changing makes
experience of, like,
sense.
if I didn't get this
To
exact
try to
level,
avoid
then I
stuff
had
that you
this bad
really
experience.
absolutely hate.
And that's where exploration actually comes from as well, is having some element of not having that control as well. So maybe it is.
I think also the issue is if they just work on. I didn't play maps in POE2.
That's
I read a lot about people's complaints and stuff.
With that last one, and
I think they just need to work on better layouts in general. Like some of the layouts are pretty abysmal
as well.
and feel awful to
So
play.
there's a fair bit more going on.
And if you have a better like general layout idea,
and
I think it would be fine for like random maps, right?
A lot more improvements there, but again, we focus more on everything else. There's a an insane amount of content there.
Less corridors, less like random objects in the way.
We wish towers was in that list, but it will be. Don't worry. These things are coming. We're aware of the problems. We are aware, like 100%. It was expected when we got to that section
here, another
to see
one.
a bunch of.
Yeah, I said it earlier in the year when they came back with the POE1 stuff and was like, "Look, guys, we fucked up," kind of stuff. I was like, some people were like, "I don't trust them until they produce whatever kind of thing," and I was like, "I don't know. They seem pretty genuine." GG in the past has always been like good as far as like a team to like talk about their problems and stuff and like listen to players. It's like I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt that they probably just learned that hard lesson of, hey, you shouldn't just abandon half of your player base for the new shiny toy, and like and I think they're a lot better right now about it. So far, last Mercenaries League was really good. What I'm seeing here also makes me feel really good about like how the company's handling stuff.
There was certainly some skepticism.
So hopefully it's a good sign of like what's coming in the future.
Like,
you know,
how can we possibly do that? But basically, the main thing there was that like, okay, so the interludes.
I think the POE2 thing was just like a brand new experience for them. They never had a new game. Because that company started as POE1, right? They never had a second game, especially running at the same time.
It's just like a single goal.
Also with Chris Wilson stepping off, who was probably a big voice at some point. They had to learn like a new dynamic of like how to lead and stuff probably. So there's a bunch of new stuff happening all at once for a smaller company. I don't know they're like tiny or anything, but like
a little bit of like
they're not like
storyline
400
around it. But as I said,
employees,
it's not nearly
right?
the same level of like narrative structure as what you get in like a full act. And that's something that and ultimately what we realize is to get from the end of Act 4 to the end game level, all you need is like 20 areas roughly to kind of to bridge that gap.
We have 240 people
so
according to
Wikipedia. I was
Wikipedia.
like, you know what, like with like 20 areas, I reckon we can do it if we're like, we're using a few mechanics from maps, we're taking some, we're doing a lot of art reuse, that kind of stuff. Like we can find a way to make something pretty quick, and it won't necessarily hold up for like years and years, but it will certainly be good enough for just like for a relatively short period of time. And by the time you get to that point anyway, like you're usually pretty fast as a character. You're like rushing through, just to get.
Also, the sprinting thing really does it for me.
That, that'll end up being like.
I think I'm addressing like
plus new bosses, new stuff.
Feeling slow in the game
in my opinion,
with like a new
do it,
interesting take of like the sprinting mechanic
having to repeat act
is actually really
1,
cool.
2 again or something
Instead of just being like slap on movement speed boots, add dashing skills.
We never wanted Crawl to
So they're still like sticking to their core, like how they want to play, but adjusting the fact that people want to go a little bit faster most of the time.
Something we were very, very keen to do.
Yeah, there was something. You get to the Act 1 crawl, and you're like, I've know all this content. You're ultra powerful, and that's a little bit feel good. And then you're like, doing all this again. It's just like a little bit like. Just you can do it. At that point you're like, just get me to end game, like Whereas when you're playing through, the new acts, like it feels, well, with Act 4 and the interlude, it feels just a lot more natural and still fun, and you're discovering stuff, and it's not that just like I just did this like. For at least for fast players as well, they're going to be like, oh my god, I just did this like a few hours ago. It's like just too short of a time. But one thing about Act 4 and the interlude, by the way, which I think is really cool, which is very different, and something you don't really appreciate until you play, is you get to Act 4 and you're like, okay, where do I go? Well, I have many places I can pick. I mean, Jonathan was talking about how their kind of interludes are kind of straight lines, but there's three of them.
But there's three of them. You can do them in any order.
There's a choice immediately there, right?
You can do those in any order.
You can do them in any order.
You can do them in any order. When you complete one or partially complete one, it levels up the other two. They always stay, ahead, and they bridge the gaps. You can do them in whatever order you want.
It'll be interesting to see the speedrunning strategies, because like there's different bonuses available.
Like the spirit draft comes from 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where another might be more passive point heavy and another might be more permanent bonus heavy, and another, there's going to be all kinds of crazy stuff going on there. So you go in Act 4 where you've got full freedom of like choice of which island you want to sail to, and then you go into the interlude and you're like, which part would serve me best? And maybe the answer is do a couple areas of this part and then swap to another and do that one, and then who knows? Which is fine, because again, as you progress through them and defeat the bosses, the other ones will level up and keep up with the level. So you can do half of each and then do the half of each again. You can do an area of each, and then
That's wild. I didn't realize the interludes were sandboxy like that, because I was planning on asking about how the fact that Act 4 is like a sandbox for like the great portion of it there, and that's going to be super interesting from like racing and speedrunning perspective as to what people take. But also that does seem like it might help with the campaign slog, the repetitiveness of it, if you can kind of do things in a different order each time. Is there some good reasons to do it in different orders as well? Like you mentioned, like differences in rewards, differences in challenges too, I imagine, for different builds.
Yeah, for sure. So, like the reward thing is probably the main reason you'd change the order, depending on what's going to work best for your character right now. So, yeah, each one has got stuff that like we're taking all the different fixed bonuses. I think that actually the fixed bonuses are different a little bit now, aren't they, than the way that they were when they were in Crawl? Did you change what stats they were?
Yeah.
I thought you did.
The passive point number is the same.
Yeah.
The spirit is the same, but the other bonuses, we've kept we'll still have the resistances that you got before. But some of the other bonuses from, like, for example, Crawls, the snake in Act 3, I can't remember the name of these areas. We have internal names, the old snake chamber. The reward from that will be slightly different, because not all three of those options are available, and they're available in different ways. Some of it might be, some of it might not be, and some of it will be in Act 4, some of it might be in the interlude, So it's kind of mix and match all over the place, but there's some pretty cool stuff in the interludes that you've obviously got your permanent bonuses, you've got your skill points, you've got just like which bosses do I want to do first or last. That's all nice, but you have a little other things subtle. Like the first area of one of them, I'm going to be as spoiler light as possible here, has a wandering vendor that sells, guaranteed rare caster gear, and you can go and be like, I'm going to go there, check that if I'm a caster, and then I'll go to the other two acts, because that might have like a straight up weapon upgrade. And then there's another act that sells a whole bunch of greater runes, and so you might be like, I need some runes, I'm going to go there, find that vendor, get some runes, and then go to another. And then one of them has, and you're going to have to find this for yourself, one of them has a nameless seer in it, and so go for it, find that. And I'm not going to tell you which.
So do you know in advance some of these rewards so that you can make this decision? Like maybe not those kind of secret-y ones. But...
I think it doesn't. Does it say it does it show it to you on the world map?
You generally see the icons on the world map up to the point your character and the NPCs could reasonably know about.
Yeah. Okay.
So it depends on the act a little bit. In some cases, it's like no humans have been there, so you can't know until you've opened it, and then it will, or until you have been told about it or know about it or advanced the quest, and now you see all the icons. So. Some yes, some not, and
maybe a bit of a discovery process.
But like, look, it's going to players are going to share information pretty damn quickly. But yeah, it's actually quite fun having all this different choice and different axes, and we haven't had this level of like, sure, you've got Path of Exile 1, Act 2 is go left or go right, and you've got a little bit of that in like Act 8, but you don't. Yeah, get this much like parallel things going on like this in a kind of interesting way. So it'll be. I suspect it'll actually last a little bit longer than we anticipate, given how we had to put this kind of 3-part thing together so quickly.
Last a bit longer in terms of like players finding it fresh and interesting.
Yeah, that's the hope.
Okay, good.
All 3 interludes kind of appear on one world map, so you kind of got 3 parallel tracks you can see on one map.
Cool.
So yeah, that's how that works.
It's cool.
Decision paralysis is going to set in. Where do I go?
I think a lot of people will just pick one just because it's the first one.
Yeah,
probably. I bet that'll be the most common choice.
You'll see stats on that, I'm sure.
Yeah,
it's 60% pick rate for the first option.
Yeah, probably.
Left to right's most likely.
Left to right makes sense.
The order of the islands in Act 4 a little bit less predictable.
Yeah.
One of those islands, like there's four permanent bonuses kind of going on in one area, kind of thing. It's like a because.
Go there first.
I'm not going to tell you which ones, but
okay, I'll have to figure that one out, eh?
Someone will do it, figure it out.
Make the progression guides. But I like the idea that it could be different for different builds too. That would be very cool if that ends up being the outcome, because that will keep things fresh long term.
Yeah.
There's a good reason to do it differently and doesn't just get kind of immediately solved.
Yeah.
So Act 4 was planned to have a new way of ascending, but that wasn't mentioned here, so it's not quite ready yet.
Didn't quite get time for it. It'll be coming a bit later. But you can there's still a quest to go to the place where that is happening. But and we added like a kind of another reward there, just for the time being.
Yeah.
But later on there'll be that. The amount of work required to make that trial just unfortunately wasn't quite compatible with making all of the other stuff we made. Probably if we hadn't made the interlude, we would have been able to do it. But I think the interlude was more important just to get rid of Cruel. So we ended up making that decision. But we'll get to it.
Thank goodness. I'm like so stoked Cruel's gone.
If it's what most of us imagine it's going to be, I can imagine where a lot of that work comes in. So hopefully you guys, is it something that you'd like to get ready for next league then, it sounds like?
Well, I don't want to promise anything because at this point we're in the mode of like we'll cut stuff if we need to make the release happen. So I wouldn't want to promise anything, but that would be nice. We'll just have to see.
I guess the other question then is, do you think it'll be like different enough and appealing to people who don't necessarily want to ascend the other ways?
Well, it's certainly different than the other ones by a very significant margin. So I think that'll be interesting.
And
what is it going to be?
What's the vision for how Ascendancy works long term then? So is it the idea that you ascend once in Act 2, once, and then again in Act 3, and then again in Act 4?
I mean, you will be
It's
able
Toda?
to do it that way. But if you want to do other, I mean, that's a way to do it. But if you want to, if you like a certain trial better, doing it that way is also fine too.
It's just interesting because there's like not as much of a gap as there usually is between those first 6 months that way. Like it's quite rapid fire. So and then it would be a big gap until the end game, and you do your choice of fourth one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we see that as fine. Like you kind of want to get your build locked in to some degree by the time you get to that sort of level.
I kind of like it. It's just
honestly, I agree with them. I like the fact that you can like ascend quicker.
Game, you did that
I think how long it takes to ascend in POE 1 makes your build just feel like a little stale longer.
Kind of discussion was just the speed of the campaign, how that tied in with difficulty, zone sizes, and things like that. You guys did a whole bunch of big changes a couple weeks into the last league where you reduced zone sizes.
So we did a bit of that. That's one of those things that's a bit hard to see exactly until you've played it a couple of times.
Yeah, that's fair.
So
maybe I will enjoy it as like an ascendancy thing.
Like the first time you play through Act 4, I doubt you'll be worried about zone size. Second time, then it might then start to realize like what places are too big and what places aren't. So there'll probably be a little bit of adjustment to that even as we do.
Yeah, I didn't play the Sanctum one. I don't like Sanctum one either. I did the other
as
one.
well, just because, like as I said, it's
which
actually
hard to appreciate
until you've kind of played it a few times. But the sprint helps a lot. Like sprint is a big deal as far as like changing how the game feels in this regard. So if you're fast and you know how to use it well and that kind of stuff, you can motor quite a lot.
Not really,
more
but
than you were. It'll be interesting to sort of see how how many people are using that all the time versus how many people are kind of just using it all the time. You have, well, yeah, but the thing is, you're an experienced PoE player, right? Like you're gonna be.
But like, there's a fun risk reward to using it that way, though. Like, if you are just using it to traverse or like backtrack or something because you go the wrong way or something like that, then
build a cheese Toda. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna do that for ascendancy.
But it also is a very powerful like combat tool. You can use it like a boss is doing something, you can get further away than you could before.
For boss stuff, you can, although it is dangerous, right? Like,
I mean, if you screw it up, then you get knocked down.
Yeah. But I think the thing that I find kind of interesting about it as well is that like you can skip monsters now more easily, and that means that if you are overpowered due to getting a good item drop or something like that, you can kind of like motor through a couple of areas a bit more, like sort of then catch up to the point where you sort of feel about right as far as the difficulty, and then keep going from there, like more specifically. So you've got that kind of tool at your disposal. Not something I'd expect like new players to do, or like players who kind of don't want to engage with that stuff. But if you're talking about like like the person who's playing through the campaign the fifth time, certainly that's an option that you've got that can kind of speed you through a little bit faster. So that's something as well that it kind of does, just because you are faster than basically everything.
I also just love it sprinting stuff like backtracking. Like maybe I went down a wrong tunnel. Or a wrong corridor, not to turn around.
Players knew how to move a lot quicker. There's a bunch of skills. You get animation cancelling. You got shield charge.
It's true. It's true. The speedrunners already have a way, but like no one really wants. Like, obviously, you don't want to be doing that all the time, right? Like unless you're like really dedicated to speedrunning. So.
Niche, unintuitive, and whatnot. So like there's a simpler way to now close the gap between the players who knew all of that and the ones who didn't, and which is great. And maybe maybe a lot of those players are still using all of those tools even on top of this, and that's fine.
I actually wonder if like the sprinting is faster than like the shield charge, dodge roll, animation cancel shenanigans.
Haven't exactly done a race.
Yeah.
I think it's close. I'm pretty sure it's relatively close though.
Yeah, like the difference there.
I know there's some passives in the deck side of the tree for like slightly increasing your speed while sprinting, and a few other different things while sprinting, like increasing your evasion while sprinting, and so you know there's some of that going on as well. That maybe when you speak into all that, you have a more of an advantage over those other skills. We'll see. You know,
actually buffed dodge roll a bit for the sprint too. Like
Yes.
you can turn a bit better. For longer during the dodge roll.
You can. So that one was, man, I'll tell you what. So this is kind of inside baseball stuff, but sprint was like way harder to implement than you might expect. Like it seems like, oh, you just add a speed buff, but like getting it to be smooth and like feel right, and like all of the stuff around like the turning at the end and like all that stuff, that was really, really hard to do. Like it was like there was like a programmer for a very long time just working on sprint issues. Like holy crap. So yeah, like it's one of those things that you know, like every little imperfection of it, so you do it so often, needs to be ironed out.
I'm looking forward to stacking move speed and dodge roll distance in Sanctums and using sprint. I use sprint in the Sanctum and when I was testing earlier, and it's so fun doing some of the things with sprint. It's like with like mega long dodge rolls into sprinting is gonna so fast.
Yeah, I mean we've in general just improved mobility. We've improved and even outside of that, it's like talking about, you know, sprint, slog, fast, like there's more to it. There's you know, obviously dodge rolling has improved. The mercenary, like slow while reloading, but also something like Jonathan and I both just randomly did one day, just logged in on live, we played mercenary, and we were both just like,
what happened?
What did we do? What has gone on here?
Well,
this feels terrible.
It was the 0-0 change that related to like contact points or something. There was something like that I think broke it.
So
because the thing is, it wasn't actually feeling like how it felt before we released.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh crap, we need to fix this. Something went wrong drastically there. That one really improved it. But we also made a change where you're a little bit faster coming out of when you're using a skill while moving.
Yeah.
You're a little bit faster coming out on all classes. So that actually affects the Ranger and the Sork as well a little bit. It's not like, at first it seems quite subtle, like but when you play it side by side, it actually makes quite a difference, even though it's a relatively subtle change. Like it worked as well.
I'm gonna step off to the side real quick and do a stretch while they're talking.
Faster, you know, like
I'm listening.
Just
Chat.
overall more mobile, you know, with a lot of the stuff. Like I think it's helped a lot. But the nice thing is like we still didn't have to compromise on like making sure the combat still was right. That's obviously been like a big worry, especially because there's so many other buffs and things for other character classes. Like there is definitely a concern that we've like overcooked, gone too far. Like things are, you know, like things are going to be too easy, and I'm a bit worried about it. But I think it should be okay. You know, we just have to. You
mentioned like the way you've designed this, not meaning you didn't have to compromise on like combat and that, and that was a big hesitance for you. Like you really wanted combat to be not optional in the past. You were talking about before,
for sure.
and things like that. So why does it feel like the way you designed this lets you not compromise on that vision?
Because ultimately, the actual combat itself still works after trying it. Like. And generally speaking, like, even though I may not necessarily agree with something, I'm still willing to try these things. So, you know, we tried it, it works. That's really it comes down to, right? So, you know, that as long as that's the case, then, you know, then I'm cool with it. I just want to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where, you know, we're just, it's all just like, even during the campaign, it's just one button, don't have to worry about anything, like there's no challenge anywhere, like that kind of stuff, because I just find that boring. I just don't enjoy it at all. Like I feel like you need to have some level of like actually, you know, having to think once in a while, you know, like during a boss fight or something like that. So there just has to be a little bit of that left over. Now, you know, sometimes it can be the situation where...
This was a good compromise, like 100%. It again, he spoke about how long it took for this programmer to work through it, let alone, you know, there's heaps of iterations with these kind of things, trying to keep things feel grounded, kinetic, realistic, you know, that kind of stuff. So you're not just like, and animation wise as well, there's a whole bunch.
Dare suggests I use my brain. True.
Taking a chance on a thing like that, and you know, it feels like a compromise, and you're uneasy about it. You know, I'm glad we did pull the trigger on this one and give it a go, because yeah, sometimes it is like knowing how much resources this is going to take. If this fails, it's a massive waste.
Yeah, doesn't POE players don't like
using
their brain?
Contentious, which is removing the limit of one per support gem
Yeah,
was something that
change.
took a bit of convincing to even get people to want to try out. Like that was definitely a worry. Like the concern.
They had to
there is
change
just
the
that,
Gemling
they're just
Legionnaire
gonna be
then,
the
right?
ones
Because then
running
Gemling
5, 6
Legionnaire had like
supports
a
every
thing where you
single
could use
but
like 2
I was kind of
supports.
like the amount of. I think what we're losing over this is much worse than what we were gaining. You know, like it's something really important, and so I actually now that we've done that, I wouldn't have it any other way. I think it's really really good change, and that one is, in my opinion, the most important change we're making in 030. I mean, obviously you got a bunch of content, but like in terms of like like what single thing is going to affect gameplay the most, like in terms of character builds and like build variety, that change is a huge.
I'm pretty excited to
I'm
have
really
like
looking forward to
multiple
seeing what
supports
they
of the
do.
same
I was
thing.
skeptical when you showed me this change, because I was definitely in the camp of defending the decision of the one support limit for the logic of it's making you think about how you build each skill differently, not just building every skill for damage, but rather like, okay, which of these damage dealing skills am I going to make more utility or do something else instead? But playing around with it feels like it kind of just lets you use it on 2 skills, like something like Fist of War, and that's just a really big improvement. Like that's a lot more fun having 2 Fist of War skills than one. But like the skill design is nuanced enough, and the supports themselves are nuanced enough that you do still seem like you end up with a lot of variety.
Yeah, it definitely works. Like it's funny because in the end, it feels like the concern that we had was more theoretical than it actually was real, and that's why it's really important to actually try these things. Like and I would say that if the supports and skills were designed like how POE1 was, then you totally would have ended up in exactly the place that we were worried about.
Right, yeah.
But because there's a lot more going on with the way the skills, or just like there's a lot more thought being put into like the exact ways that skills interact in POE2, you kind of end up being fine, and it just ends up being better. So I'm really glad we tried that one because it's super important.
Yeah, and it seems like lineage supports take over the role of this one gem a bit more.
They do. So basically, right at the end, you've got the thing where you can only have one of each lineage support per character, but that's kind of like none of those are like. Okay, so you know. Something like multiple projectiles or martial tempo, like these things are super important to kind of make skills even viable at endgame, whereas the lineage supports don't have that same thing. So we effectively get to keep a little bit of that like interesting decision stuff, but only right at the end when you're kind of at the top end and you're thinking about like hyper optimizing specific stuff or like with interesting mechanics. So we still get to retain a little bit of that there.
It's definitely a huge buff though, like this change. Like I've been playing Warrior, and I almost feel like saying the new Warrior because it's not any one specific thing. Like the support gem change, the sprinting change, the faster while blocking, being able to block everything. It was way more impactful than I expected.
Weapon swap, instant
weapon swap is huge.
That's like
Accuracy, the armor.
These small individual things, and honestly, it was quite hard to design the live stream what we were showing for this reason because it's like it kind of ended up being just like a huge scatter shot of like all sorts of little things, and it's sort of hard to appreciate the sum of it all, like adding up to a much better experience. But I mean, obviously, there's like really big things like you've got the infusion stuff on the Sork, which is like like radically, visibly, obviously changing the class. But it's like when I'm making a case for like why is the warrior better, it's kind of like you got a few new skills, you got like a few different mechanics, but like together it just kind of comes into something that's like way better than it was.
Yeah, I've spent the better part of 2 days trying to.
I think the walking, the ancestral cry thing or whatever it was, I think it was, where you walk and you trigger the fissures. That was really cool.
And I'm like, I'm definitely a lot stronger, but I'm trying to figure out what it is exactly. And it's like a bit that, a bit this.
everything.
Everything. Definitely feels like way more fluid, faster, smoother, chunkier all at the same time because I've got more Fist of War skills going off. We like the instant weapon swap thing is huge as well. Like that seems like a pretty minor change, but all of a sudden you're not thinking about like there's no reason to not.
Right. There's no reason removing all the reasons why people wouldn't use combos is exactly the focus that we had for a lot of the stuff, right? It's like what is preventing someone doing a combo here? What can we do to fix it? So you've got like the shock change where that's longer. You've got like the change to chill and that kind of stuff. And there was a whole thing with we never even talked about Ignite because there kind of wasn't room for it. But Ignite has got a whole different thing where that it does now where there's like every time you fail to ignite, it builds up flammability. That means your next ignite is more likely. So there's like that. There's like a bunch of changes just all through the places, just these little things that tweak stuff. One of the ones I know is actually really big is the thing with the curse and the what do you call them? The thing that lowers resistances. What the hell? Exposure. Yeah. So exposures, right? Like it seems so tiny. Like, oh, let's make it so that you don't have individual exposures for different elements. But it's like it actually changes the gameplay so significantly, because the moment that there's something that's going to add like 30% more damage in the case that it was before, that you don't have access to if you're going to use cross-element. So you're never going to use cross-element, right? Like you're never going to do it. So it's like really, really important to just remove every single barrier that's getting there, because
we merged cast on shock ignite and freeze into single.
We did.
Single
so yeah,
gem.
there's no more cast on shock anymore. It's cast on ailment for that
wow.
reason as well, right? Exactly, right? So literally we're like, let's find every single reason
Cast on
to
ailment's
stop
pretty
you
sweet
from
sounding.
wanting to be able to use multi-element builds and actually try to improve that, right?
Yeah.
And guess what? You can still just play one element if you want.
Yeah, you can, of course, right? but yet now, if you're doing multi-element, there's just no reason anymore not to.
I was so stoked looking at what you were doing with the elementals, because it feels, for the first time, it actually is like an elementalist. Like there is mixing of the elements. It's
cool.
Because that's a fundamental game design thing with action RPGs, is that it always at some point makes sense to focus in on one very specific thing because of scaling. And but it seems like you've gone a long way towards solving that issue.
Well, I hope so, because we really tried to fix every single case we could see. Now, there might be still some more, like you'll find there's some random mechanic that only works on one thing, and then people pick that, and they're like, okay, we have to find and make sure that there's something that's going to attract you to every element and play it. I mean, look, part of the upgrades to the individual ailments also really helps, because it's giving you another reason. Like, it isn't just that you've removed the things that were preventing you from, like, you want to both have I'm not specializing you because this mechanic works across different elements, but also you want to have like this element has something that you're going to want to use with other elements, right? So like buffing shock, for example, we're like, okay, like, is there enough of a reason to weave lightning into a fire build, right? There wasn't enough of a reason. So by making shock better, it's like, well, then now there is a reason to use two things, but you also want the burn and you also might want the chill, and like making sure that all that stuff is powerful enough to actually tempt you to actually do it.
Because like 8-second shock, and you even mentioned bigger magnitude shocks.
A number of the skills have a bunch of shock effect on it.
So effectively, if a skill is supposed to be for shocking, then that skill will have magnitude on it, because the idea is that, like, we really want to make sure that it actually works. But so that kind of stuff. It's the same with the fire skills that are intended for burning as well. Like if something's intended for burning, it's going to have some kind of duration or something like that. So it's like you want to use that one, then you want to switch to something else while that's burning away and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because I always want to do that sort of thing, but you feel a bit silly because like
it's just not enough. It just wasn't doing enough.
Yeah, you should just like use your main skill instead.
Yeah,
You're wasting
exactly.
time.
But like even like once again, you wrap back in the support changes where it's like, okay, like why would I want to use this other mechanic when I can't do this as fast, or I can't do it as powerful as I could have been doing on something else that I've all-in on. Like it's like that as well was contributing. It's like the whole lot was just all a bit of a mess in that way.
Yeah, and you mentioned the ignite thing. I did want to clarify because I saw some questions about it in the chat. It builds up now. So like if you don't ignite, you get 50% of the ignite, and then the next failed ignite will.
It's called flammability, since we no longer have the curse.
Right.
And as you build up more flammability on an enemy, the probability of an ignite occurring goes higher and higher and higher, and once the flammability is full, the ignite is deterministic. So if you miss an ignite, you at least contribute towards the next ignite being more likely, and eventually it is inevitable.
But one of the other amazing things we got, which was huge from our perspective, is that the way that ground effects work now for the fire is that it has to build to 100% flammability and then it sets them on fire, which means that if you use a level 1 flame wall, it doesn't ignite shit anymore really easily. So that means we can actually add mechanics that trigger off ignites and do all that sort of stuff without it being a disaster.
You don't have to worry about people being full degenerates with it.
Exactly. So if you're using a high level flame wall, it'll set on fire real quick. But if you real quick. But if you're using a low level one, then it takes forever, so you won't do it anymore.
Yeah, so, nice. So finally a good solve for that, instead of being
I know it's been a bit of a disaster for a long time. But so now we can have ignite triggers and more supports around that and that kind of thing. And
let's be more liberal with the power you can give out to that sort of thing. And just the consistency has been a pain for any ignite builds for a while now. So that's just going to be actually consistent now.
Yeah.
So that's really good news. And I saw that freeze was getting a lot better too. The same idea of like any freeze skill.
So the freeze skill, for that one we didn't, I believe we didn't change the sort of base freeze balance exactly. It was more that freezing skills just have more freeze going on. And then there was also the other change, which I guess we didn't even cover really, which is that anything that consumes well, we'd use the word poise, but basically what that means is that anything that's like harder to apply to a boss, if the mechanic is harder to apply to a boss, then we want to increase the reward for doing it on bosses.
Yeah.
So then we've got like an extra damage versus unique monsters, like kind of in quite a lot of places and different skills now, because, you know, once again, if you freeze a boss, it's way harder to freeze than it would be a regular monster. We want to make sure that the payoff for that, for utilizing it, is now much more chunky.
And this was substantial enough that you could actually see it in the footage. Like you saw the boss getting chunked
right.
from those shots in the footage compared to like the regular attacks.
But there were other ones as well, right? Like, so with the armor break, for example, it's like you weren't really incentivized to consume armor break on bosses. So the way we solved that particular one was like, okay, if you're an armor break consumer, rather than consuming the armor break, we're going to upgrade the armor break to a new state, like a new higher, like a level buff that's going to do something different. So yeah, like in the case you're like, in the case of Sunder, you're like upgrading from plus 20% to plus 40%, but then it also refreshes the duration, and then
Not a cool idea. I'm interested to see how it ends up being playing wise.
So that's like another thing where like, let's actually make this combo work.
The high velocity rounds one is
very good. Yes,
pretty crazy.
It's
so that's
crazy, yeah.
it takes your armor break into, I don't remember the name. Let's say T2 armor break.
Shattered armor.
But it's then for the next however long the duration is, 5% of the, think of it like a kind of infinite impale. 5% of the damage dealt by the high velocity rounds is dealt on every single hit for the rest of the duration.
And that means every single pellet of a shotgun is doing a percentage
and
of the high
fragmentation rounds is 10 hits.
Yeah.
And then the consumed days on Monk is the exact same thing. So if you do the days vaulting impact, and then you have, if you have staggering palm up in a temper spell and you do whirling assault, you're doing all the whirling assault hits, all the projectile hits from staggering palm, all the temper spell hits, each of which are doing a percentage of the vaulting impacts thing on hit, and you just melt things.
Now, are you having fun delivering us a microphone?
Application too.
Yes. Well, that one was kind of worthless.
Sweet baby.
So like, let's just make it.
Y'all hear a lot of microphone static or anything like that. It's
this idea
Callie
of
who's
buffs
just
that
like
get
rubbing all
escalated
over
into
it.
tier 2 buffs is like a kind of cool concept.
I like that one. And the other funny thing about it that's like less obvious but really good from our perspective is that it means you can't repeat the combo piece immediately either, because once you've upgraded the armor break, it's extended the armor break, which means that you can't just reapply the armor break immediately again either. You have to do something else. So it actually kind of generates that rotation kind of naturally.
What are you doing?
Kind of a nice one.
It's chunkier and it feels like you're not an idiot for doing it.
Right, exactly.
Before it's like, why would I want to remove their broken armor and make them tankier again? Like it never really made any sense.
That's a good one.
But it also like prevents some of the weird edge case stuff that is a pain for you guys. So huge improvements there. There's a lot to take in with the supports and skill changes and things like that, but it's like with the amount of supports that are getting added now, and now tiers of supports and lineage supports, do you feel like there is a point where it's a bit much for players to like take in? Like,
well, so I've got something. There's some stuff around this that I would like to improve, which is that first of all, we did a full pass on recommendeds to because there was a lot of terrible recommendeds right now, and so we did like a full pass.
That's true. When I was playing, I was like, some of these are pretty awful recommendeds.
Now, at least all the recommendeds are not bad. Like I was kind of trying to really answer the question of are these three supports the truly best supports that the skill could have, right? And previously we had this extra constraint that kind of screwed this over, which was that because you could only have limit 1, there was always this thing of but would you use it on the skill or would you use it on a different skill that we were always kind of working around. Now we can just be like, what are the 3 best options, right? With no other constraints, right? And so that means that that immediately makes it easier for us. But I think the other issue is that what it was, the whole there's too many supports thing, part of it was because since the recommendeds were bad, you kind of had to go to that other screen where you've got all this other stuff. It's like, if you actually rely on the recommendeds to be good, it's like the fact there's a bunch of supports doesn't kind of matter as much.
I remember we had a ranger with the 10 skills, 50 supports, and it was 2 out of 50 were recommended, I think, for the skills they were on. I'm like,
yeah, it's a bad sign, right?
And so if that's a bad sign, if your in-game ranger is that, it means that if the player who's following the guide that we have given them is not only not being rewarded, they're being punished because we're making them make wrong decisions.
Yeah. So I'm sure there'll still be a few that are incorrect on there, but hopefully it should be way better. And the other thing as well as I'd really like to do is I think that we might want to get into starting to recommend more stuff, or maybe even recommending stuff based on the previous stuff that you've already
That's
done.
crazy.
Which might be just get a bit complicated, but I'm kind of I feel like we maybe should start thinking about that.
That
like,
sounds like a nightmare to code.
maybe, but then it's kind of like, or maybe like if you've got this other skill on your build, then this becomes an option, or there's something like that we might have to do, because I think there's more we can do there. But whatever. For now, it's just at least we're like, here's the 3 best shit.
Oh, but
to
also
pick.
the names.
Yes, I know.
The names are so much better now as
yes,
well.
right. So we did a pass of like making the names more obvious. Like, because there was a lot of supports that just kind of weren't.
Like search for, there's this thing that does a thing. I don't. What is it called?
God,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Impossible.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Google it.
Yeah.
Like, there's something that does an explosion with armor, but what's it called?
Well, that one
Yep.
should be obvious, I think.
Gotta find an E first.
Yeah,
Yes.
but yeah.
That's
You
what
can always do
I'm pretty sure it is
energy
called
blade smite
But yeah.
instead.
I remember just being like,
I think those
if
built
I'm
similarly.
struggling with this.
Yeah.
So many people must be struggling with this. Like I went to build.
Execrate or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, it was not the most intuitive of systems for sure. So massive step forward in the UX, the understandability, all of that.
I think
stuff
you're
for
farming Rogue
sure.
Exiles, you'll find it
I'd
easy
say as you
soon.
play it and as you take it as it comes, it's not overwhelming. It's easy to look at it in this context and go, oh my god, 100 in support and whatever the numbers are, and lineage supports, and oh my god, there's
But
so much
also,
going on.
the lineage
but-
supports really should be treated more like uniques, so they
Yeah.
kind of just go into the big pool of like, stuff that.
The Power Siphon Mines or just Power Siphon itself?
actually working on. But
Power Siphon
a lot
Mines
of-
is
a
what
lot of the lineage
Revel's
support
doing.
things will end up probably being like, this build
Anything
guide
with
says,
lightning
this
and Dorianis is like 5 times
and,
damage.
and here's the boss you need to farm to get it. So I suspect that it obviously ends up a lot of that way with uniques a lot of the time, but
There being so many
that's good.
options for this stuff, actually, kind of like, so there's this thing that ever since kind of the internet, we get we're spoiled, right? We're inherently spoiled for everything.
Dual strike,
We have the
converting
guys
to
and
lightning?
stuff, and there's
Or
a
using
lot
the
of
energy
fun to that as
blade?
well, but we obviously lost some of that kind of mystery of
Yes.
your own self-discovery. But I feel like you're almost
Can you energy
forcing
blade
this
dual
back
strike?
that age a bit, because there's just too much for guide
Probably
creators
not.
to really cover.
I don't know about that. Like, people will still converge on things.
But even if a guide creator like
Hell,
creates a
you gotta
build,
move.
even if it's like quite well optimized, there's usually like a few other options.
well,
that are
ideally,
almost
yeah.
as
I mean,
optimized,
that's part of the fun, right? Like, over time, people come more stuff, and ideally, since we're shaking the meta up each league as well, like,
Yeah.
there's still new stuff to find. I mean, that's like. I think that Path of Exile is actually a game that still has that because of the fact that there's enough stuff and there's enough meta changes to actually cause it to be that there's still cool stuff to find that no one's discovered yet. Which is, there's not many games like that really that still
I don't
have that
really
situation.
think I get that as much from POE1 anymore, but
Well,
POE2
yeah,
is getting that.
I guess
feel.
so. I guess so. But I mean, that really just comes down to the amount of meta shake-up that happens,
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
For sure. So with the sheer amount of like supports and things, have you taken a look at how we obtain like sockets and get a 6-link, and how hard it is to do that, and how many we get?
So there have been some adjustments. Actually, this is probably a good time to cover a topic that was probably not obvious in the live stream, which is that we now have a system that allows us to effectively. And I don't have a good way to phrase this really, but it's like, so I'll take the transmutes as an example, right?
Okay.
So in the live stream, we're like, it's dropping too many transmutes. We want to instead drop these more powerful ones. The way that actually works is that as you get higher level, it specifically takes some of the juice, if you will, of the transmutes that would have dropped,
Official term.
and then instead drops higher level ones but less often. So the idea is that it's we're getting rid of the crap you don't want, and
When
kind of
Slicky's
making
KB
higher,
items.
better stuff that you just get less.
So good.
And we've actually changed over some of the ways that, for example, the way that uncuts now drop as you get into the end game as well works that way. So it's it effectively turns. You're getting less uncuts, but you're getting more of the but they're turning instead into higher level ones, and that kind of stuff. So that'll change the game a little bit. Now I don't know if we're going to have that exactly perfectly right in the very first version, but effectively that should mean that you that the way it makes that feel is kind of better in terms of getting those upgrades. So I'm pretty sure.
Imagine though, if you're doing
I'm
something like
pretty sure
Paradoxica
that the Jewel is
or other
also
weapons,
changed
you're probably
to use that
converting
system
to
instead.
lightning though, right?
For the very top one, I think.
You did the change.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
wouldn't know.
I think that one's been changed. But there's effectively so what you get there is we're still trying to make it so that you get enough of the low level currency that
Dudes, I'm so
you can still
happy.
do map crafting, because obviously you don't want to
What are
burn
you happy
higher
about,
level
Nate?
ones on that. But what it does mean is that you won't need to do as many crafts. Like just the bulk of the number of crafts you have to do to get decent stuff will be better, and you won't just get as much just
Like just the POE2
crap
stuff?
that you don't need. Now, I will say that the perfect exalts
Offline trading, yeah.
They are quite rare, and there's also the drop rates are to an extent that's much larger than previous stuff because of the way that works. Are much more controlled by the level. So at the difference between the eye level 78, 79, 80 is quite large in terms of the percentage that gets converted. So there's a little bit more going on there, and then eye level 81,
not Doriani's league, you don't.
Like from rares and uniques.
Yeah.
That is even more. So like you kind of there's a little bit more of that going on with that to make it
you can cube them down, right, as well.
You can down,
honestly, if you're playing like Fizz, Dual Strike, I'd rather just play as like a Slayer.
You can split them apart.
Like if you're an SSF and you're not getting enough of the basic stuff to roll waystones, and you happen to be getting some of the higher tier ones, and you don't need them for your gear, downgrade them so they can and split them into 3 so that you can apply them to your maps, like that's the...
Interesting. Criminal to split a perfect exalting.
Well, no, you wouldn't do that, obviously.
It's more about the greater one going into the other ones.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. So kind of on the topic of like the sockets and the gems and things like that, what's your kind of like expectation for like when a player would have like 1 6 link or even multiple or all 6 links? Is that a thing that you think players have now, especially with the support gem change?
I don't know that we've necessarily changed that for 6 links too much. For the lower ones, like for the 5, we did add a few more like specific drops around during the campaign and like a few more things like that to kind of just make sure we really wanted to make sure that there's a bit less randomness for that part. For the 6 though, it's still kind of like supposed to be the peak, like top end stuff. So it's really the 5 that we want to kind of make a little bit better as far as like
we significantly changed the drop rates of these as well in 0.2.
That is a good point, actually. Yes. Like, so if you haven't played since then, it's a bit
which was a decent time into 0.2, the 0.2x, series, and the drop rates of these did significantly go up.
Yeah. Because it is worth mentioning, of course, if you didn't play post 021, then you've probably got a very different experience from what the drops are now compared to what they were before then. Like, we made a pretty big difference there.
Yeah, the changes that you did over the first few weeks and stuff.
So just worth mentioning that's still a thing, right? Like
but if you're playing a Trickster, what's the big benefit of going Fizz
like a week or something
over going like a Slayer?
Yeah, the item drop stuff changed quite a bit.
Or like even Juggernaut.
And, is it kind of the same thing for like level 20 gems and stuff like that? That's something that's
I'm not
meant to be
exactly
kind of like a chase long term.
Right, but you're near all the like
chase, right? Like getting those
on the tree. You don't have a lot of as much Fizz increase as you do on like Duelist and Marauder.
During
you have more elemental increases around Trickster or around Shadow rather.
Looked into the gems, and it was okay. So obviously we added that Venter's gamble box, and that was dropping them. And I was like, why does it feel like 90% are coming from that? And we looked into it, and then it was like, oh, these are like only dropping from
somewhere.
The way the levels had been set up.
Yeah, so start somewhere closer to like what your ideal goal is.
The tier 16 maps were 83.
Of Duelist or
like in
Marauder.
The
we have more
access
to Fizz attack stuff.
And so the drop levels of the
and like attack speed and whatnot.
Gems were like dropping from only the corrupted +1 level areas and all of that, and only from
super restricted.
And so I was like, oh my god, this was just a straight up error.
Early
so
access,
we went back and we were like, I'm just gonna -3 levels from everything there.
But that was a 0-2x change, to be clear. That was already fixed.
Nice.
That was a bit of a disaster.
Sure.
But also inherent items.
But then once again, you're just better off playing
gem levels. It just like clicked to my
electric based or lightning based.
What we've done is taken all the wand
because you're in an elemental area
and whatnot, and we've effectively balanced them. Because the idea is you find your let's say your volatile.
You don't necessarily need EE. You could just play Fizz weapons,
like if you have
convert to lightning,
especially in the campaign. So what we've done is effectively balance
and then do like a bajillion DPS more with a Doriani's Mercenary.
And you can now get up to level 20 gems, dropping 20 inherent skills, even on unique items, for the ones that did level up from the ground as well. So like those are playing a to add to the sorceress and other classes' arsenals. Those are playing more of a role as well. And then you
don't need EE to play lightning based.
It's not.
You can play Fizz weapons, take a mastery, and then take like Fizz to lightning support, or even just like get rare gloves with it on it.
Plus
that kind of thing
plus extra sockets.
yeah. And but the inherent skills should be a lot more impactful and a lot more meaningful now as well on the wand. And we've added a whole bunch more. I think we ended up adding like 10 or so new wands.
I think it's
and
8.
Something
I think
like
there's
that.
8 new inherent skills, I think was the number.
Quite cool.
One's pretty
There's
cool.
some quite cool stuff in there as well.
These have
immediately
been reasonably
got the
effective. Like, people have
unleashed,
actually
got the
used them.
unleashed staff finally back in.
He's obviously better
Those
in
who
game, but you
were
don't
at the
necessarily need it.
OG,
Yeah,
If
from
you're playing
Second
Trickster, you
Exile
just might as well be lightning based
So
though.
that's been removed off Chronomancer, and a new passive's been added there, and you know, so since you
There are a bunch of other Ascendancy class changes, by the way, that we didn't cover.
Oh,
in
yeah.
there, like just balance things and so.
All the existing stuff seems to have gotten touched quite a bit.
Yeah.
But especially in like Ranger, Warrior, and Elementals, it seems.
every
Makita
class
Smite.
got changes.
Yeah.
I think.
Sweet.
I don't think there's one
big
that we
patch
were
notes
like
coming in
some
later
less,
today, then.
sure, some less than others, but I'm pretty sure every single class got a change.
Yeah. So I think it seemed that you get the access to the level 3 uncut supports pretty quickly. Like it was like Act 3 I found one.
Yeah. So effectively, you get
So
now
those
there's
aren't
effectively a tier per act.
Those are rare. Like
No.
yeah, like so
not at all.
because that's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, these tier 3 ones.
Yeah, but bear in
have,
mind
like,
we've sort of
different
rearranged
effects
everything, right? Because what we've got is things that level up. So effectively, in tier 2, you're often getting things that are level ups from tier 1, and so then we can push a couple of those up to tier 3. But then in tier 3, there's some of them as well. So you kind of it's sort of spread out a little bit more evenly, and the extra levels kind of mean there's more interesting upgrades. And one of the other things I just wanted to mention is there was this and part of the issue with the supports before is that there was kind of this decision fatigue you had a little bit with them as well, where it's like you didn't want to remove something, to add a new thing. Like you'd
They had someone that came on my chat had a really cool build idea. I forgot who it was, but essentially they used Rockiatas and the new Rune Graph of Treachery to give like enemies a bunch, like with period of elements and all that kind of stuff, to give the enemies a bunch of resistances, and then Rockiatas obviously converting that to murder them. It was a pretty cool idea.
But
I think they used enemy weapon with it.
obviously you get to the new act, you start seeing all the new base types, and now you have this new tier of supports, and so every time you get to an act, you're getting just like straight up like, all right, let me just get a bunch of power upgrades straight away.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a much better breakdown in the progression now, in terms of both skills and
well, like every second act you get new rune tiers. Every second act you'll get new every
as well,
can't remember how that's split. I feel like that's 1, 2, 3, 4 and interlude, and then end game for essences. So like there's a lot of like you get to act 4 and you get
Wild
a new
Strike
tier,
of
you get a whole bunch of new base
Extremes.
types, you get a new tier of essences appearing, and so on and so forth. It's
Never
like,
touching Wild Strike again.
feels
And after
really
I
good
followed a
getting to
path
new
of
act and
builds
getting all the power from it.
build when I first started
Talk more on
playing.
specific archetypes then, but first,
Good night,
so,
Mick.
like, on the skill
Have a good rest of your
topic,
day, bud.
thing that
Or,
comes up
sorry, have a good
often
night.
From Chad and earlier questions I've gotten is like about the overimportance of plus levels across the board for a lot of things. And also the impacts of mana costs on that. Like you guys did a pretty big adjustment on that recently, but how do you feel about where mana costs are at and plus levels?
We
in
have
general?
lowered the exponentiality of mana costs like pretty drastically.
Yep.
Especially level 20 plus is going down a lot, like an absolute huge amount reduction. We're trying to keep the campaign relatively intact. There's another, you were talking about the importance of plus levels. Like one of the reasons for this is that a lot of in-game builds especially ended up using something that was using flat damage and thus scaled strictly from gem levels and not from your weapon's damage itself. And as a result, what a lot of people were using was, oh, what's this magic weapon with just plus whatever the number is, 7 or something.
We've actually changed quite a lot more things to be weapon-based scaling around the place. Obviously not on the sword.
What's kind of like an example about that? Like, what sort of
I
things
mean,
have
like,
changed?
I mean, everything that was flat damage, all those unarmed skills, all the obviously different. With hollow palm gives you damage a different way.
Yep.
But with shockwave totem, all of the stuff, we're just generally going like, nah, we just want weapons to matter, and this whole just using a single affixed weapon at the end is
Better for new skills.
It's not going to fly. Now
They
that
showed
being
mostly
said,
fixes
plus
for
gem
old
levels are
skills
still pretty
and a
important,
couple new skills
especially in
though.
the case
What
of
did they?
casters. But yeah, the
I can't
mana
remember
costs
because it's been so
just
long
got
now.
kinda
Did they
out of
talk about
control.
how many new skills they're
Manageable in
adding?
some cases with some builds.
I'm
with
excited for
others,
Reap.
Nah, not
Might
at
actually
all.
say fuck Lich and play
that's come down, like,
play Blood
I don't
Mage
have the
again.
exact numbers. We were looking at a lot of the models.
Also, Blood Mage
yesterday
gets
of what
a
the
cool little
numbers
buff
were.
with having like 5 ascendancy
Changing
points now,
to, and I was
essentially.
like, look, I'm happy with the 21 plus, but there were some changes towards the later campaign that I was like, no, I don't
Yeah, the flame spin thing was really cool.
So we're fiddling with the numbers a little
It's
bit.
like to throw in the
that,
flame hammer, then war crying to make it happen.
Have it so that when we post the patch notes, we have something that's relatively correct. But of course, we like to tweak these things all the way through to the end, based on testing. So
All the little ice shard, little grenade things
20
from like
plus in particular, way
ice
down.
skills for the ranger look really cool.
It got out of control, like actually out of control.
But I know that conversely, you do want mana to be a thing that you actually interact with. So where do you kind of want mana to be on a build by build basis? Like, what's the expected kind of like player solve? Or
well, and as you can see from something like the new keystone we added for leech applying to elemental, like ideally, especially right side of tree, you can spec into some leech. You got your monk, you got your ranger kind of thing. Ideally, being able to just solve your mana problem with leech almost entirely.
Nice.
You know, you have obviously attackers in general have.
I wonder if you can add like volley to it or greater projectiles kind of thing. Throw a bunch at once.
Characters supposed to have to deal with, to at least some degree, and I'd say that is relatively the case most of the time, especially when you start to get gem levels. It's just part of that puzzle for those characters, and that is intended. Now it was to extreme, obviously. So that's come down, but it is still, you can't just get away with not investing into it at all. I generally, when I try and play on live, try and play the thing people are playing the least, so that I'm most equipped to be able to deal with the rebalance of it. So I just played a sorceress for the last league. I actually enjoyed the solving the mana thing, but yes, then once you have your plus. I can't remember all the values, 6 on your wand and 3 on your amulet and all of that stuff. You're just like, oh my, this is insane. And then certain skills just become completely non-viable. And, all of a sudden the triggers are just like, goodbye all your mana. And then you have, all that. And I was like, I had mana on every single slot, mana regen on every single slot. I had probably a third of my tree in mana, and like my damage wasn't a problem, but I was like, okay, this is just going too far. And like, and then I'm like, I'm still doing far less damage than, whatever, some other build that's had to not care about it in the slightest. So, missed the mark for sure on that one, but, it should be a pretty drastic course correction on that front now, yeah.
I like when you actively suffer in game for us, Mark. Good changes come out of it.
Well, the trade suffering got to a point where it's like, nah, this needs to stop. It got so much worse last league for me. I was like, seriously, just like, I'm so done with that.
Damn POE2 players making trade even worse.
Please, can more of you be at your computer? And then it's like, well, we have this plan, we have this system, let's just bloody get it done so that we don't have to deal with this ever again. But
let's talk about trade then. It's been a long time coming, much asked for. It feels like we don't have a thing to ask for now. Like, I don't know, I feel a sense of loss almost.
For now,
we'll find out. Every trade system eventually becomes a problem somehow. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, obviously the intention was to try and fix all the problems that people currently have.
I'm interested to see how it handles.
This has been a big
multiple people trying to go for the same item
outside for a long time as far as like issues are concerned. So I'm glad we've finally got something that we're kind of happy with. I'm really hoping it's going to turn out well. Obviously, one of the things you just can't really test. Yeah. Because you can do every theory that you want, but when you actually
needs to be real.
Economy needs to be real for it to actually make sense. So, yeah.
And I have been thinking about it nonstop since you've told me that the trade was happening, because it seems like it can have so many follow-on effects. Like, for one, all of a sudden, the amount of available items to purchase is multiplied by a huge amount. Like, ×4 for the amount of offline players that are now available, at least. And then, like, I'm going to list items that I wouldn't have listed before because I couldn't be bothered leaving them up. So that's doubles it again. Like, what's 10, 20 times more items available to players? Like, that's a big thing.
It is, and that's part of the reason why we need the gold costs to kind of offset that, because that will potentially drive down prices in some cases. So you need something that's kind of a barrier so that people aren't like buying things too easily. But at the same time, what I'll say about this is that, so the gold costs are there for that. One of the other big, really important things with the gold costs is it means that it doesn't screw your progression up too much as you're going through the game. So effectively, you've still, as you're first, going through your first experience, the prices have a bit of a floor, so that, like when you're in like Act 3 or something, like, yeah, you can afford stuff, but you can't necessarily just buy a whole set of gear, like out of nowhere, that kind of thing. So that's kind of important. And then the other thing as well is it stops any kind of well, maybe not completely stops, but the hope is that it'll stop botting of like high frequency trading, that kind of thing.
I'm gonna install mine tonight.
In order to be able to flip items, you
Once
would
stream
need,
ends, I'm gonna
to run maps to actually get gold, right? Because
start loading it up.
Effectively, what that means is that you can it's gonna prevent that kind of thing from being an issue too. So the hope is that this should be a situation where we don't get like catastrophic hyperinflation or something annoying like that. And if we can achieve that, that'll be really good. We did pitch the gold price.
Also, make sure last epoch is installed. Oh, it is. Okay.
Because we're a bit afraid. If it turns out everything's fine, we can lower them down a little bit, but they'll be a little bit high to start, just because we're a bit afraid, and we don't really want to have to jack them up after they when they were low. So
you said this that they were pitched on the high end, but then when I ask you about how much gold it actually costs to buy something, like what amount of gold does it cost in terms of time or maps?
The discussion was that buying a rare should cost you about 1 map worth of gold.
That's like seems like nothing to me. That doesn't seem that high. Like,
I mean, like it's
you
enough
end up with a lot of gold.
It's a lot for a botter, but it's not
exactly
much for
right.
a player,
It's a lot for a botter. That's the thing. Yeah,
sounds perfect.
A little bit earlier in the game, this is a little bit different because you want to make sure that you're not screwing with the progression too much. So it has to be a little bit adjusted. But effectively, that's kind of the goal. It's enough of a barrier to stop the flips, basically, because you still actually
that sounds low enough that the currency cost of the items is more likely to be a.
Well, that is the part that the players receive, so you'd want that to be something that matters. But like as I said, the floor shouldn't be too bad. But it's gonna be very interesting to see how it develops. Like I honestly have no idea really. Like I don't know whether the prices will be lower or higher on this system versus the old one. Like I actually don't know whether that's what's going to end up happening there. Like I've got theories, but it's like there's counterexamples too. Like it's very interesting to sort of to think about that.
So normally you have this effect where like prices bottom out for like usable, decent to bad items. Like they go down to 1 alc. But the problem is then at the same time people don't want to make those trades, so their minimum price climbs. It goes to like 5x or 5c or whatever. It's like the minimum that they would even leave a map for.
Also, what about people who what if they just sit in their hideout? Can they, if I whisper them to go to their hideout to like get an item, can they remove that item from the store before I get there and reprice it, kind of thing?
And this is something I love about this system, is that it's going to give you a very real feedback of how things.
They did say that like the traditional trade website will still exist, and there's like still traditional tabs and all that kind of stuff.
My favorite.
So you can still do non-gold trading, just like you can do non-gold trading with the currency market. You just go through the website, whisper, get accepted, trade, that kind of stuff.
With the box open, with the item highlighted.
Yeah.
So you can't like troll.
But the automated trade requires gold.
The entrance or something like that, which should be otherwise an issue.
But like you get like really popular items and. You got an active shop. You can have like.
I mean, it kind of fixes things about botting. Like if bots are only doing the trade website, I don't have to handle those guys.
People who aren't your friends or party members. So effectively, that means that there are some extra slots that are dedicated.
And honestly, the biggest thing that I had issue with, one of the biggest issues I had with trade was not necessarily botting. Is more about price fixers, and this fixes price fixing for me, which is nice.
People will discover as a way to do this, and we'll have to iron them out. But one we did think of immediately, of course, because it was really obvious, is like once you've set a price on an item, put it in your stash, there is a cooldown on being able to take it out again.
Oh, hey, answer a question.
You can't be sitting there going, oh my god, too many people are joining. Remove the
remove
item.
it again, right? It has to be put in. And I think it's even got a thing where it refreshes the cooldown when someone joins. So that's the kind of thing you need to be thinking about. So once again, I'm sure there'll be exploits or like stupid shit around this that people work out. Like, but we at least thought of the really obvious ones.
It's going to be a really like physical, tangible way to like learn the price of things. Like, because you can put a bunch of stuff there, no one's coming to your hideout. If there's a lot of people standing in your hideout, you're probably doing things right.
Right.
But yes, no change of none of that repricing.
The bait and switch is gone, right? Because like
that's fucking lit.
Price that you are committing to that price,
never,
right? Like you must sell. You must sell for that. Someone's going to buy that thing, right?
Never again am I going to message someone and be like, I want to buy it, and then they raise it by 5c.
Right.
I still want to buy it.
But
5c again.
On the other hand,
want to buy it.
On the other hand, you have to actually be careful, right? Like you could accidentally sell something for real cheap, and nothing's. There's no.
It's a great way to
I know it is. Right?
Yeah, especially for hideouts. Make like a little trading market.
Cool.
Where people can
that's
put Ange right in the middle of it, so people can like go visit and hang out.
For doing this, apart from the item acquisition part, which is like the economic side of things, was the losing the player interaction side of things. That was often mentioned, memed about a little bit. But funnily enough, this is
fuck
actually
player
increasing
interaction.
more than messaging people.
Yes.
Because they're coming to your hideout. Like there's going to be that kind
And
of
they
like
get to
presence of
they get to
people.
check out your kind of like garage sale that you're going on.
I love that.
So also like put your display cases there.
Yeah, exactly,
And put your
right.
cool hideout decos and
Yeah,
you
like
know.
so.
we're going to be adding a new hideout decoration that's effectively a set of security guards. And so people in your party, they'll let you through. And people not in your party, they won't. So
It's
you can
like
have
a
your little,
bouncer.
you can have a little trading.
Yeah, you can have the
your
VIP
trading
area of a
section.
hideout. The VIP area where only the people with some
It's
class.
gonna be funny.
Only people with class are allowed in there.
Oh my god.
So you can sit
That's
behind your
fucking funny.
security, just watching all of them.
There's so much fun stuff you can do with this. I love it. But never before would I have like looked through a seller's like other listings. But now, like, a lot of time I'm just gonna go there and buy the highlighted item. But
Well,
I'm gonna be
if they were
curious,
silly
what's
enough to
that?
sell it for that cheap, what about their
What
other
are
items?
their other
But also,
items?
but even stuff like
buy
the
like 5 things.
even stuff like you can see the tab names on the other people, right? I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure
tab,
it says,
yeah.
So you're like getting the nice
Oh, no.
organized organization and like colors scheming and everything, right? So that people can
people's ASCII art.
Yeah. So that'll be a nice one too.
No, I can't wait to look at all the phallus tabs and find out.
Jeez. Okay.
what
No,
items
I think because I think we have to add a reporting system for it. Unfortunately. So,
probably should.
yeah.
I'm also just excited to log in, just to have that. You wake up in the morning, you're like,
What have I got? What do I get?
Before work,
There's
go to the
Rich.
computer,
What
just
currency
quickly
do I
log in,
get while I
and
was
then you
asleep?
get nothing, and you're like, oh.
Yeah.
The idea of even just like popping into your friends lists.
Yeah.
Like hideouts
Yeah.
are doing it too. Like just browsing what cool items they got.
Yeah.
It's like far more like physically a thing that you can do now. It's like, it's really exciting.
It's true. Chat could just show up in my hideout and buy all my stuff.
Like,
It's just
what
like
is this gonna do?
Chat giving me money, kind of.
The item acquisition process. Is
Well,
like,
There's definitely gonna be some people rage baiting with that.
Well, I mean, thankfully though, we are in.
I listed this for 400 million divines. Oh, look, someone bought it. Wow.
The eventual economy we get it full release, and also thankfully we get to test it on POE2 before we look at putting it into POE1. So we get a chance to. Oh, someone's phone calling me. That's not good. Before we get a chance to. Before we have to commit to that for POE1 and so we can get the balance right, we can get all the details right. But like, I am almost certain that it'll have to go into POE1. Like, there's no way people won't.
Oh, that's good to hear.
It'll have to go. But
No,
but at least
will.
we'll get a chance to kind of assess the how the economy shakes out and kind of make some adjustments if we need to before we have to worry about that.
Looks like
Yeah, it might not make it in the next POE1 league, but I would see probably 2 POE1 leagues from now. Maybe they'll have enough data to trust it.
I mean, ultimately that. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's the point, but ultimately, yes, it's a thing. But then it already is kind of a thing. Like, there's already stuff that honestly goes on with there.
That really changes too much, I guess.
Yeah.
Because we were talking last night, I think, a fair bit about arbitrage and
Right.
how this kind of stuff plays out.
The gold is a bit of a deterrent.
The gold is the
yes.
deterrent, right? It'll stop the bots ideally.
To some degree, for sure.
Yeah, you can only snipe so many items, but you got to put the actual hours in to be able to do that. And often those sorts of bots kind of profit off low margin trades. So
I'm curious. So in the currency market, you use gold to list, and also people use gold to buy.
Another interesting note that came up in our earlier discussions.
In this market, am I using gold to list at the same time, or can I just put like a whole tab and dump a bunch of shit in there, like 4C kind of thing?
Apparently not.
No, not really, because by the
And
time
not
you
pay like
get
a fuck ton of
to,
gold for it.
The top end of things, then that stuff is already the most expensive stuff. You don't really need to have the inflation like that kind of the descent of prices that you get.
And the only people who pay gold are people that are
there,
actually
so you
trading.
kind
Like
of-
people coming in to buy
in the end,
stuff.
The prices for uniques, they don't have to be that extreme.
Yeah.
But what the thing to note though is that the prices are a multiplier per level of what the shop prices are. So we do actually have shop prices for all the uniques now. So if you sell uniques to the vendor, you actually get more gold now than you did before. Just as a side note,
there's going to be some kind of exploration of which golds are like not worth trading but worth a lot of gold. A bit like the dust in POE1, I imagine.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's
I'm
also
keeping
worth
it
noting
hand
that
with this shit.
this tab only sells stuff not in the currency exchange.
Yes.
Right. So you can't sell a chaos orb in there.
Would just be awkward
Yeah,
to do. I
yeah,
think,
exactly.
anyway.
Well,
Currency exchange is for fungible, stackables, stuff that isn't modular, and then the rest goes in here. So it should be that every single other tradable item is in here.
So we had the kind of discussion in the past about like whether maps would get somehow made to work with the previous system, but now obviously that can just be done through this, right? Like those sorts of items that are a little bit variable but might otherwise be considered a kind of currency can go there. So if this goes well, do you plan to remove like old systems of trade or anything like that?
I don't think we can, because fundamentally, like we have sold premium stash tabs. They had the functionality they had. Removing the old system,
that would be bad.
People bought stuff. We can't delete what they paid for.
And did you mention in the reveal that you can convert them over?
Yeah, we did. So you can convert your existing tabs. If you bought them for the purposes of this, then converting them over is obviously the right thing to do. That's a thing we wanted to make sure.
A lot of those long-term POE1 players have a seemingly infinite amount of premium tabs, largely for this reason, right? So it certainly wouldn't be right to all of a sudden be like, no, you don't get to use any of that anymore. You can fully just convert them. And that is why it's also just as important to work in POE1, because your micros are shared, right? You're not gonna...
So there will be a little bit of a time there where if you convert them, of course, the POE1 doesn't have this tab type, so they won't show up, which is a bit annoying. But once it gets added to POE1, then they'll work.
Right. Yeah.
We'll try to make sure that doesn't take too long.
There's the question of, will functionality of the trade site be in-game in some capacity?
So that's something that we really want, and we even had a prototype of this.
I saw it.
So it's a thing that we are working on, but unfortunately didn't quite make it for 030.
In-game searching, that'd be kind of cool.
I personally still believe it, and that the website's going to be a better experience, because the typing,
web is
just web
designed
stuff is sort of designed for this kind of thing. And ultimately, when you click the button on the website, your character in game still moves. So if that's a thing. But on the other hand, for discoverability for new players and that kind of stuff, it is good to have
huge
something
for
in
console.
And here's the thing: I reckon for console, it's still better to use the website, because you can use your phone and you can search for stuff on your phone.
I suspect
a
little
console controller, typing text with a console controller is just fundamentally crap, right? So typing on the phone is just easier.
Often you don't have to type anything in text in these searches.
It's true. But look, we are going to do it. It's just that it isn't quite done.
There's a bit of each to their own as well.
Sure.
A lot of people are very excited about the idea of an in-game one, and
it is a feature that we will do.
It
is a feature we will do. We just haven't.
It's in progress and it's close.
Yeah.
It seems wild to me that I can push a button on my phone and my character goes to someone else's hideout.
Yeah, well, the magic of the internet, I guess.
I'm getting old, I guess.
Yeah.
You mentioned that there's more things on the horizon that you would potentially want to do with this as well, like in-game features of things.
I mean, obviously the first question people will have about once you've got in-game trade searching, when's Awaken Trade coming, that kind of thing. I mean, look, maybe one day, it certainly opens the door to it. I wouldn't want to say that it's not going to happen. There's stuff that we could do there, but there's a lot of UI issues to sort out. There's quite a lot going on with that. It's kind of one of those things that I'd look at a bit later. But yes, obviously something people want.
It's all under consideration though.
Make it where I can import my POB tree and have my character just auto level accordingly.
Well, the goal, it is nice to get to the point of not feeling like to be, I'm sure it's only for some players or whatever, not feeling like you have to use third-party applications and stuff like that. It can, not to say Awaken Trade is dodgy, but there are some that obviously a little bit suspect. People are a bit like, no, I shouldn't have to do this. I don't want to do this. It gets you can get a bit scared about it, and it can be a little bit like, especially when all of a sudden they're asking you to provide information you shouldn't have to be providing them, and that kind of stuff. So getting away from all of that, having it be all nice, secure, done by us and everything is the ideal goal. But one step at a time. This is a big step, but we'll see what's next after we test this out, let an economy test it for us, get it to POE1, all that kind of stuff, and then we'll take it. As I said, every trade system reveals its problems. Maybe that's just the next problem. So
see. Another question here is when you click secure item or buy item on the site, and it's going to take you to the hideout, it's is that locked in and other people can't then click it? Or
no, they
is it a race?
It is technically a race, yes. We'll see how that goes. I think it should be fine. That is just worth understanding.
That's going to be interesting for those mega deals and see 10 people loading in all at once trying to.
We'll be on slow internet, load in slowly.
Who loads faster?
Thankfully, the loading time should be a lot better. In this version than they were in the past. We're doing a bunch of engine changes, which I'm hoping is going to go well. Obviously, when you make changes, there can be
worth bringing up stability and performance.
So, we've done a pretty big amount of rewrites to the engine this version. I'm
gonna make my
goal is obviously making the game faster. It
my
should
trade
be quite
lady
a lot faster in terms of frame rate. There's still some kind of.
Gonna put her in a maze.
One of the
that way, if a lot of people go running at the same time, you gotta figure out the maze to get there.
Like the shader pop-in type issues, which we're kind of working on at the moment. But ultimately, it should be better, and we've also unlocked a lot more optimization opportunities for the future. So things should be better in this regard. I am hoping, especially for consoles, where we've seen a pretty good performance uplift, and things are looking pretty good. But yeah, still more to do. But yeah, that's definitely something that we're taking really seriously. And one of the other things that I'm really hoping we don't run into is another stupid operating system bug like we've been having with the damn freezers, right? Like we've made changes that I think will work around those, but fundamentally the Windows 11 scheduler is completely broken. Ultimately we just kind of have to do what we can there.
How fun for you.
Yeah, I know, it's very annoying, but that's the just the life, unfortunately, of a game developer to deal with that. But yeah, the hopefully the full OS freezes will, like we basically managed to fix them for almost everybody, but they were still happening to a few people. So I'm pretty sure we should be sorted out now.
Yeah, and the EU servers and things like that have been
right. So that's the other thing, of course,
hammered.
is all the DDoSing problems and everything like that. So yes, that's been a huge focus of our server guys. They've been working pretty much non-stop on trying to deal with that problem. So effectively, what we've done is we've actually retired some server hosts that just weren't able to be sorted out. We've got a lot more anti-DDoS protection stuff going on. We've been working on that. Like, yeah, it's been a huge amount of work to get it to the point. But effectively, as we go into this free weekend we're about to do,
it's huge.
We made sure that every single server provider that we have is
not gonna be able to play on this weekend. There's gonna be so many people loading in, probably
like in place for it. It does mean that there's a couple of locations that we couldn't find an adequate solution for that had to get cut. But we've tried to make sure there's other options with just almost as low latency nearby. And overall, things should just be significantly improved over what we've had in the past. So yeah, like it's really sucked that the previous launches have been so decimated by this stuff. So
this is POE2. The new league for POE2 starts next week. And this is their informational trailer about it, or informational live stream.
I mean, one of the big things we've been doing recently is we've been DDoSing ourselves.
So Path of Exile 2.
Test.
If you haven't played it, it's going to be free to play on the first weekend. So you have like 2 or 3 days to play it before you decide if you want to buy into it.
Type of DDoS against ourselves, like this one doesn't work, this one does, that kind of thing. So
someone can do POE2 today. Perfect.
It should be fine now. But like free weekend, there's a lot of players we could potentially be getting here. We need to make sure that we're up for the challenge. So but then at the same time, like part of the reason to have a free weekend in the first place is in fact to test that all that stuff is good. So I'm hoping it'll be all right.
Speaking of new players, how do players onboard with like the new trade stuff? Like, is that introduced in some way that helps them figure it out? Because it was never really the case that people were explained how to trade.
To be honest, we haven't really had like any time for tutorialization and this stuff. So
is it
we'll have to see.
Honestly,
I have to see how it goes. Like we'll have to see for that. But yeah, like it's to be honest, right now we don't even have a sprint tutorial in. Like it's been, we probably need to get that in there at some point. But the focus right now is like get the features working, get them good, like get the people testing them, and then we'll get we'll make sure that we've got the onboard.
But yeah, if you haven't played it,
circle back into a big.
I only played it a little bit when it first came out in the beta in December. So I'll be also mostly playing it for the first time. Really,
I don't know. I have to think about
League starts.
The harsh reality of tutorialization
next Friday, I believe. Like not this Friday, like not
say no, you have to learn.
but like 10 days from now. The 29th, I believe, is what it is, right?
I always appreciated the like kind of lighter tutorialization.
I do as well, but sometimes like something that's so
tutorializing the trade system will be a little bit more intuitive and easy, at least for the sake of purchasing. Once we have an in-game searcher.
I wouldn't have even said to do it before because it didn't. It's like you go to this site and do this.
But also, if the tutorial tells you to go buy a microtransaction, it's probably not the best thing in the world.
It's always been on a Friday in the US.
For purchasing, right? Like I mean, ultimately, once we've got the in-game version, it's way more easier to tutorialize that because then you can be like, look, here's the place where that is.
Okay, that makes sense. Kind of on the.
Is there a POE2 trade? Yes. One cool thing that they're adding in POE2. So if you haven't watched the beginning of this, you can always watch my VOD, or if you want to go watch someone else's VOD or the live stream itself, they go over a lot of the teaser stuff, including on the website, which I'll link right here. It goes over the fact that they are adding like an in-game trading system. It's called asynchronous trading, to where like you whisper somebody and then you go to their hideout, you talk to a merchant in their hideout, And you
but
can pull
also,
that item out of that
some
merchant's
of these
inventory,
exalts into other
so you can trade
things
with
by
people who are
having the
offline
higher
and
tier
stuff.
ones be dropping and that kind of stuff. Like there was a little bit of thinking around that, but also the implication of this is that we're not syncing enough exalts. So there's some that we'd have to think about whether or not we want to start doing some more syncs for that. But
Near the bottom
yeah,
of
I'd
that
say that's
link
probably the main thing is like that exalt.
is the asynchronous trading conversation.
I'm curious from your perspective, like when do you look at something like this and consider it an issue, and why? And
I think it was up to 900.
We'll let you know, POE2 is like a drastically different game from POE1.
I specifically remember
There's
the screenshot that was sent to
WASD
me of
movement.
the exchange
There's
rate.
like
I was
dodge rolling.
Oh, okay, this is bad.
So just go into
I
it,
also wonder whether
prepare
it's
to
just
like
the
it's like a new
divines
game
people
kind of
want to
learn.
value those more, like they're syncing more of those into uniques.
I was
Maybe.
surprised that they ended up being valued as much as they were in PoE2 because of like the way vials work.
But graphically, it's really pretty.
Like, well, the idea is maybe at the
this
highest
playstyle's a
end
little
you
different, so
do sync a bunch of divines in case you land a socket, and now
Right,
you've got
right.
exceptional items too. Like
Right.
maybe divines become even more valuable.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's a problem, but the other thing of like exalts being devalued maybe is a problem. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm curious.
I
Do you see
expect
the
exalts
Bye,
problem?
Gazi. Have a good
not
rest of your night,
that
buddy.
Valuable still, and that's
We'll see you
fine,
tomorrow,
because
maybe?
the-
Are you
the
playing
more common,
LE tomorrow?
game
Or are you
wise
working
trade
tomorrow?
rate will be the higher tier ones.
There actually will be a
And-
slightly more sync for Exalt in the way the map mods work now
That's true.
because you've actually got a reason to go up to 6 mods every time.
Yeah,
So
true.
that'll sync a few more Exalts that way. So I guess we'll see how that works out too.
Yeah. I'm curious, like, so when you look at the umbrella, you see 969, and you're like, that's a problem. I'm curious, like, what from your perspective is the problem with that? I'm curious what the delineation is between something just being a market phenomenon.
All right,
It's like,
well, I'll be here playing, buddy.
Your average
Have a good rest of your night.
player, like, it's a bit different when it's a mirror. And it's hard to explain why necessarily, but I guess, most people can probably relate with that. But when you all of a sudden are seeing something not like over 900, you're like every now exalt you find is just nothing. Like
Yeah,
it's
so-
nothing. It's you. There is a threshold. I don't know where that exact threshold is, and the threshold will be different for each person. But like at least if you to be able to quantify it as like I've found 1% of a divine every time you find an exalt, assuming 100-to-1 ratio.
Yeah.
You still at least that feels like something.
Feels like something, you're right.
And now you're like, okay, I'm getting 0.1 and now it's 0.05. You're like, what are we talking about here? We're just in a point where like every exalt is, you're getting into filter it out territory kind of thing at that point. Which is not great just because the value is, so. I mean, you're talking about it being like worth a Reign of Chaos card from POE1 kind of
The
thing.
higher,
you know what I mean?
the higher tier ones. I mean, look, I'm really interested to see what the trading dynamics end up with the higher tier ones, like whether stuff starts to get priced in greater exalts or something like that.
I'm
like,
curious to see
I
if
have
people
no
price
idea
it.
honestly what will happen, but we'll see.
There's not a set currency to price your items in. Like, what are they going to be? Like, all different things? Or what?
It'll normalize into something. There'll be a thing that everyone knows to do.
I'm curious about like so let's say you go to someone's hideout to buy an item. Obviously, you'll know the price of that item, so you can visit your exchange in preparation to like get the correct currency to buy that item. But if you like see other items in their thing, can you like use the other person's exchange or exchange currency? Do you have to go back to your hideout and exchange? It's just
How does that work? I would
an
think
awkwardness of it.
Ange probably would let you. I think that will work.
It'd be cool
Can
if
you
you
use the
could
currency exchange in the other person's hideout? It's the same NPC, right?
That would.
I
don't think you
actually
can.
genuinely don't remember if
Yeah, I
you
don't
can
know.
use
I don't
other people's
think-
ones.
I don't
But there's
think
no
you
reason
can,
you there's no reason you shouldn't be able
That
to.
would be
Yeah, we
sick.
can make
I
that
feel like
work.
that'd be good if not. So
can make it work.
Might be just
I
something
don't
to look
know if I've ever even
at. You
tried
can?
to do
Chat
that.
says you can. Okay, good.
Okay, if you can, you
good.
can.
Oh,
I
great.
genuinely am like, have
Well-
I ever actually tried to do that? I feel like I just default go back to my hideout. Like,
Yeah. Here's my advice to sellers then is to put your currency exchange person next to your vendor so that you can get a few extra impulse buys.
Oh, they're the same person.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
Oh,
it's
yeah,
like,
we
okay.
moved it to her.
yeah.
Yeah.
And they're are they both the long neck boy or wait?
No.
That's a different thing.
No, that's a different thing. It's Ange.
I was in the middle of eating food.
Person from King's March.
It was one of the.
Thank you for the raid, Fishy. What's up, buddy?
Yes, that's a different thing.
We're watching the POE2 stream. Thank you.
I was enjoying that people were like calling it a
Pretty
good
hype.
doggo.
You still playing Metal Gear Solid?
No, that's fully separate.
What's up, Beyond?
Okay.
This is Ange. You find her in King's March.
This is probably like, I don't have time to talk. I have to go now.
You get, if you haven't got a hideout, you get a quest
Gotta-
to go
gotta-
get a hideout.
gotta raid and
then
run. You see,
once
that-
you claim
nailed it.
So you don't have to get your hideout in the in-game now, or from buying a micro, I guess. And now you see you're in
Classic
Act 4.
Fishy. All right, bud. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Way, you can immediately engage with both systems. So before we had like currency exchange on.
For anyone who's
all the
in Fishy
NPCs
stream, have y'all been
towns,
watching the POE2
I
stuff?
actually think we might have kept it there just on random NPCs in the interlude and stuff, just so that you don't have to go to your hideout every time. I'll have to check in on whether or not we did that, but I'll eventually.
Some of the stuff's pretty
Angela
nutty.
handle all of it.
So this means you don't gain access to like item trading until the same time as you would gain access to the currency
for the
exchange?
first playthrough in the league, yes.
Yep.
But the subsequent
and then you
playthroughs
get your
you can.
hideout.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Great stuff. Something I wanted to bring
That's
up
actually
is-
not true, by the way. Subsequent is not the case.
Oh, really?
Because otherwise, you have an advantage over new players, technically.
No, but subsequent in the same league.
Oh, in the same league.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the same league.
Per league,
yeah,
you
it's
have
not
to.
like sign
Per
on
league,
unlock.
you have to, or you have to have fair ground with new players and existing. You have to unlock it at the same point in time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, within the same league, completely fine. Yes.
All right. Something that I wanted to bring up as well was build diversity. That's a thing. We talked a lot about like how there's a lot of buffs for the other archetype stuff. So that's obviously going to be helped by that. But I'm curious, like, your thoughts on like the point if Lightning Spear is 46% of the top 1,500 players, I think it was, or 15,000 players, or 75,000, or something, whatever the number is for PoE Ninja. So 46% is pretty big. I don't know that we've ever gotten that high. Maybe with
Nah, we
Spectral
did
Throw?
Legion League Cyclone.
Cyclone. And maybe Spectral Throw.
51%, I think, of Cyclone Slayers.
Yeah, okay.
Or something like that. Yeah.
It was like, so maybe.
So we're not quite there.
1 or 2 other time. Not quite there, but obviously
It's
that's
just as bad. It's just
that's
as
the
bad.
extreme
To be
end.
fair, that's. Oh, I'm only counting one class there, actually.
Yeah, if no one has watched the POE2 stuff and is interested in POE2,
maybe it is the worst it's ever
it's
been.
pretty great.
That's just the
A lot of the changes they're making. I'll talk more about it once the
Well, either way,
Q&A is kind of over to like summarize how I feel.
I'm curious, like, at what point do you feel that?
But I'm pretty excited for it. I wasn't that excited for POE2 originally, but I'm a lot more excited now.
Like, what's the point at which it does start to feel like a problem for you guys, and when do you want to even like address it in the next league versus in the current league? Because that's obviously a difficult thing to do.
The mid league nerfs, like, people say they want them, but like the reality is that we get crucified for them. Absolutely crucified. Like, it's just it's
if you get on it fast
if you get
enough,
on it, yes, you have to get on it so fast, basically, to make
you
it
get
okay.
away with it.
Yeah.
And if you can find it, but if you don't know about it for 3 days, well, I know it's silly to say, how do you not know about it for 3 days? If you like misinterpret the severity of it, for example, and everyone starts doing it, you're like, oh no, it seems kind of fine, and then boom, out of control, and like it's now been even one full day, you can have a lot of the player base completely pivot. If that happens on a weekend, if certain people are away and busy, especially people in balance, Jonathan or I and stuff like that, obviously we'll support other people forward. Like you get our people.
Oh, I brought me some
playing
medicine
and
to
all
take.
that. So like this stuff does get around, and we do learn about it. But like if you slip by even a day, you get to the point where you now have to make an excessively hard decision, which is like make 50% happy or 50% angry, right? And it's like it's lose-lose. And so often, and sometimes you make the wrong decision. It happens. But look, it's less about like there's a number that's wrong, and it's more about like the way we looked at it this time is like look at all of these bad builds. Like why? Like these need to not be this bad. Like you shouldn't be able to make this many mistakes, this many bad decisions, this many wrong decisions through supports, passives, everything, all of that. And it's like we just need to bring all of that up. Now, by doing so, you're bringing everything up. You can't just have Lightning Spear go up proportionally to everything. There's no one's gonna swap and play all this other stuff that's now, in that kind of same level of balance. So yeah, the outliers have to come down. It just has to. You do it, and in this case, we definitely thought it would be best to, some people will say you should have done it in the league. Yeah. Maybe they're right. Whatever. We're doing it now. We're bringing down those outliers. So yes, Lightning Spear is nerfed. Let's just rip that band-aid off. And honestly, if you're surprised by that, come on. But like, there are, an insane amount of increases to bad things, wrong decisions. They all should be brought up in line. There should be a lot more viable options, a lot more good things, a lot more viable different classes.
The hard part's going to be that the support gem changes are certainly going to result in a bunch of new exploits, and that's going to be real rough because we're going to have to then make all those hard decisions again of like, do we nerf this, do we not, kind of thing for each of those.
You eventually get to a point of stability, but when you're adding this much and having to change this much, you're going to have a number of things still go wrong, a number of things still be abused, and we will try and stay on top of them, and we will try, but there'll still be some stuff. I'm sure we'll have
no Giga Chat amount.
47%.
I don't know.
And hopefully that number's less. And over the time, you get more stability, more equality in the classes and the balance and the
always
skills and all
redeem
that.
some points to suggest the 7 TV
It's
emote.
mostly, honestly, important to not just be like, I want to play a caster, and then you go and later find out that you picked the worst class in the game. And sure, there are still some builds within that. that are
Beyond skis.
you could say competitive to some degree within some threshold. But it sucks to learn that like you get to level 65, which for some players may have taken tens of hours, and then you're like, oh, you're telling me I literally picked the worst class that no one's playing, and I could have just been throwing a lightning spear this whole time and doing 5 times more powerful. That is a real terrible feeling to have. And so making it that you don't like, if the worst was only slightly worse than the best. Slightly, so within some margin that you're still at least feeling powerful. You're just not, I feel like or can. Idiot. Then at least you don't feel absolutely terrible about it but when people are just like, you made the wrong choice, like you have to reroll. You're just like, well, that's demotive. Like I'm demoralized. How were you supposed to know that at the start without doing a bunch of research, right? And so yeah, that hopefully over time, and I'll say this is a huge step towards that. We eliminate as much of that just really wrong, bad choices as possible, make things more obvious and intuitive and all of that, and bring up the floor really, and yeah, keep bring up the floor, not bring up everything, because again, otherwise, what is a 0.1 second boss fight when it's now 0.09 second boss fight? You know what I mean? Like the ceiling has to come down when they're that extreme in particular. So.
I wish you guys didn't have to worry about balance so much, but the reality is that unfortunately you do have to get it to a certain point so that you can even assess that whatever changes you're making or new systems matter, that they are good or fun or whatever. You just can't assess that when something's too far out of alignment. So do you
Am I reading it after this?
If something
it depends on how long they go. This one go for 3 hours already.
Again in the future, that would be.
If they're wrapping this bitch up, yeah, I'll be reading the patch notes after this. At least like
because at the point where
going a glance and talking to chat about it and stuff like that.
Like you look at it and you go like, is this actually that bad?
But if this is going for like another hour,
wrong, and you don't
can't
by
guarantee
the
it.
time 20% of the community is playing it, it's too late to nerf it.
Well, it's because they've invested items.
Yeah,
they've invested their wealth
stuff, right? Like
and now you nerf it.
Like you have to make the call before that point,
and
it's tough.
You drive a portion of those players to then quit by taking away the fact
literally
that,
all of them
will.
Right?
Well, probably, yeah. Well, you could argue the nerf is in line such that it's still competitive and good. But they won't feel and see it that way necessarily, right? Like they put all their investment and their wealth of the league into that, and they're taking that away as brutal. So it's like, who do you make quit? And that's it. It's a ultra terrible decision. So, but again, eventually they will taper off, and you won't get that level of extremity occurring that often. Like, and
I hope so for you guys, because on the flip side, like I imagine the
POE1 went through the same thing. Still happens there as well.
I think part of the thing though is when we were going through it, there were less tools for everyone to see what the disparities were.
Yeah.
And so I feel like as more information is
Mark is being really based.
People feel worse about their bad
so
choices
based and true pilled.
I can realize just how bad I am.
Exactly. So it actually I think does exacerbate it a little bit. Like we're going through this now in a bit of a different time than what we did initially, when we had because early POE1 had tons of terrible balance going on all over the place. Like I remember some of the stuff that was happening here. So but yeah, we just can't get away with as much now these days.
The old guaranteed crit flask.
Yeah.
Yes.
With your 1500
that
crit multi.
charges on crit.
Right.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
On leveling, so leveling builds are kind of another topic in general as well. Like, do you guys are you looking a lot at like leveling build diversity within each class, or even across classes? In some cases, where some things are strong enough, like Rake Stomping Grounds, where spellcasters are doing it. Is there a point where you...
I mean, I want to look at things all through the game, really. Like, I just want the fundamental underlying skills to just be fun. Like, so I don't really necessarily look at the skills, like, this is an in-game skill versus a leveling skill. Like, to me, they need to serve both purposes. And, like, when we're looking at skills, we're like, can the skill to in-game? But, of course, it also is it fun in campaign? Like, both of those need to be true. I wouldn't, like, classify one skill or another as fitting into one of those categories.
Yeah, do you kind of, like, aim to have at least a few for each archetype that feel good then, so you're not kind of like feeling like there's only one way to level a certain character?
I mean, as I said, ideally all the skills feel good. I mean, I know that we need to improve some of them, but that's part of the goal of what we're doing here, right?
Order. Not always the design makes sense.
It's like with the monk, for example, you know, lightning, ice, clearly better than the wind physical version, right? And so may make changes to that subcategory. Ice archer, and then there's the clunkiness with the poison ranger, and so because most people are leveling as lightning when they are playing archers instead of lightning spear, they're play whatever. they were playing lightning, and the other things, like, sure, there's a couple of things that are still good, but like, there are clear, things that are losing comparatively to the others. With
Mark really does not like those the lightning
we
sphere
focused
thing.
on a lot of those. We looked at like.
I'm glad I missed out playing that because it sounds like pretty dominating and kind of boring.
Competitively with the things that people are playing on those classes. So yeah, and I mean things like Sorceress, where you have, at top 15,000 0 to 0.1% play usage on literally one of 7 classes, not great. Like, so that gets something way more drastic. So that's not just like bring up cold a bit. It's kind of like, all right, we need to do something crazy here and just like shift everything and pivot. And now we've got something that's like kind of promoting this multi-elemental, and honestly, playing each of the elements is probably still just better anyway. But yeah, now you got the multi-element and combining a lot more and passives and everything. Yeah, like, there's like so much going on there though. It's like there are so many variables changing that it's almost impossible to predict what is even going to happen here though. So we might come out of this and now another class is at 0%, maybe. Then we have a new goal to fix. You know what I mean? Like, but that's not by design. Like, you don't want that to happen. Yeah. But we'll see. Yeah, it's exciting. I don't know what I'm going to play. I'll tell you that. I have no idea. I'm like, I don't know.
Struggling between the unarmed, the elemental.
Well, I said I'll play the worst class, so I need to know what the worst class is, so that I can play it.
What people aren't playing.
Yeah,
one of us.
Work on release day because,
he's going to be in queue, trying to decide what he's going to be.
And fixing
just like me for real.
I get that day to see what's the worst class, and then I'll jump into that just so I can experience it and see how we want to.
That's very good.
It also makes it more challenging. I like it.
You like the arbitrary challenge of play the worst one. Speaking of worst ones, on the topic of defenses, we had a lot of discussion about armor and how good it is, and it got a pretty hefty buff this time around in terms of it being able to apply to elemental damage through modifiers and nodes on the tree and such, and that looks really, really good. Do you think that there's any other fundamental issues with armor? Because I know you were looking at it as a whole and deciding even if you wanted it to work the way it does.
Well, the thing that people would probably say is the worst part about it is that they take a big hit and they can still take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But the thing about that is when we look into it, it's still pretty damn good percentage reduction if you look at it. So I was sort of less confident that was the true issue with it, and that's why when we were looking at it, what is the actual weakness of this thing? That's when we started to look at the elemental part. Yeah,
Smith of Catawba was alleviating that, and it's like, okay, that's probably not acceptable that you have to, in order to mitigate the elemental, get the insane max res, and that's Smith of Catawba. So well, hold on, we need to make that not be so mandatory. Let's instead increase the elemental side of it, and that way you're not feeling obliged to play Smith of Catawba to get the insane high max res. That's one part of it for sure.
I wouldn't say that we have another there isn't more that we know we can do to armor right now, right? It's we need to see how this plays out and see what happens, and then we'll know whether or not there's still some issues that we need to address.
And obviously we had the issues where energy shield, even just running hybrid was crazy with convalescence in use and a bunch of stuff there. So we've had to make some changes around that as well, bringing that back a little bit, buffing the others, and so there's lots of changes around all of this.
And next in the triplicate then is the energy shield. It's a challenging one because it's difficult to make it not just be blue life, and be better life in some cases as well. How do you guys feel about where that is at the moment? I feel like the culprit is recovery. Energy shield is supposed to be a defense. It is somewhere between a defense and a life pool.
As much as a lot of people might not want to hear it, we're going away from look, recharge should be the way you recover energy shield.
I agree.
We need to better embrace that and not have just every other way under the sun to get it back. I can't remember the specifics. The patch notes I'm sure will tell you. But yeah, it's anything that's kind of just overly trivializing having infinite amount of energy shield is certainly the current main issue. So yeah, I mean that's part of it, but like again, like the whole weapon swap convalescence thing, which we have made changes around, is also just like you get the bonuses of convalescence without having to incur the spirit costs while you're doing your DPS kind of thing is not okay. Like at least not from our end. So making changes around that as well. But yeah, I mean before that it was Grim Feast, and you know, so it's been a couple of problems, but like ultimately, I'd say they're more equally balanced now, those three defenses, and on average, yeah, armors come obviously up, evasions come up, you know, more predictable things, less, and then energy shield, some of the recovery means have come down that are not recharge, and we've added a lot more ways to make recharge better.
Cool, yeah. That's what I want to see.
Just to be clear, yeah. It's not...
I want to see what like chunky energy shield pools look like where you actually have to like recharge.
Blue life down.
Build to recharge.
I like playing that way personally.
Yeah.
Again, I did this league as well.
It can be really rewarding. Like when I've played that sort of like Wicked Ward styles and stuff
It's
in the past.
you get into the problem where because especially with the mana thing, you have to put 30% of your tree into mana, and then you have to put so much into not only increasing your energy shield, but also into the 2 recharge axes. And you know, you end up like, okay, hold on, I'm putting so many points into this just to be on the same level as something else, which or just to feel like I can kind of basically survive. Whereas like other classes are just like, you know, as much as armor has its disadvantages, the warriors are rocking around with, you know, double the life of the other you know, the average ranger, and they're pretty beefy for sure, and especially the titans, and then you get your
it's out.
All the smiths with all the resist, and you know, so there is some
wrapping up
certainly
soon,
tanky
then.
warriors going on out there for sure. But yeah, doing the elemental thing with that will go a long way, and the deflection with evasion will go a long way. Parry and block being way like just predictable. It's huge. You don't have to go like, is that
so
blockable?
nice, that change.
I don't know if that's blockable. No, it wasn't blockable. I'm dead. It's kind of lame.
I do find myself, you see, didn't do that with evasion though. Like the guys that slap with statues, for example, those guys will still hit you as evasion, right? Like guaranteed.
The slams will still hit you with evasion, yes, but the deflection applies to everything.
So curious about. So was it the case that you put deflection in? And you felt like, okay, we probably don't need to do the evasion thing like we did with block because
There was
we've got
discussion of
deflection.
that, and I can't remember exactly why we decided not to do it in the end.
Well, it was kind of one or the other, and we thought that the deflection being, because both are too strong, you'd have to water them down to some degree, and having one watered down seems bad because then, you know, like, you could have that and have deflection be 20%, and then you're like, what the hell's the point in this? Like, you invest all of that into it and don't really get much. So having to not water them down was the main idea, and thus you get to have both, and you get to have deflection being the thing that is like ultra predictable.
Okay, I'm not gonna read all that.
Can obviously still be quite strong, but not as
it's a lot of characters
with the whole applies to everything thing going on. So I agree. I can see both ways. We landed on this one. We'll see how it works. But yeah, I always agree with the like. I don't know if I can avoid this or not.
Yeah.
At least deflect. You know, that's
What are you, like a
great.
data
And, you know,
analyst?
we've
What's
got
happening?
parry now. That's also great. So I don't know. We'll just have to see how it plays a little bit though. But I fully see both sides 100%, and I wouldn't say I'm confident that one is necessarily completely perfect over the other. So.
And good job in advance on solving the spell suppression issue with deflection by tying it to evasion, so that not like I don't have to play my Templar and have a mandatory investment in deflect.
Yeah, we made that a specific goal, and we kept getting stuff like
suppression.
It being granted from other. I'm like, no, it must come from evasion. Otherwise, we're just going to have like every single character in the game having to get 100% chance from flat things from sources, and then we're going to have now every single character has their like specific way of getting 100% suppression equivalent.
I kind of wonder if you don't just do that in POE1 for suppression as well, but that's a topic for another day, I guess.
Yep, different live streams topic.
Different live stream.
Not to say we have any plans there right now, just to calm anyone down before they're like suppression dead. Just hold on. But different live streams topic.
How's your schedule feeling overall? Like you feel like you will be moving into the next Path of Exile 1 expansion in the 2 months expected, and then having the next.
I mean,
POE2
we're
for
definitely
the end of the
going
year?
to hit those deadlines. Like, when,
Right.
there's no question of that.
Yeah, you guys are
However,
resolute.
it's certainly like, you know, it's certainly hard to get to meet them. Like, it's difficult. But you know, like, it's so much better to commit to the date, you know, and just make sure.
It is.
Yeah, Second Link has been up for a while.
Yeah, it's been
been
difficult
up for the
to
whole
adapt
stream.
to this new cycle for sure.
I went to somebody earlier.
We obviously want to do everything we can for every patch and the next patch, and you know this requires a more parallel work going on and parallel thinking, and you know, to be able to make sure that each game gets the correct time, you need to make sure. Okay, if you're working on 030, you got to make sure at some point people are pulled off of it to work on 327, for example, right?
Yeah.
That has to happen.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you don't get enough time, and especially considering after 030 comes out, you've got an amount of time of fixing things and addressing problems. Hopefully not too much, but you always have a little bit of that to do. And so all of a sudden that can extend even further. And so, yeah, you have to at some point, and it can feel very unintuitive to be like, well, 030 is what the whole team's working on. The team's excited. Everyone's like, yes, we're doing it. We're prepping all the marketing. And it feels weird to then just start pulling people off of the thing that you're kind of working your immediate goal towards, and have them working on a future thing. And same with vice versa. You get a little bit of that. And it is a little bit hard to obviously deal with, and we're adapting to it. But we're doing pretty well, and we're on track still for 327.
Hey,
so
took us on track still.
It's like 2 really good expansion updates, with the recent Path of Exile 1 doing, like, I think really well, and then this one is huge. I hope that you guys can settle in, and this feels like a reasonable workload soon, because
What isn't right?
it's a lot-
It isn't this week. I can tell you that.
no, seems people are going to need a bit of sleep soon. But we'll go down to the bottom of our Q&A doc if we can, and we'll just wrap up with a couple of the last random questions. And if you're watching live, the patch notes are out, so we'll try and get you over to them soon. But there's got a few random questions here. Divination cards coming to Path of Exile 2 soon, or is there like a plan for that, or
no timeline, but they will be coming. Yeah.
All right. Hot swapping between controller, mouse, and keyboard.
Unfortunately, wasn't really. A bunch of work was put into it.
So it sounds like it's getting close.
It's
then.
getting closer, but it just unfortunately wasn't finished.
Yeah, fair enough. In chance we get mercenaries in POE2. Mercenaries are fun. I like them.
Not anytime soon. I would say. Like, that's
it
more of a
seems
later
like a
thing. I would
much
say.
later thing.
Yeah.
Because they do like, it's a big thing that's just always going to be there potentially, and that's like skewing like how you build characters.
Yeah.
They have a lot of impacts. The
yeah.
mercenaries. They do a lot of things, curses, and utility and stuff like that. It's a big one. But did you like how they played out overall in POE1?
Well, I mean,
As allies, like in many ways, yes. I there's a few elements I don't like. Again, it's pretty weird. I don't know how much detail to go in talking about this when we're talking about POE2 context, but there are some problems of. I don't like that you just end up putting uniques on them and it has like minimal consequence in terms of their survivability. I don't
What,
like
Doriani's?
some of the, I'm not entirely happy with the Doriani's prototype kind of situation. The combat with them itself, it's like you insta-die or they insta-die is often what happens. Not great. So that's the kind of thing where if we were to do it in POE2, they wouldn't just be like recycled character skills and recycled character animations. It would be
a lot more consideration.
well, even if it was, at least we have new animations. So you'd have a lot more telegraphing, a lot better fights. It'd feel like actual skill fights as opposed to just like, what is this ruckus going on right now? So there's ups and downs to it, and I'm not saying any of that will necessarily drastically change even within POE1 or when, but there would be things I would want to do, because I would say the combat of fighting them in POE1 is not meaningful. It's very much a like who dies first, and you don't even necessarily know why. So, but overall pretty fun. Like overall pretty
it turned out
cool.
way better
Big
than I expected,
change. Like
very cool.
Yeah, genuinely pretty happy with how it turned out. To be honest, just a few bits and pieces that need some improving for sure.
Cool.
I wouldn't want to add them to POE, something like that to POE2 that has such an impact on character builds when we don't even have a good stability within the build diversity and the build structure. Like, I would say that kind of thing comes once you've figured your stuff out, you know what classes are at a baseline, then you can add a lot more of that. Like
8 years or so, maybe.
Yeah, well, hopefully not. Hopefully, we're not too far away from that being like a much.
Well, this means that they're thinking about keeping it in
these things are
POE1.
endless. So
He's talking about making changes and potentially moving to POE2, so
Here's
it
a
makes me
fun
think
question. You sprint on
about
the row
making
mount.
it
It's like a
core.
row
So
sprint.
there actually was a plan for that,
the
but did it
roller
actually get
is the
implemented?
roller is currently no, it's not sprinting. The roller is currently faster.
That's
But
right, I
when you
remember
but
that.
it slows down a little bit when you're shooting.
Yes, that's right, I remember that,
Not
yes.
slower than normal
Yes,
run
yes,
speed.
yes.
Yeah, okay.
So it is inherently faster than base run speed, but when you are attacking on it, it slows down. So
To
that
the-
it
to
is
the old speed that it was.
Yes, so it is more
okay.
competitive. So that it is more
Oh, so
competitive.
row is faster, yeah.
Yeah.
But you can spec out. You can I believe spec out of that penalty even, and then you can. It kind of is so that when you're just running, it's more comparable to sprint and movement skill usage and stuff like that. Yes, so it's just it's faster. That's all there is to it, really.
Does the sprint work with blink? You like teleport and start sprinting the same way that you
that
would
was
with
supposed
It
to
Switch?
work,
won't.
yeah.
I don't think it will. You can, but it won't resume sprinting straight afterwards.
Like
believe.
if you sprint,
Am I
blink,
wrong about?
sprint.
I feel
or
like I was
something?
trying this literally
What do
yesterday.
you mean, sorry?
You don't just like blink and keep sprinting. It's a different action. It's an end there's an end animation to it. You'd have to go re back into a sprint.
So
No, but it does work if you hold down and then you blink and then afterwards it sprints, right? Isn't that how it works?
Oh, in that regard,
Yeah, I think it is.
I would hope so.
Yeah, no,
yes,
that's how it
yes,
works.
yes,
Yeah,
yes. Sorry, I thought you mean you were sprinting and then you blink.
No.
It goes back into
you hold
it,
down,
yeah.
you blink, you go, you sprint.
You
That's
know,
how it works.
I could be just entirely wrong about how that other thing
we'll
works.
see when
anyway.
it's live.
I was doing it yesterday, I thought it was like, yeah, I understand why it's like this, but ignore me. I was probably just wrong.
No worries. Does the elemental damage mitigation from armor apply before or after resistances? That's something you had to-
Isn't it before? Wait, so hang on. So you
and frost smooth.
no.
brains.
You resist first and then you mitigate.
I
with
don't
armor.
remember.
I'm pretty sure it's that way
It's
around.
the
I'm
one
pretty
that
sure.
means the values have to be higher, so which means it's the order in where it's the less effective one, so because the values are quite high and juicy as a result. Yes.
Oh, okay, so in that case it will be.
I think it's pre.
In that case, it's you armor
pre-mitigation.
first, then resist. It will be. Then.
I think that is what it is. Yes.
I love it. Fantastic reveal. I'm very excited to get into playing it. Thanks for spending a solid 2 and a bit hours.
All right, cool. Moving on. Let's briefly talk about thoughts and stuff that I have for stuff. We'll go over this page actually because it'll be like we'll go down stuff. Act 4 looks really cool. I thought it was really interesting. Sorry, I had a burp. I thought this was really interesting. I like the fact that you can like choose where you want to go. Like it's very modular, like our free spirited kind of thing. So I like that you kind of explore around. It's not like a guaranteed you have to go this one that way thing. Not much to really say there. The new bosses, a lot of the new bosses look really cool. Not really much to go over. Is that a fucking land shark? I didn't really notice that the first time. It's a land shark. I think this is a really interesting way to handle the missing axe. Instead of having to just run the same axe again, just harder. Having like kind of like little special missions as an interlude is really sweet. I like this idea. I think it's really cool. Abyss looks really dope. The monsters look really sweet. The mechanic looks really cool. The kind of like betrayal unveiling mechanic, very interesting. They showed Darkness Enthroned. They didn't show Stygian Vise. But honestly, Stygian Vise I don't think would work in necessarily this game, so it is what it is. But I like a lot of what the Abyss looks like, including like the essences and whatnot. It's really sweet. Stealing the Abyss, yeah, like the mechanic's really sweet. Here's the unveiling we talked about. That was really cool. With the different little currencies to unveil different stuff. Very neat. I like this a lot. I'm very interested to see what the thing is where you get the Lich Finger and you jump into the pool yourself. It's cut off at the spoiler to say like you have to figure it out yourself. What happens? Like, you son of a bitch. Darkness Enthroned, The Gaze, Visceral Echoes. Yeah, we already saw those. It's not anything new. Okay. Sprint. Awesome. Maybe Noah should play POE2 and just stick to POE1. Why? But Sprint's really cool. I think that people's complaint about not feeling really slow and sluggish was heard, and I think they solved it or trying to solve it in a way that still makes it true to the game they're trying to make. instead of just being like, movement speed boots, dashing constantly, that kind of stuff. So I think this is a cool way to fix that. I'm glad that they didn't add like any kind of stamina bar. It's mostly just like if you get hit, you fall down kind of a vibe. So that's really cool. New support system. Love it. I like that you can have multiple of the same supports on different skills. But we can at least like test things out a little bit more freely to see what you enjoy. I like that they added kind of tiers to supports. Like this is like, oh, double barrel 1, double barrel 2, and double barrel 3 is kind of like the awakened version, which usually has like a special or different effect. I think they mention it. I'm not sure if they do mention it, but if they don't mention it, I think unique support gems. That's a pretty cool concept. I like that. I like unique support gems concept. A lot of this stuff looks really cool. I love the new elementalist thing where you essentially just pick up stains of different elements to enhance your spells. The new fire skill looks really sweet for like the war cry thing. This thing right here, this looks fucking cool as hell. You throw a hammer, you cry, big old fire thing. That looks really fucking sweet. I don't really care for monk other than the fact that it now has hollow palm, which looks really sweet. I haven't played monk otherwise. Crafting updates seemed cool. Adding like guaranteed like tier modifiers for crafting at least solves some of the issue I have with the crafting system. It doesn't necessarily make it as deterministic, but it doesn't make it as punishing, at least. New items? I don't think they talked about this. Don't know if it's they talked about. Okay. Oh, and they also added the Reap staff or whatever right now, which is great because originally Reap was already in the data leak on POEDB for 2 when it launched, and I was constantly looking out for a Reap weapon or a Reap skill gem, and I never got it from Blood Mage. So I'm excited that's actually finally in the game now. I never actually made it to map, so I don't really have an opinion of this. But from what I hear from other people, it seems like they understand the issue with mapping right now, and they're planning to solve it. And they fully understand what the problem is with like towers and stuff. Once again, I didn't have that experience. I didn't even finish the campaign when I first played, because I got burnt out after 50 hours of 5 acts. But yeah, this is the new support gems we were talking about. They're unique support gems, limit of 1. They're very cool, like different like special mechanics. And then this is really sweet. I like this a lot. If you don't know, this is asynchronous trading. So essentially, you have a merchant in your hideout who does your currency market and also manages your store. And you can buy store tabs, or you can, if you have premium tabs right now, you can go to the website and convert your premium tabs to the store tabs, kind of thing. So I think that's really cool, because this stops people from like. Also, I think that they solved the issue where it's like, oh well, can someone just like, if I whisper them to go to their hideout, can they just pull the item out and change it? But apparently not. If you get whispered, someone goes to your hideout, you're locking in that price, so you can't just like constantly raise the price over and over again. Like if I whisper someone for that item and no one else is there, I'm getting that item for that price. Obviously, the issue arrives where if multiple people come for that one item, you're racing to get to it. But that's kind of like whispering 1,000 people in the first place, so that's just the way it is. I think the solution is really cool. I hope it works out really well. I'm excited to see how it functions. I will not transfer all my tabs over to the merchant right away, because it will take my tabs away from my POE1 character, or POE1 stuff. But I will transfer at least a couple of them over because I have a crazy amount of premium tabs in POE right now. So I think it's really cool. Also, I think it adds like a little cool interaction that you can do with offline trading. Come, wake up and come on the game, and you just come into a bunch of currency that you might have. It's very, very, very cool. Nobody's gonna stay in POE 1 after 1 or 2 months. Yeah, if you're talking about just like for leagues, like people are still gonna play POE 1 as long as they're producing new leagues for it and stuff like that. But once a league launches, a large part of the player base leaves after like 2 weeks. An even larger player base leaves after like 1 month, And after 2 months, you're pretty much just only the people who are very casual players and don't have a lot of time, or very diehard fans. Most of the FOMO people are like already gone. That's just the nature of the game. That's the nature of like pretty much any ARPG you go into. Player base dies down a shit ton after like a month and two. But this is really cool. I'm excited for this. Play on the 29th. Cool. I have whispers. No, it's fine. Well, we're gonna skim through this. There's a bajillion words here. Skim through it. Act 4, we already talked about interludes. We talked about all this stuff. So they had in the thing they had shown people assumed that there was gonna be the Druid released. It unfortunately didn't make the cut. It's just in the files. But it looks like they fixed a lot of the class stuff, which I think is really exciting. New in-game maps, new in-game encounters, trading, lineage gems, multiple levels. Okay. Act 4 we talked about, interludes we talked about, this we talked about. Overhauls, sure. Add a bunch of new supports. Many supports were like renamed or like easily searchable now. They talked about that kind of stuff. Like I said, I'm not gonna fully skim over everything. A lot of the stuff that did like fire, cold, lightning exposure is now one thing. There's no longer multiple curses for different elements. It's all just elemental weakness now. So they want to make people where they can like play multiple elements instead of just like being forced into like one spot. It's really cool. Horrifying Cry. That was the one that works with shield attacks. Yes. Forge Hammer. Okay. So I want to see the gem itself. Just know if it's locked into one projectile, like one single hammer. But this is that cool one where you throw the hammer, you can War Cry, and it makes the big spiral circle fire thing. This right here is really sweet. Your footsteps trigger volcanic steps. Melee strikes and slams are essentially boosted. So like you're just triggering like a bunch of like random like volcanic fissure stuff. Like you're triggering all that shit constantly while walking around. It's really, really cool looking. Toxic Domain. It reminds me of just like, it's not exactly, but it reminds me of just Caustic Arrow. Ice tipped arrows. All the little ice stuff for dexterity, like ice tipped arrows and stuff. It looks really cool. I like the fact that you can kind of like have little ice grenades that pop off of things. That's pretty sweet. Frost darts could be cool. It reminds me of the darts in Titan Age. What is that game called? I just played it. Titan Quest 2. No idea what that is. Mortar Cannon's really cool though. The fact that you can like raise like a little ballista that shoots grenades for you. Nice, so you don't have to like worry about swapping as much. Mirage Archer. Oh yeah, I mean, we know what Mirage Archer is. Ravenous Swarm. Swarm of insects. I don't know if this was shown. That's kind of cool. Grim Feast has been reworked and re-enabled. Apparently disabled at some point. Okay. One of the new keystones. That was a hollow palm technique. That's really cool. Ritual cadence. Bunch of unique items. Bunch of new bases. New in-game maps. New omens. I'm just kind of, like I said, I'm just skimming over it because I do need to hop off in a little bit. But is there anything in here specifically that someone wants me to search or they've seen themselves they want to talk about? Like I said, I haven't played a lot of POE2, so I don't know the specifics of like what a lot of this stuff will mean. Like, oh, omens can now stack. Like I didn't know they couldn't stack before. Perhaps checkpoints were even a thing, to be honest. Fire damage no longer does a chance tonight, and now instead inflicts flammability. That's kind of cool. Flammability is if you fail to ignite, essentially it becomes flammable. And then every time you fail, it essentially raises that chance to essentially you have a 100% chance to ignite them eventually. It's very, very sweet. Chill and shock last like twice as long now. Or actually, looks like chill lasts 4 times as long. Allows you to combo stuff a lot easier. Alright, Ascendancies. I don't really care for the Warbringer or Marauder classes because those are for nerds. By nerds, I mean big, strong, dumb boys. So not actually nerds, more like jocks, I guess. You're the Legionnaire. Oh, that's the one that changed. So it changed to this. So I wonder if you have the exact same number of for all 3. Do you get all 3 buffs? Interesting to see, chat. Any changes to classes I care about? Blood Mage, here we go. Ooh, just regular hitting? That's actually good. Hey, that's pretty sweet. Ooh, Lich, that's the new one. I need to look to see what actually like it does. To see if I want to play that or play a Blood Mage. I'm probably playing a Witch either way, because I love witches, guys. Surprise, shock. Chat. Like a lot of curse stuff. Non-channeling things are mentioned a bunch. Okay. I'm not going to read all of it. Jesus Christ. There's so much stuff here. Chat, we don't know how to read. Oh, is Reap mentioned? No, it's not. But it's in there, chat. They showed it. It has to be in there. Yeah. So I'm into the stream. In case people are like, oh no, don't end the stream. Why would you do that? This is pretty exciting. I'm really excited for a lot of this. Also took a little bit of the wind out of me wanting to play Last Epoch, but I still am playing Last Epoch. But it might be more of like let's play Last Epoch for like 4 days instead of the whole week, and then maybe do a little bit of prep for POE2. Because I haven't done a prep for either of these games. I'm just going to go into a blind. So, yeah, tomorrow we'll be starting our stream a little bit earlier. Yeah, we're going to be starting around 11 a.m. Central US time, because that's when the Last Epoch season begins. So we'll be starting then, and we'll be playing Last Epoch, and we'll be playing that at least through the weekend, and we'll see where we're at. If I'm really enjoying it, I'll obviously play it longer. But as we approach next Friday, we'll see how things go. If I want to take a little bit of time to go prep some POE2 stuff and whatnot. But yeah, that'll be it for the stream today, chat. Starting 1 hour earlier tomorrow. I don't have an end time. It's just whenever I feel like I can't stream anymore. This will be the end time tomorrow. But as always, I want to thank everyone who came by the stream today, who the new followers, the Radio Fishy for rating, everyone here for lurking and hanging out, new subscribers on YouTube, new subscribers on Twitch. Thank you, Ghazi, again. Appreciate all you guys. Every little bit you do, whether it's like watching an ad or just kind of hanging out, helps support the stream and makes this more of a reality for me to be a full-time content creator. So I appreciate you guys. I hope you guys really understand that I really do mean that. You guys don't have to be here, but you choose to, and that's pretty cool. So I hope to see you guys tomorrow or the next day or the next day after that. But for now, chat, Hope you guys have a great rest of your night, great rest of your day, great rest of your evening, wherever you're at in the world. And I hope to catch you next time. All right. I'm going to... Do we want to raid somebody? No, I have no idea. I don't know who I'm going to raid. I'm getting out of here. Bye, chat. Bye.